Hello traders, my name is Cable, and this is the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. This is the supercut of the 12-part series I did over the past week and a half on this demo, and I deeply enjoyed it. This will be probably better to do just in the background, so don't put me on your main monitor, mostly because I made some editing mistakes. Or rather, because my editing software was kind of mid. Anyway, I won't interrupt you anymore, so please enjoy the video and have a lovely day. First note I'm going to give: amazing art, amazing music, so absolutely peak. Also, again, this is demo, so please play for yourself. And there's a game difficulty. I was not expecting this. I've been keep going in this completely blind. I've just known it existed. Crazy normal do not feature game over for being unable to pay your bills, but hard mode does. Let's play hard mode because we are normal, goddammit. To my dearest Sprout. Sprout hardly seems like a fitting nickname anymore, does it? By now you must be towering over your mother. She always was a short little thing. Don't tell her I called her that, okay? I feel it would make our relationship even worse than it is now, if that's even possible. I digress. My dearest Sprout, it has been far too long since I last saw you. Still, I picture in my mind a toddler with a mess of orange hair who insisted on wearing their rain boots on the sunniest of days. Who would remove their smock, lest they get paint on it, who would turn their nose up at chocolate with sneak carrots from the fridge when no one was a kid. You always have had a way of doing things, my dear. That is precisely why I am entrusting you with my greatest treasure, my antique store. Well, for the next 3 months anyhow. After a lifetime of living in the city, a bit of country air, I want to do you well. Willowmist is special to me, and I think soon enough it will be special to you. It has its quirks, which I'm sure you'll realise quickly, but it has a way of growing on you. Or perhaps it's the other way around, like a parasite or a fungus. Either way, I suspect you'll fit in just fine. I'm only sorry I cannot be there to greet you. Responsibilities pull me away from Willowmist, but you don't have to worry about that. I'm sure you'll hear enough rumours about where I've gone to satisfy your curiosity. Trust me, whatever they say will be nowhere near as interesting as the truth. To find the store, take a left from the train station, then a right when you notice the breeze pick up. Then turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps, close your eyes, and turn around again. You'll find it soon enough. I have an employee there waiting for you. He's not the easiest to get along with, but I doubt anyone could resist your charm. Too much like your aunt in that respect. Take care of the store, Sprout. Take care of yourself, and for heaven's sake, don't try to sell the vase with a bird on it. It's cursed. With all my love and faith in you, Aunt Sylvie. Wrong voice for this. Now I feel rude, but also great start. Yes, if you find Florian napping on the job, make sure to tuck him in. He doesn't get enough sleep for that boy. Oh my god! Sorry, I'm way too excited about this. This is great. Again, music is amazing. The past games that 2.5 Studios have made have been really great with art. The stories they've told have been surprisingly in-depth. I may have bought Divine Speaker on impulse and then completely forgot about it, but that's fine, god damn it. You felt a buzz from your pocket, the familiar sensation of a worried mother. The train continued shuddering along its tracks in an almost comfortable way. I can't. Okay. Darling, won't you reconsider? It's such a big move. You always live nearby. You don't know anyone. So if anything goes wrong, why not stay home? Let's go for... I'm already nearly there, Mum. Considering I'm on a train in the middle of nowhere, it might be a little late, Mum. As much as I'd love to get on the return train back, I really wouldn't. It took 4 hours to get here. I just don't understand why you left so suddenly. Aunt Sylvie needs someone to wash her shop, you know that. I'm sure she has friends there. She also has family, you know. Won't you reconsider? Sorry, Mum. I love you, but I'm looking forward to a few months away from home. New people, fresh air, and a real job. You've never even worked at a store before, let alone ran one. Aunt Sylvie says someone will be there to help out. It's an antique store in a tiny town in the middle of nowhere. I don't think it'll be particularly busy. I swear, you got her stubborn streak straight from my sister. Okay, baby, just stay safe, okay? Don't walk about alone at night. Make sure to lock the doors and call me if anything happens. I'm gonna go for all calls, but I'm not gonna be snarky yet. I will, Mum. Everything will be fine. Train's about to pull up. I'll text you later. Bye. Okay, love you. Love you too. Absolutely delightful. It's got like such a jump. Oh my god! They did this with Date of Death 2, at least the DLC. I don't know if they did for the first one, the DLC.
Listen to the voices of the folks that came before. They tell me of the choices and the tasks I have in store. Every antique has a secret, every trinket has a tale. Every person has a story that is waiting to unveil. Something in me feels aware that there's this untold magic in the air. I can't shake off this feeling, this sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alike for me. Every bone in my being is begging to stay. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. Like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. No. And the treetops to the valleys down below. Every living creature has beauty to show. The creaking of the floorboards play a timeless melody. I wonder.
And that was a great introduction. I don't know whether I'm going to edit that out or whether I'm going to include that in, but I am. That's great. Okay, and unlike Date with Death, you're not getting an entirely custom character. I'm going to go for Miss Sage to go. Oh, we can change our first name. I guess they're going to treat this sort of like. Okay. We're going to go with that. We're just going to go for our true first name, which is Cable. Cable Marigold, delightful. All aboard. Confirm her same pronouns, and body type. Let's go for type 1. I'm guessing that's a screenshot button. Okay. Doesn't seem like that's done anything for me. Oh, it's just a smiley face! Oh my god! That's such a stupid bit of customization that I don't even love it. Oh, that's actually a really great way of doing that. Sorry, I'm way too happy about this. And with that, let's begin. The air was chilly as you stepped out of the train and onto the platform, if you could even call it that. It seemed more like a graveyard than any of the train platforms you'd ever frequented back in the city. No matter the hour, they would be completely packed with people coming and going, rushing for reasons you could never quite understand, for reasons they may never understand either. This platform was completely empty, no one waited to get on, and you were the only person who got off. I'm a child. Where chatter would usually greet you, all that you could heard on this quiet platform in the middle of the countryside was the sound of the wind rustling the trees and the chirping of crickets hidden amongst the weeds. Welcome your new home. Chirp back. With more effort than you would be willing to admit to, you attempted to chirp back, but found that the sound was actually harder than you expected. Yeah, no, more practice would be required. Gathering up your belongings, which you brought only a few of, you quickly found your aunt's letter once again. Left on the station, then white. When the wind picks up, I'm not sure what the weather has to do with it. Well, it's supposed to be a pretty small town, I'm sure I'll find it. Yeah, this is so good! I could never dream to replicate this stuff. Wow, I agree. From the way your aunt had described the quaint countryside town of Willowmist, you had expected 2 shacks and a farm if you were lucky. Instead, upon taking a left when you exited the station, you found yourself in a town centre that was significantly more vast than you first imagined. You smiled as you pulled your suitcase up a small flight of stairs, eyes searching around the beautiful facade and rural landscape. Music drifted out from somewhere unseen. It seemed almost like the sound of change, of newfound freedom. A few people passed you as you continued onwards, though for the most part you had the street to yourself. Even that was strangely foreign to you. Where you grew up, there were always people around, no matter the hour. You took a deep breath into your lungs. The air was cool, fresh. The scent of flowers drifted towards you as the wind picked up, changing course. So, right now? You glanced to the right and found a street there that ran away from the town centre. What did she write? Turn around and walk backwards for 7 steps and close my eyes, then turn around again. She could have just sent me the address. With a half chuckle, half sigh, you turned around and began walking backwards, hoping you wouldn't crash into anyone, though the chances of that seemed slim at that time of night. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This was the right choice. 7. I thought that was going to be a fucking hell. Slowly you closed your eyes, removing sight from the equation, then spun back around and opened them back up. I say before you was a quaint little store with green paneling and a sloped roof, and a metal sign hanging above the door. It read, "The Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities." There you are. I've been looking for you. You went pretty than my aunt said. You reached down and searched under the doormat and quickly found the key that your aunt left for you. Its brass surface was marked with blemishes that all seemed to say how well loved this building was. The key turned in the lock soundlessly as you pushed the door open. Oh, I love this style again. I cannot articulate how much I love this. Tables upon tables of antiques and knickknacks greeted you. A dozen different lampshades and chandeliers hung from the ceiling, lighting up the space. Wow. She sure has put together an interesting collection. Is collection the right word? It looks a bit too chaotic for that. Potted plants dotted the room, bringing a bit of life to the otherwise still space. Carefully, you put your luggage to the side, cautious of knocking over anything and causing what would be the worst game of dominoes ever. And then you walked through the aisle, if they could be called that, and inspected the store. You never visited Willowmist before, nor seen any photos of it, yet somehow you felt a strange sense of familiarity. It made you feel at ease, despite being far away from your home for the first time in your life. You dropped everything to come here. You quit your casual job. They were hardly giving you hours anyway, only a week ago. You didn't renew your lease. Fortunately, the time worked out well, since it was coming to an end regardless. Friends back home only found out about your temporary move a few days before your train left. Honestly though, you weren't that close to anyone. It always felt like the friends you kept around you had other friends they would have preferred spending time with. That seemed to happen as you got older, the natural drifting apart of people who you once clung to like your life depended on it. You needed a change. So here you were, in the middle of the countryside town of Willowmist, surrounded by rolling hills and mountain ranges like you'd never seen before. Jesus Christ! Who the... Whatever the man was carrying in a box a moment ago was now sprawled out over the floor, dropped in surprise. With mouth gaping steady, still grasping for words. Listen, if you wanted to rob the store, you could have done it before I got here. Common courtesy and all that. Rob the... If I was going to rob a store, it wouldn't be this dump. Hey man, I'll probably put a lot of work into this dump. Wait, forget about that. Why would I be the one robbing the store? I was here first. If anyone was going to be robbing it, it'd be you. I didn't see you when I came in. I was in the storeroom. Can you prove it? Why should I be the one to prove it? You're the one who just waltzed in here. The man sighed the most tired, exasperated sigh you'd ever heard, and the eyebags under his eyes seemed to give away who he was. Alright. You're Florian, aren't you? Unfortunately. And you must be Cable. The last time I checked, yeah? Why are you here so late? It was only a train coming to town today. Didn't my aunt tell you I was coming? The same way she tells me anything. Vaguely. Didn't even know what you looked like. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Then we're even. Got you exactly like your aunt. Great. I'll take that as a compliment. You shouldn't. What are you doing here so late anyway? Does my aunt really make you work this much overtime? No. I was just neating up before you arrived. You just said you didn't know when I was getting... Apologies. You just said you didn't know when I was getting here. What can I say? I just have an amazing work ethic or something? Your suspicion is all hell, but I respect it. So you should get some sleep. You look tired. Did she at least tell you about the living accommodations? Nope! She doesn't really give details, as I'm quickly becoming aware of. No shit. She only just left all this crap to me. I got to quit. That teacher. What would I do without you? We don't know each other and we're not friends. You'd be fine. Then how about we be friends? I'm good. You can sleep upstairs, but it's a mess. Sylvie isn't known for her neatness. A mess is fine. I'm sure I'll fit right in. Whatever. Get some sleep, but don't. I'll be working for a bit longer. Do you need some help? From someone who looks like they don't know which side of the map to hold? Nah. Of a mop to hold. My apologies. I'm butchering the writing in this. I don't know why I'm looking at my mug rather than there, but whatever. It's a side with a sponge, right? I'm kidding, it's a joke on how to use a mop. You'll probably be traveling all day, just sleep. You always sound like you care. But I don't. Guess I didn't tell you anything about actually running the store either. Nope, she said you'd teach me. Like I'm an expert. I just watch the floors. Fine, I'll try to help tomorrow afternoon. Not in the morning? I don't do mornings. Get there with your luggage, you stared up the staircase. Don't stick around too much longer, alright? Get some sleep. Yeah, sure. Without another glance in your direction, Florian collected his dropped box, then went back into the storage room. One step at a time, you dragged your suitcase up the stairs and into your new home for the next 3 months. Jan's upstairs apartment felt almost like a continuation downstairs, like a quilt stitched together with mismatched memories. A half-read book with reading glasses resting atop the pages sat on the worn armchair. Oh, that is an upsetting image. Who leaves a book like that? Anyway. Tangled yarn as soft as clouds and as bright as spring blooms spilled from a basket. The table was set and waiting for you, expecting your company. Apparently they expected my company, but not bloody whatever. It was almost like time was paused here, in a place where vintage clocks softly ticked in unison, mismatched mugs rested in cozy clusters, and the air smelled ever so faintly of lavender and old books. That'd be great. And that wasn't to mention the abundance of potted plants that filled the room. It was as if a forest had crept in and decided to stay. You placed down your bags and you grinned like a child who had just found a new secret hiding spot. The weight of the world and all your previous worries seemed to melt away, even just a little bit. This was going to be a fun 3 months, you could already tell. Unpacking could wait for tomorrow. For now, you unzipped your suitcase and pulled out your pyjamas, then got changed and settled into bed. The sheets were crisp and white. That's... okay. The pillows fluffed and the gentle atmosphere of Willowmist slowly began to help you drift off to sleep. As you laid there, surrounded by the scent of linen not your own, you swore for a moment you could feel someone watching you. I'm sure that will never come up later. But then you fell into a deep sleep, none the wiser. This is so good. This is so good. And that is the second day. I didn't catch what the last day would end up being, but I'm sure it's going to be 90 days, right? Give or take. Why is there... Anyway, when your eyes fluttered open the next morning, a small amount of panic settled on your stomach. This wasn't your apartment. What? Right, Willowmist. Aunt's place. Not back home anymore. That'll probably take a bit of getting, you see. Okay, really well... I love the art in this. This is really good. I don't know what it is. It's just... This pleases me so much. You looked out the window where you could see sunlight cascading in from between the outstretched arms of trees. It still looked to be early, which was good. You wanted a chance to look around the store before Florian got back. Maybe you'd even be able to impress him. That seemed like a big maybe. You weren't sure, but he seemed like a difficult to impress type guy. Well, you didn't like a challenge. You quickly You quickly dressed, then raided the kitchen for breakfast, which you found half-stocked with food. Your aunt left some fresh vegetables and fruits and a few microwavable meals. You'd have to do it for now. You'd find the grocery store another day. Hopefully. With a pear half-eaten in your hand, you made your way back downstairs. This is completely unrealistic. I hate pears. The store had a different vibe during the day. It seemed almost whimsical, like the collection of some peculiar witch who decided a hoard of lampshades was better than herbs. You once again walked between the tables, noting that despite the clutter, everything was dust-free. Florian wasn't lying about cleaning, at the very least. These are the angles I keep seeing. Is that a fucking Kapesh? Musket, a little pistol, a random bow with an arrow hanging from it. God, there's so much detail crammed into this. I love it. Wait a minute. Is that... I can't tell whether that's a reference to A Date with Death or I'm half remembering. Because either Death gives you sunflowers or flowers like this. Regardless, it's similar enough that I'm insisting that Casper's been here. Walking up to the counter, you notice a distinct lack of technology. There was no computer or electronic cash register there, only an old till that seemed to be an antique itself. All of the accounts looked to be handwritten in a journal that sat upright in a book standing next to it. Our aunt had a fantastic accountant, or was committing tax fraud. Maybe both? Still, the lack of anything electronic didn't surprise you. Since you were a child, she always wrote you letters rather than email or text. She's a little old school, but that didn't bother you. If anything, receiving a handwritten letter was exciting to you. You didn't know anyone else growing up who got letters. Instead of people getting bills, but no one liked those letters. You understood that greatly now. Standing behind the counter and looking out towards the shop, you felt an overwhelming sense of purpose. This was your aunt's treasure, and she was leaving it to you. Well, for a few months, but that was beside the point. Alongside that sense of purpose was a small yet persistent reminder of just how insane this was, dropping everything to move to a town you'd never even visited because of an aunt you hadn't seen since childhood. It was the most exciting choice of your life. You needed something like this, a chance to get to know who you really were. There was a knock at the door that pulled you out of inspection, a very neat, crisp knock, if a knock could be neat and crisp. You could see a tall shadow on the other side of the door, no details apart from that. It's Florian! Florian? You opened the door wide, curiously peering at the stranger on the other side, who looked you up and down, looked at his watch, then shook his head and walked past you and into the store. Well, I hope you're not about to tell me you're Florian. That will make last night very strange to me. How do I do this voice? Florian? No, I am not, Mr. Westbrook. I apologise if that disappoints. The mystery man put down his briefcase on the counter, then began pulling out paperwork and pens from within it. Not sure I've ever met a man that's actually used a briefcase before. I kinda dig it. Suppose I'll just have to wonder endlessly who exactly you are then. I do appreciate mystery as much as the next person, but... Right. It'd be unlike Miss Marigold to leave you with any kind of instructions. He quickly pulled a business card out of his pocket. Emmett Finch, independent accountant at Finch Advisory. Oh, you know someone's important when their name is a part of the business. Maybe we ought to rebrand the store to the Cable Emporium, not a shop. As much as cable does work for a lot of things like this, it does not work for an emporium. Emmett, and you must be Cable, I'll admit. I have heard very little of you, so we're starting out on equal footing. In short, I'm your aunt's financial partner, her accountant, and now, by extension, yours, for the time being. We have a lot to discuss regarding accounts, cash flow, and taxes. Such exciting topics for a Tuesday morning. You watched as he pushed up his glasses, then nodded. Anytime is the perfect time to talk numbers. I appreciate working with someone like-minded in that regard. What experience do you have running a business? If I'm going to be honest with you, absolutely none. Absolutely none? None, zilch, zero. Yes, I do know what none means. I understand it seems my role would be a little hands-on in the previous months. I'll bill Miss Marigold for the extra time we need to get you up to speed. That sounds expensive. All the good things in life are. Quietly, you watch him shuffle through his paperwork before pulling out one specific sheet of paper. I'll be frank with you, Miss Marigold's accounts are dire. Despite my protest, she makes little effort to remedy that fact. Sometimes I wonder whether she truly desires to own a business or not. Perhaps with you around we'll see some change. Perhaps we won't. Time will tell. Well, thanks for the overwhelming support. With you on my side, I know I'm going to knock it out of the park. I am supporting you. If I wasn't, I wouldn't be here. I'm just not in the habit of giving false promises. At the very least, we'll aim for Miss Marigold to not return the bankruptcy. At the very least, we will aim for Miss Marigold. At the very least, we will aim for Miss Marigold to not return to bankruptcy. Sounds like a plan to me. I thought by to have you sign a few forms, though only temporary. I like to keep my affairs in order. Sign here, please. One by one, you signed each and every form Emma handed you. And boy, there were a lot of forms. Great, my hand's starting to ache. Stay strong, Cable. You can do this. I wonder what this guy's deal is anyway. He must be a local, right? Maybe this would be a good chance to try to make a friend. While you're here, can I ask you a few questions? Be my guest. I have a little extra time for my next appointment. Hey, look. Do you live in Willowmist? Yes, my practice is located. Yes, my practice is located close to here. You'll find my address on the business card I gave you. Have you always lived here, or have I happened upon another wayward wanderer like myself? For my practice here, yes. I mean, you personally, not your practice. I don't see that it makes any difference. Oh, workaholic man. Is anything fun to do around town when you're not working? Is there much fun is there much fun to be had around town? Apart from doing taxes, that is. That depends on what you find fun. If you mean theme parks and musicals, then you're out of luck. If you enjoy hiking, dining, or live music, then there's plenty of that. Down to try new things? Wish you all the luck trying them on your own time. How have you been working with my aunt? It's been... He digs through his briefcase, nodding as I scan the various documents. A year now, give or take a few weeks. How's it been? Satisfactory. Miss Marigold has had her accounts sorted and hire been paid, so I believe that counts as a success. And how has she been to work with? Why do you ask? I haven't seen my aunt since I was a child, which is only what she's like these days. She is fine enough to work with, very memorable, that's all I'll say on the matter. Emmett looked down at his watch before setting his eyes at the door. I'll stop by in a few days to go over paying your bills and keeping the lights on. Until then, keep your accounting in the journal on the counter, and I'll assess it when I return. Try my best. Apologize if they're not quite up to standard, but I'll have Florian here to help me. Hopefully. Actually, are there any good breakfast places around here? My aunt left a few things, but I'd kill for a nice breakfast whilst I'm waiting. There's quite a few decent establishments. Well, are you hungry? We could grab a bite and have a mini tour of the town if you were up for it. You killed it, Cable. There's no way you can turn it down now. Emma adjusts his glasses again, his expression impassive. Unfortunately, I'll have to pass. I'm paid for doing accounting and not for eating breakfast and tours. Have a good day, Miss Marigold. Just like that, he gathered his briefcase and walked out the front door. The chiming bells, the only reminder he was here in the first place. So cold. Are people from the countryside meant to be super welcoming? They can be, but usually are not. That's a lie. Being Florian and Emmett seems a little harsh. I've lived in the countryside most of my life, actually. It's kind of, well, I say most of my life. Not even most of my life anymore. Jesus, that's wild. You know, people do tend to be warm in the countryside, but that should not be mistaken for being super welcoming. Depends on how you approach them, but usually they're not particularly welcoming, sadly. Huh? He spun back around to the doorway after hearing the bells, but found no one there. Strange. With a shrug, you found yourself turning back towards the store. It would still be a few hours until Florian turned up, so you decided you might as well familiarise yourself with the items around the store while you waited. You're not going to focus on that bell? You were surprised to find that a couple of hours barely scratched the surface when it came to inspecting the show floor. There was just so much stuff. And forget the amount of stuff, absolutely nothing had a price on it. Even digging through the paperwork at the counter, you couldn't find any notes about inventory or pricing. You were massaging your temples in stress when you heard the door chimes ringing again. Hi. Wow, he really doesn't want to get sunburned. I'd like to get up. Thanks, I don't like the sun. If this guy's not a vampire, I'd be very surprised. I can see that much. Did you manage to get some sleep? I guess. Are you going to ask me how I slept? If I have to? Never said you did. How did you sleep? You couldn't sound less interested. Funny that. Well, I'll pretend like you actually care then. Surprisingly, I slept really well. The bed was super comfortable. How fascinating. I'm happy for you, really. With a sigh, you watched Florian drop his satchel bag behind the counter before removing his various mismatched accessories. I don't suppose you worked out to run the place while I was gone. Do you really think my aunt would make it so easy? She never does. Fine, I'll explain, but I'm only going to do this once. If you don't pay attention, I'm not repeating myself. What if I say please? I'll ignore you. Pretty please? I'll ignore you even more. You buy things for cheap, then sell them for more. That's pretty much the gist of it. And what? That's all you're going to tell me? What else is there to tell you? That's how it works. I know how stores run, Florian. Then why am I bothering to explain it to you? You're going to give me more details than now, or I'll run the place into the ground. Guess I do need this job. Fine. Buy stuff, sell it for more. Also keep it clean or no one will want to come in. Right now, we're pretty much out of rubbish to sell, minus a few things I put behind the counter. Wait, what? I thought you were going to listen to me. How can we be out of things to sell? There's stuff everywhere. He watched them as he looked around the room, then shrugged. They're just Jan's decorations. All of that is decoration. I guess. I don't know, I don't make the rules, I just help out. That's crazy, how does anyone know what's for sale and what's decoration? Fine, it's all just for looks, I can deal with that. How much do I sell things for then? Whatever you want to sell them for. How would I know? I'm not an antique salesman. Become one quick then, if you don't want to go broke. God, what have I got myself into? A mess. I wouldn't take on your job if my life depended on it. Just keep track of how much you buy shit for in that journal on the counter. You should be able to eyeball how much things are worth, but you'll get better as you go. Probably. You can probably just adjust the price later if shit's not selling. Doesn't really matter. Let me see what we've got then. Take behind the counter, you noticed a handful of small knickknacks. They weren't much compared to the rest of your aunt's decorations, but it had to do. Quite well. Now what? You're the boss? I can sound of that. Are you going to call me Boss Cable? If I really have to talk to you, I'll probably just call you Cable. If I really have to talk to you, I'll probably just call you Cable. Wow, if you have to talk to me? Fine, it's probably for the best anyway. You wouldn't want all this power to go to my head. Tried again, then found a broom and began to sweep up the already clean floor. There were already a few people hanging around outside like they're waiting to talk to you or something. You're not a celebrity, are you? That's the last thing I could be bothered with. Last time I checked, my Twitter account had 35 followers and most of them were bots. Probably not a celebrity then. Probably not, no. You walked towards the door, then flipped over the sign to open. Outside, the afternoon sunlight filtered down like liquid gold, hitting the cobblestone just right. The trees swayed gently in the light breeze, and the cool air carried a faint scent of pine and distant baking from a kitchen unseen. You breathed in deeply of that air for a moment, and it felt like an old friend stopping by to visit. Warm, comfortable. Hey, Florian. Florian! Huh? Oh right, I forgot you were there. Wishful thinking, I guess. I'm gonna speak to you so much you won't be able to forget me next time. Great. Hey, I felt like you were being watched around the store, by the way. Watched? Watching me right now. Does that count? I mean, well, it does, but not in this sense. I mean, watched when no one else is around. Not really. Not any more than is normal, I guess. There's a normal amount of feeling like you're being watched. In this town? Yeah, probably. Oh, I was wondering something, by the way. Did you grow up here? Yeah? Never chose to leave town? Nah. Nothing other worth seeing. Never felt like being stuck in one place is like being in a cage. What was that? Actually thinking. I guess the cage is pretty comfortable. That's why I came here. Really, I wanted to help my aunt, of course, but it was a change putting here. There's a lot of people here, I think. Really? Yeah. A lot of people don't fit in anywhere else. Maybe that's why I'm here then. I doubt it. Huh? You look like you're feeling just fine. You're muttering! Don't worry about it. You got family? Other than your aunt, I mean. Mum, but her and my aunt are a little estranged. That's spoken in years. Don't care why. Huh? Usually people can't really sister. Oh, she's probably like that? What? No, I didn't mean... Do you have a crush on my aunt, Florian? No! Something like that, really? I mean, that she was... I meant that she has a pull to her. She's annoying and nosy and probing, but she has a way with people. You can't help but get along with her. You seem a lot like her. That sounds like a pretty big compliment coming from you. You anyway, does your family live nearby? Maybe. They maybe live nearby? I don't see them anymore. Oh, so Brian then. I pried first. Your eyes found the doorway where a young girl of perhaps 14, 15 stood, eyes on you curiously. Hello, Granny Sylvie. Hi! Granny? She's not that old, is she? I don't know. She looks pretty old to me. I'm Cable. Granny Sylvie is my aunt. I'm just helping you run the place for a while. The girl studied you, crossing the room with a strange litheness to her movements. Standing before you like that, she leaned in close. Hi, I'm Vienna. Sometimes people call me Vivi. You look very interesting, you know? Like, I like the way your nose joins your face and your eyebrows are cool. Well, thanks! I like your eyes. Do you have heterochromia or are they contacts? They've always been this way, ever since they were. Hey, you sell things, right? Pretty things. Cool things? My mum's birthday tomorrow. She likes pretty and cool things, and she's pretty and cool. Can I buy something for her here? Well, have a look around and see if anything catches your eye. Yeah, the eye catcher's here. I'll be careful then. Just like that, she left you standing there, slightly bewildered, while Florian had made his way away from the commotion. When his eyes met yours, he gave you a thumbs up and mouthed, "Nice nose." Your hand went up to your nose. Really, it was a nice nose. He walked behind the counter, then sat on the stool while Vienna looked around the store. She examined things very curiously, her fingers often just hovering over the surface of objects without touching them, as if she were somehow feeling their energy. When she did pick something up, she would turn it around and around in her hands, tilting her head this way and that to see every single angle. Her mismatched eyes narrowed like she was looking at a difficult puzzle, when she was really examining a teapot. She held up to the sunlight, despite the fact it was opaque, like it would reveal something hidden that no one else had ever noticed. Then she put it back down. Not exactly where it'd been, but close enough they didn't feel the need to correct her. The strangers of it all brought a smile to your face. Somehow, after a morning with Emmett and Florian, she was something fresh. Found anything? I can give you some suggestions too if you tell me a little about your mum. She's really good at finding things, not just keys or socks, but things you didn't know you lost, like hope or patience. Yeah, she's good at finding those. Oh, she loves colours too, bright colours, happy ones. And her hands are always warm. That's interesting. I think maybe this? Handmade shell necklace, BYOB. God, I think she'll like this. She likes shells, they're so quiet, I bet she knows how to listen to. Thanks for your help, you're cool. Barely did anything, but you're welcome. Hey, if you ever need anything else, we'll be here. Thanks, I think I'll come back again, maybe on another day when the sun is shining. Or maybe not. Great, go home safe, alright? And I hope your mum likes the gift. Rina waved towards you, then headed out the door with her purchase in her arms. Congrats on your first sale and all that. Hope you're all excited. Do you know her? Don't look like I know every single person in town. Honestly, no, you look like someone who would go out of the way not to know everyone in town. I mean, does she stop by the store often? Not that I've noticed, maybe once or twice, but I don't know, I'm usually in the storeroom. I can tell, you look like you need to get some more sunlight, mister. No thanks, I burn easy. They sell things for that, you know, sunscreen, aloe vera. Why do you care? Okay. I don't know how much this is going to lean into the playful teasing of the dark brooding characters, the way in which the previous game that I played of theirs was like, so I'm gonna run with it. And if it said I've fallen hopelessly in love with you at first sight? What? And I could get lost in your eyes for hours upon hours? Like, that's complete nonsense. Yes, I'm just pulling away. What? We work together now and we'll be for the next 3 months. I'm just looking out for you. Here's me caring, alright? Yep, sure. Whatever. I didn't ask you to, though. The bell chimed for the second time that afternoon drew you both away from your conversation, and Florian used it as a chance to retreat back into the supposed storeroom. There we go. Those are the type of interactions in this game that these guys really excel at. The rest of this is really character interactions. The music's really sold it, though. Oh. Oh. Hello, how can I help you? Beautiful Sylvie, apple of my eye, belle of my heart. Would you do me the greatest honour Found for you wore his long wild hair back in a loose ponytail and his shirt perhaps one button too far undone, depending on who you asked. He was down on one knee as if about to serenade you with the world's most beautiful poetry. Or ask him, Harry. You are not Sylvie. I see. Though I can sense of genes a mile away. You must be Cable. He watched him spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked, and walked forward to put Oh, sorry. No, that shouldn't be a hyphen. That should be a, I don't know what that should be, but that feels a bit clunky. My one gripe so far with this game, if people ever see this specific bit of writing is a bit jarring. Watched him spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked and walked forward to put a hand on your shoulder. Spring to his feet. He was certainly far more sprightly than he looked, period. And he walked forward to put a hand on your shoulder. I've heard so much about you, and even that is not enough. He reached out to shake your hand smoothly, his energy contagious. I'm sorry, I'd love to return the favour, but you are? Ah, so the lovely owner of the store hasn't yet had the chance to mention me. That sounds just like our Sylvie. Quentin Bakerland, at your service. Occasional poet, but full-time chef. And you and my aunt are... No. You must understand. You misunderstand. She's the most beautiful woman to ever grace this town. Yes, of course. Does my heart become a flutter when she walks into the room? Certainly, without a doubt. Do I near fall to my knees each time she speaks my name? That should be obvious. Where was I? Your relationship to my aunt? Right. Yes, we are dear friends. Right. Friends. Well, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Bakerland. Please, call me Quinn. Family Sylvie is family to me. Quinn, then. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but my aunt is actually out of town for the next few months. I'm just here helping while she's away. My heart shattered into a million pieces once more. That's hardly your fault. I should not ruin such a momentous occasion. I have never met any of Sylvie's family. You must be very special indeed. To be honest, I haven't seen her since I was tiny. I guess it's special I'm close by now. When she speaks of you, she thinks of you incredibly highly. What do you want my aunt to have the honour of then? This is most fortuitous. There's no one that could take our lovely Sylvie's place but you, of course. Are you fond of fine meals, beautiful atmospheres, and live music? Yes, and yes. Oh, bother. Divine. I have a restaurant just off the main street. I've just created a new dish. I call it my Crimson Risotto. Roasted beets, rich vegetable broth, a swirl of cream, and topped off with mushrooms. My mouth salivates at the thought. Please, would you do me the honour of sampling my new dish? Who am I to turn down a meal? Delightful. They need some time to prepare. Tomorrow night, I will astonish you with the finest food in Willowmist, or beyond. And before I forget, welcome to town, Cable. There's no other place like it. You'll be fully at home before you realise it. Thanks, Quinn. I appreciate the warm welcome. And all we'll get once you taste my cooking. I must depart immediately to prepare. Please wait till tomorrow evening, with as much anticipation as you would give your birthday. With the heartiest laugh you've ever heard, Quinn left the store with a grin that nearly went from ear to ear. I can't do that I can't do the hearty voice, which I hope that emulates it well. God, this is a long demo. Yeah, I've been playing for a while. Soft, near evening sunlight drifted through the doorway as he left. Pulling out your phone, you noted the time. 5:03 p.m. Shit. You scrambled to pull up your text where you could see nearly a dozen left by your mother to the tune of, "Did you arrive safely?" And, "Oh my god, you're dead." Sorry, Mum. I'm here, I'm alive, I just got up and everything, I'm totally fine. Cable! Dear Lord above, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I was this close to getting on a train there myself. I should have waited a little longer to text then. Not funny. I know, really, I'm sorry. I'm just glad you're okay, my baby. Totally okay. I have a few new people already, and everyone, mostly everyone, is super friendly. The town is beautiful, Mum. You'd love it. Lots of beautiful scenery to paint. I think, honestly, I barely left the store yet, lol. You know, I haven't painted in years. Maybe you just lack the right muse. Anyway, I need to close up the store now. Right, text if anything happens, okay? Yes, Mum, love you. You flipped the sign on the door over to close as Florian re-entered the room. What's all the fun staying holed up in that storeroom? I don't really care. I prefer it that way. That was a little... I don't know, that might be a bad voice. It's only social. I guess I can understand, in a way. Well, you do you. I'm going to go upstairs and start unpacking. You don't have to stick around all night, you know. It's fine, I start late, then I stay late. I'll just start early then. I just prefer it this way. It's quieter. Well, alright, I don't mind, really. Go home safely, okay? Sure, maybe. Leaving Florian to his work, you headed back upstairs. Piece by piece, you unpacked your belongings, slowly. It wouldn't do any good to spend the next 3 months living out of your suitcase. If you were going to live here, you were going to do it right. Still, you felt almost reluctant to disturb the quiet rhythm of the room at first. Your aunt had turned this space into a home, and gradually you were adding to it, making it become something more, hopefully something even better. Each item you pulled from your suitcase, a soft sweater for the winter here, a stack of well-worn books there, found its place amongst your aunt's belongings, like thread woven into someone else's fabric. A framed photograph of your aunt, much younger and standing in front of the store, sat nestled beside a ceramic teacup. Its handle chipped but cherished. You placed your own picture frame carefully next to it, unsure it would fit. It somehow felt right, like a new memory slipping into an old album. You pulled out more of your treasures. A glass vial of sea glass you'd collected with your mum, a well-worn notebook that smelled faintly of ink, and your laptop, which you placed on the desk. No update to the background. Understandably, there's a lot of effort to make art this lovely. As you seated your clothes into the chest of drawers, you noticed that the sun had long since settled over the horizon. Packing had seemed so quick, unpacking was another beast entirely. You found your way over to the window, hands full with a pair of tall pink glasses. You'd been giving all the way back on your 18th birthday, then lingered there, feeling the cool night breeze wash over your skin. The soft glow of the full moon was already casting a silvery light through your room. In the distance you could see the mountains that loomed like gentle giants, their peaks softened by a veil of mist that curled around them in dreamlike patterns. Here and there you could see faint trails of smoke rising from chimneys, fading lazily into the sky. But mostly, everything outside was still. Turned away from the window, suddenly feeling that familiar feeling of being watched again. And in the corner of the room, you saw it. Something, a person perhaps, floating a foot off the ground, head tilted aside as if it were too heavy to carry, staring at you with wide eyes. When the ever-loving hell is... Your time is near. You can't hide from me any longer. The pair of glasses in your hand instantly fell from your grip, smashing on the wooden floor. Shards went in every direction. Ah, shit! Your eyes snapped back up in search of the person, but found the space she had occupied, now empty. Am I not getting enough sleep or something? You knelt down, inspecting the damage. One glass is fine. Luckily, so you collected that quickly and put it aside. The other one hadn't fared so well. Though it was in mostly large pieces, grimacing, you slowly picked up and disposed of each piece. Ouch. Just your luck, the final one was the one that cut you. Quickly disposed of it and then cleaned your wound. You couldn't find a first aid kit anywhere in the room. Here's one downstairs, in the storeroom. Florian, are you still here? I can't use your help if you are... What is it? I'm not paid to help you with personal stuff, you know? He walked out from the store, arms crossed. Something really weird just happened. I swear I saw someone in my room. She spoke to me? Then I kind of dropped the glass and got cut. It's not that bad, but I could use a band-aid if you have any. All the colour dropped out of Florian's face. What colour? In a moment, he stared at you with wide open eyes, mouth open slightly, yet no words escaped. You're... It's not that bad, is it? Either this man has a really bad relationship with blood, or he's a vampire. There's no in between. It could be both, theoretically. But I don't know. It feels too obvious to not be a bait and switch. He almost looked like he was going to be sick as he charged out the front door, leaving you staring out towards him in disbelief. Wait, Florian? Tiny drop of blood dripped to the ground. I guess I'll find it myself. It didn't take you long to find the first aid kit. Yana decided to forego the usual plastic box with a cross on it and instead had picked out an old wooden chest. It was a little scuffed and weathered with brass hinges that creaked when you opened it. It was very much fully stocked. You found bandages in all sizes, neatly walled gauze and adhesive strips and patterns ranging from plain beige to princesses and knights. You also noticed a few other slightly more eccentric additions. Small vials of dust, labelled for curses. A flask of dark red liquid labelled emergency, F only. A broken mirror, which you made sure not to touch, with a note attached that read, for illusions or lies. There was also more of what you had expected to see. herbs, powders, and other natural remedies. Yarn was into that kind of stuff after all. Put out plaster and quickly stuck into your hand, but fortunately the bleeding had already stopped. It wasn't much worse than a scratch, luckily. Let's prioritize Florian, because you opened the door and poked your head out, searching the mostly darkened streets for Florian's figure. No matter where you looked, though, you couldn't see him. It seemed he didn't just step outside, he was gone. I didn't mean to upset him. I'll have to apologise tomorrow. Getting up for the night, you headed back upstairs and into your room, then settled into bed. Just like that, you fell asleep surrounded once again by the unfamiliar scent of the store. That's gonna be the end of the demo, isn't it? It's only gonna be 2 or 3 days. Oh? I like the use for antique phone. We get to go up to day 3? Oh, we are spoiled by you 2.5 studios. Your eyes shot open to the sound of someone banging on the door downstairs. With bleary sight, you looked towards your phone. 6:04 a.m. Not Florian, then. Oh, I'm getting up. The banging on the door continued. It got louder the closer you came. Stranger, too, because it sounded less like someone's fist and more like a hunk of metal. I'm coming! No need to break the door down. Slay! My lady, I humbly kneel before you as both my protector and servant. From this day forth, my life is yours to command. I, Dame Lucille del Rosario, of the Order of the Crown, do hereby swear an oath upon my honour and my blade. No harm shall come to you while I yet draw breath. Your enemy shall be mine, your struggles mine to shoulder. What the hell? Maybe that should be British. She's pale as sin. Over the head looking directly towards you. You thought it was hard to tell the whole helmet thing going on. Even if it shall cost me my life, I shall stand by your side. I ask for nothing in return but the chance to serve as a worthy cause. By my oath, I shall be your steadfast shield and your loyal sword. At 6 in the morning, I appreciate it, but I think you might have the wrong person. Nay, my lady, fair someone has brought the two of us together. Who else could it be but you? Suit of armor rises, straightening out to stand taller than you. I think I may still be a little confused. I understand. Trust is not coming easy. Please, rest easy, my lady, for I shall prove myself worthy of your trust. Okay, hold on a second. Puzzle, please just call me Cable. I'm afraid I cannot, my lady, but that would be improper. Please? If you wish it, then I will make it so. Cable. Thank God. Keep calling me my lady and it's going to awake something in me. Okay, good. Now, what's with the whole get up? Get up? The armor. My deepest apologies. I was not my intention to arrive here underdressed. I begged your forgiveness. What do you mean underdressed? You're in a full suit of armor. This is hardly more than ceremonial. Lady Sylvie gifted it to me as a gesture of goodwill, and I wear it with pride. Alas, it is ill-suited for the trials of combat. A fine display, to be sure, but yet lacking the weight and reinforcement required of true combat gear. Lady Sylvie deemed my true armor too imposing for daily wear. Intimidating, I believe she said. Rest assured, should the need for battle arise, I shall be ready. The armor gifted by Lady Sylvie may shine with splendour. My true steel lies close to hand, prepared to serve. No, I aren't. One moment. The knight tilted her head slightly, then reached up to pull the helmet free from her head. For a moment, her face was obscured by the shadow of the morning light, but then she shook her head. He watched in amazement as waist-long hair tumbled free in soft waves, brushing over the polished shoulders of her armour, framing a serene, resolute face. How is that yours? Clear, steady. Holy shit, where did that hair come from? My thought as well. I feel like there's so much to unpack here. Please, forgive the dramatic display, Cable. Helmet's too little to flatter, but duty requires practicality even at the cost of appearance. To answer your previous question before making your acquaintance, I was in service to Lady Sylvie. With your arrival, it passes on to you. To the effect, I'm not standing in your way, you will hardly know I'm here. While you are in this town, I will protect you and this store with my life. I'm not totally sure that will be necessary, but thank you. I am but a humble servant. Your thanks is kind, though unnecessary. You watch as Lucille, now helmetless, takes her place beside the doorway, sword strapped to her hip. I must also beg your forgiveness for not being present upon your arrival. I've had troubles with one of the contraptions to my place of living, what Lady Sylvie calls my apartment. A contraption? Yes, a magical device that produces water as if from thin air. I believe a curse was put on it, and water began to flood as far as the eye could see. Fortunately, a sorcerer removed the curse, and now it works as intended. Does she mean a sink broke? So, okay. You worked my aunt, but your sink broke yesterday, so you couldn't come to greet me. That is correct, indeed. So you live nearby? Yes, though I'm not originally from this town. Oh, me neither. We have something in common. I hail from the kingdom of Valendale, which was once present in these lands. Never mind. I see you are still in your night clothes. Do you require help in dressing? Huh? Are you offering to undress me right now? I believe that getting dressed requires one to be first undressed. Yes, you need not question my intentions. They are entirely pure. I only wish to serve. Oh, this is great. There we go. Having sent that screenshot off to my friends, let's continue. It's too early for this. I think I'll be okay. I'll go get dressed and come back down in a minute. Please take all the time you need, my cable. I'll guard the store in your absence. Lucille took her helmet back from where she put it aside, then slid it back into place. There's someone claiming to be a knight standing at my store, and for some reason, I feel like the strange one right now. You head back upstairs. I think they're going to introduce all the main romantic interests first. Because we've got 3 potential male love interests, 2 female. 2 female, including the ghost, which I'm assuming will be fully introduced to this evening. And then I'm going to assume there's a third female love interest, and then a fourth, and then a 7th one as well. Because 7 feel like is a lucky number, I think. So it'll probably match with the themes of curses and magic. So he's hoping. Ow. Slipping in your pajamas, you shook your head. You never met a knight before. You're going to feel like maybe this was all one long extended dream. To be honest, I kind of dig it though. I did want things to be different, right? Can't get more different than a knight waking up at 6 in the morning and pledging allegiance to you. He still stood by the door, posture perfect. She almost looked like one of the antiques on display. How's keeping your order going? Well, Cable, no one intruded on the establishment while you were absent. I remain vigilant. Thanks, Lucille. Keep up the good work. I guess I'll just get to it. Let's see. What to do today. Oh, yippee! Welcome to the Willowmist Emporium, Cable. How pricing works. Each item in your inventory has a hidden value range. Your job is to pick a price within that range. At first, pricing might feel like guesswork, but you'll get better as you go. Items come in different quality levels. Poor, normal, good, or perfect. High quality items fetch higher prices. Your smart skill helps you estimate prices more accurately. When your smarts is low, you'll only have a rough idea of what something's worth. As smarts increase, your valuation gets sharper, making it easier to spot a good deal and avoid overpricing. Daily routine is set, adjust prices for each shift. See how customers respond to your prices and learn from the results and adjust prices for the next time. Okay, so it's sunny today. So we're going to man the candle in the morning, and in the afternoon we'll clean the store. There we go, and we actually get to play the gameplay element as well. The store's quiet when you knelt down behind the counter, sorting out the various papers and knickknacks stored underneath, and boy, there's a lot of papers and knickknacks. Your aunt was nearly on the level of a hoarder. She had receipts stored away from 2 decades ago, brochures for long-closed restaurants, and enough loose screws to build a small airplane. How can you even amass this much stuff? Put out a stack of magazines, again, some decades old, and began to categorize and sort them. For your eye caught a small, unlabeled white envelope between the pages. Read it carefully, noting how pristine it looked. It certainly wasn't as old as all the other junk she kept behind the register. Flipping it over, you noticed it was also unsealed. Huh, it's not just anyone, I guess it's fair game. Curiosity got the better of you, and you sat down on the stool and opened the envelope, pulling out a crisp sheet of paper from within. The handwriting was instantly familiar, neat, sweeping strokes, each word pressed with the kind of confidence only your aunt seemed to have. Still, there were faint marks of hesitation, a word scratched out here, a sentence started and abandoned there. Unusual, for her. He smoothed the page and began to read, putting aside any guilt over your nosiness. To my dear Quinn, I'm writing this with ink far too smudgy for my taste, and on paper that deserves better than my restless scratching, but perhaps that is fitting. You're one of the few people I know who can take scraps and turn them into something whole. A half-empty cupboard becomes a feast, a half-thought phrase becomes poetry, a half-hearted day becomes bearable. I am leaving Willowmist for a time. Do not fret, it's not forever. You would, of course. You always worry more than you say. I will return, of course, I always do. When I do, I hope you'll forgive me for slipping away without saying goodbye. You deserve us so much better than vanishing acts and riddles. I should have told you this in person. I nearly did, standing outside, this silver oak with words right to the edge of my tongue, but I could not bring myself to. Not because I do not trust you, Quinn, because I trust you too much. You look at me with those foolishly kind eyes of yours and ask me to stay, and I might have. I cannot afford that weakness, not right now. There are important matters only I can attend to that cannot wait a moment longer. Take care of yourself, Quinn, and please don't forget to eat something other than your own cooking now and then. Even chefs need looking after. Yours always, Sylvie. You sat frozen for a long moment, the words hanging heavy in the air around you. It was unlike the other letters she left behind for you. This one felt different, softer, more vulnerable. I hadn't even been sealed, let alone delivered. Why'd you hidden it away here? Why never send it at all? Auntie, you're more complicated than I give you credit for. Carefully slid the letter back into the envelope, leaving it no worse off than when it started. You could easily have slipped it back between the magazines to remain hidden forever. It wasn't your place. But something stopped you. You instead stood up and headed towards the door. Yes, gift it to Quinn! The silver oak was alive with light and sound, even in the middle of the day. The air smelled of herbs and roasted garlic, underscored by the sweetness of something caramelizing slowly in the oven. It was the kind of smell that made your stomach growl, no matter how recently you'd eaten. Several patrons lingered despite the hour, just sipping drinks in the garden or eating a meal. It didn't take you long to spot Quinn a few tables down. He was moving gracefully between patrons, balancing 3 plates at once and a full glass of wine, and talking animatedly to his customers. Your eyes met, and nearly instantly he was by your side, face beaming. Ah, my newest and most radiant customer. No, my newest friend, my newest confidant, my newest partner in culinary crime. He stepped into a dramatic bow, somehow without spilling a drop of the wine he carried. His hair slipped forward over his shoulder like a curtain of dark silk. Tell me you are here to dine, to taste the wonders of my kitchen, to bask in the company of Willowmist's finest oak. Actually, I came because I found something of yours. Something of mine? A lost trinket, a misplaced poem. My dignity, perhaps. I've been searching for that one for years. You don't need it, Quinn. It looks bad on you. Fucking hell, that threw me off. He held out the envelope. Quinn's hand still before he reached for it. His gaze lingered on it, recognition flickering instantly across his features, as if he could tell who had written it from the lack of a name on the front. For a moment, the noise of the restaurant seemed to fade around him. He took the letter slowly, almost reverently, as though it might vanish if he moved too quickly. Sylvie's hand. He spoke the words softly, as if testing them. His thumb brushed the edge of the letter and he let out a small, shaky laugh that didn't quite reach his eyes. Please, you never gave this to me. His eyes scanned the first few lines. His smile halted. Whatever flamboyant quip had been waiting on his tongue shriveled into silence. Ah. With a quiet exhale, Quinn tucked the letter back into the envelope, slipped it against his chest. His usual energy was still there, but muted, like a fire burning low. Thank you, Cable, for bringing this to me. His voice caught and he cleared his throat, forcing a grin back into his face. I owe you a meal, no arguments, the finest thing you've ever tasted, and then some. Consider payment for your noble services, a curry of forgotten words. You don't have to. Ah, but I must. If I did not, the very foundations of the silver would crumble. And then where would Willowmist be? Sure. And then where would That's a tongue twister. And then where would Willowmist be? Hungry, despairing, devoid of risotto. Good was convincing, but not quite enough to hide the heaviness in his eyes. Still, he clapped you warmly on the shoulder, his voice booming again to cover the crack in his armor. Do you know why she didn't want to give this to you? I could guess, but Sylvie was always being a storm. Weak the thunder, never the lightning. But enough of my melancholy. I will not let you carry my burdens when you already carry the store. No. This letter is a gift in its own way. A reminder that she thought of me, and for that, my heart is lighter, not heavier. Now, about that meal, huh? Another day, I'm actually meant to be minding the store. Ah, my deepest apologies for stealing you away for so long then. How terrible of me. Terrible indeed. Have a lovely day, my dear. And thank you. With that, you turn to leave. You glance back over your shoulder and saw him staring down at the letter, a small wistful smile on his lips. Oh my god! Okay. I don't know if this... Okay, if the Quinn rank up is anything to go by, this is a very... This might be more railroaded than I'd like. But also, it's a good game, so I don't really care. So, this is still technically the tutorial, by the way. I've been playing for... You know, according to this, more than half an hour. It's going to have been about an hour now. Actually, I'm going to check. Let's see. Yeah, more than an hour. And we're still learning the game. I love that, genuinely. Okay, so we've got... This stuffed rabbit is going to be pretty good. Let's see, what do we price these as? I'm going to price it at... No, 15. Oh shit. No, fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Bollocks. Is it possible to roll back? Yes, it is. Okay, good. Because that's an immediate issue I have with the gameplay loop now. Because I instinctively put enter. They should tie that to whatever you're interacting with rather than that. Actually, let's go for 12 instead. Pivotal element. Actually, no. Let's round it down to 10. This one we're going to go for 20. And then for this vintage stuff rabbit, I am going to go for 35. I'm going to... Nope, not 45. Jesus, that's way too much. 35. Which I believe should be good. There you go. Oh! Oh! I see. Okay. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. Emmett! Good day. I had a gap between clients and thought I'd check in. The bells chime and a customer comes inside. Welcome! Our plate seems well kept. Better than most antiques I've seen. Welcome. Our plate, your price 20, quality poor. Paid $0, projected worth $3 to $43. Would you consider $15? How about 16? How about 16? That will do. I'll take it. You stare, it stares back, who'll win this staring competition. Sold our plate for $16. I'll be back to review things later. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. The sky is blue, so I thought I'd stop by. Welcome. Nothing's calling me today. That's okay. Size is nice too. Bye-bye. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. You saw 2 customers today, but no one else is coming now. Okay, I actually kind of like this gameplay loop. The door chimes rang as someone, clad in protective gear, once again entered the store. You look down at your watch. 11:58 AM. Perfect time for a break. Morning. Sir Florian, one can hardly call it morning any longer. Do the morning sun's ray offend you so grievously? You cannot bring yourself to join us until they have waned? Lucille crossed her arms, the distinct sound of metal scraping against metal. She looked menacing like that, with her helmet still on. Florian just shrugged. Didn't seem he found her menacing at all. Yeah, nice to see you too. I don't know why acting all surprised voice started in the afternoon. Look at them both, covered from head to toe. That's a that, I don't know why, but that feels like it's a directing question. A night rises with the dawn, ready to meet the day's challenge head on. No, that's Quinn. A night rises with the dawn, ready to meet the day's challenge head on, but you appear content to let half the battle pass you by. I'll leave the night shift for the night, if that's alright. Lucille placed her hands on her hips, tilting her helmet-covered head slightly as if considering him. Do you feel some obligation to lend your strength to the morning labours? The store requires diligence at all hours, not merely those convenient to you. Lucky you're here. I don't do mornings. Sylvie doesn't care. I don't know why you do. Very well. If your current arrangement serves the store well, I shall not press further, but do consider that your efforts to match at the hour reflect your honour and dedication to this establishment. I don't think mopping floors is all that honourable, but sure, whatever. Honour comes with every job, Sir Florian. Whether one wields a blade or a stranger's wares, it is the spirit in which the task is performed that matters most. Do carry on then, but know that this dawn is a most inspiring sight, should you ever choose to witness it. Yeah, I know. Maybe one day. Good. I trust we shall work together most admirably today. When Lucille went back to standing by the door, you used the opportunity to catch Florian by the wrist and pull him aside. Florian, pulls this away from you, eyes on the ground. Alright, forgot about last night. We'll cross that bridge when I've dealt with the elephant room. Guess you met Lucille before? Hard not to, seeing she's always here. Maybe you could explain to me why there's someone in a full suit of armour in our store then, please? Trust me, that's not a full suit of armour. You should have seen her when she first turned up. Sylvie hired her a few months back. We all did? Yeah. That's what she does. Takes and strays. You really don't need an armoured guard for an antique store, but she got the job. Anyway, I guess it gives her something to see. Why does she think she's a knight? Because she is one. Apparently, I don't know. She looks like a knight to me. How could she be a knight? She had a sword. Is that the only requirement for knighthood? Okay, fine, she has a sword. Can't argue with that. This is about last night. I thought I looked down to the ground again, avoiding eye contact for a few moments before sighing and looking back to you. I'm scared of blood. That was a terrible voice. I'm scared of blood. Jeez, I can't look at that voice again. That's all it was. I was surprised. Sorry. Should have said something. I wasn't trying to scare you. Never get that. I apologize. I should have dealt with it myself. Come here. Florian grabbed your lower wrist. It was a light touch. He was careful not to hurt you as he pulled you towards the counter. They left you your own. We're returning with the same first aid gear you used yesterday. Have you cured an injury, Sir Florian? Shall I fetch a physician? No. Got it handled. I'm fine, Florian. It's a tiny cut. I already fixed it up. You're supposed to change it twice a day. I am? So it heals properly. Oh, I didn't know that. I guess I'll just sit down. Took through the wooden box, pulling out some antiseptic and a new bandage. We really don't need to. Should be able to do this much. I have to. So we said I should do this shit like this. At that, you shake him out. Probably look so serious in that moment, like this was about more than just a band-aid. Set you down on the edge of the counter, then peeled away your old bandage, after putting on a pair of disposable gloves. Florian grimaced, almost putting up his nose at the sight of the cut, which really wasn't too bad at all. Lucky it also didn't hurt. He sat there quietly as if performed his tasks like a ritual, putting the antiseptic on your cut, which stung like a bitch, then covering it again with an adhesive bandage. Thanks, Florian. It's not a big deal. Then why does it feel like one? I really did see someone in my room last night. Whoever she was, she just appeared when I broke the glass. Well, I don't know, maybe the place is swallowed. You think? Maybe you just imagined it. Anyway, I've got to get to work. Right, yeah, work. Thanks again, sorry. Spent a couple of hours cleaning the store. By the end of it, you're happy with your efforts. Store cleanliness increased. As the sun crested the horizon and day slowly began to turn to night, you turned your open sign to closed. Another day down. It was pretty busy today. Yeah, I guess. Some days are like that. Other days we're just twiddling our thumbs until we can go home. It's more like what I was expecting. I thought an antique store in the countryside wouldn't have a lot of activity. Would an antique store in the city have any more activity? Maybe. Antiques and thrifting and stuff are pretty popular these days. I always thought it was only old people who liked antiques. What? You don't like them? Looks like a load of junk to me. Junk! You should not say those things, Sir Florian. I really wish you'd just call me Florian. Lady Sylvie has spent her lifetime curating this collection of fascinating oddities. Do you well to hold your tongue if it only spits distaste. Oddities is one word for this crap. I mean, you do you, but is there a reason to work here if you don't care about the store? Care about the store and the owner. I don't care about antiques. God helped me through some shit. Give me this job when I had nowhere else to go. I appreciate that. Doesn't mean I have to be into use lampshades and rusty axes. Guess that makes sense. Speaking of it being busy, though, how do I go about finding more things to sell? We're out soon enough, unless I start purging the decorations. I don't know. Go sell some of the couch trash can. Do I look like a raccoon to you? Do you really want me to answer that? I don't think you look like a raccoon, Cable. Perhaps you have more qualities similar to a red panda. Your red coat is divine. Thanks, Lucille. I'm glad someone here appreciates me. Gone out a few different avenues for her junk, I think. I don't really know the specifics. She does have an attic filled with it, though. You could pick through that. Might find something. I might find nothing. That seems more likely. Oh, an attic. Yeah, it's always been meaning to sort it out for ages. You get injured trying to work through the nest. It won't be my problem, though. I can go back to the key and show you tomorrow. Thanks. That sounds great. At the moment, your stomach loud and low grumble. Oh, right. Do you guys know Quinn? The chef guy? The chef guy? Yeah, I guess. Couldn't sound less interested. Florian rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. He's nice or whatever. We just don't get along. I don't know. I guess we're two different people or something. Sir Quinn is an excellent cook who makes feasts fit for royalty. He still did well in seeking his companionship. Companionship? Interesting. He invited me to his restaurant to try a new recipe tonight. I nearly forgot about it. Have fun with that. Oh, I'm not even a little bit interested. I'm not hungry. Got work to do, anyway. What, so the floors you've been sweeping all day? It'll be fun! For you, maybe. Anyway, bye. Have fun, whatever. With that, Florian left the room. Lucille? I'd be honoured, Cable. In truth, I'd already considered offering to accompany you. Should you require a garden for the evening, it's only fitting that I ensure your safety, even over a meal. It's just dinner. I don't think I need a guard. She's just a friend, if that's alright with you. A knight's duty is not bound by circumstance. Whether it be dinner or a battle, I would gladly be your shield. But a friend, indeed. I would enjoy the company. They added Yuri into my game. Hell yeah! Perfect. I still haven't managed to take a look around town, so having a guide will save me from getting too lost. Sir Florian has not offered to show you around the settlement. Truly? Well, then please allow me to escort you through the town and show you its finest landmarks. No harm shall come to you while I am by your side. Sounds like a plan to me. Let's make a whole night of it. A night of it? Sure. A night of it. That's so stupid, I love it. Oh, I love this stupid humor that, sets me off. There was the fucking 6... ... 7... Oh, God, I'm a child. Okay. I'm gonna get myself some tea. I should have got myself some before I started playing, because this is a great game. I think this is going to be a game that God, how long have I been recording for? I don't know. Okay, we are back, chat. I've now got my tea, so I can feel as cozy as the game demands. So let's keep going. The town of Willowmist glowed softly on the moon as you and Lucille stepped out onto the main street. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the faintest hint of blooming jasmine and the earthly scent of the forest just beyond the town's edge. Somewhere, a distant clock chimed the hour, its tones mellow and unhurried. Couldn't help but think the time seemed to feel slower here. There really was no need to rush, was there? It was a brilliant night for a stroll, though the river has begun to cool off. Remnants of autumn still remain. Leaves crunched under both of your footfalls pleasantly, saying farewell to the passing season. So, Lucille, how long have you lived in Willowmist? I believe it has been around 3 months, give or take. Oh, it's very recent. What brought you to town? It is a long and peculiar tale, Cable, one I'm not certain you will believe, but if you wish to hear it, I shall tell it true. This was related to why she thinks she's a knight. I'd be happy to hear it. Very well. 3 months ago, I was not in Willowmist. In fact, I was not in this world at all. At least, not as it is now. I hail from a time long past, an age of kings and castles, of honour and oaths sworn beneath banners fluttering in the wind. You said at her, still trying to gauge whether she was pulling the leg or not. Lucille looks completely and utterly serious. I was engaged in a most dire battle when the world itself seemed to shift beneath me. One moment I stood upon the battlefield, the next I awoke amidst the unfamiliar sights and sounds of this town. I like to think I'm easygoing, but time travel's a lot to take in. I understand your doubt, and yet I have no reason to deceive you. This armour, these weapons, even my manner of speech, all relics of an age long forgotten. Surely you have noticed their antiquity. You're being serious, aren't you? I swear it upon my honour! When I arrived, I had no knowledge of this place all this time. The world I knew was gone, replaced by one of strange machines and customs. My door is open. I'm going to close that real quick. Oh, that fell off ages ago. It's just like me for real. To be fair, I wasn't pretty that high up. Okay then. Strange machines and customs. Okay. We are back. She can't seriously be telling the truth. Right? A potential ghost in the store. Sure. A time-traveling knight. But I actually have a reason to lie to me, I'll just go along with it for now. That's kind of nuts, you know. Indeed it is. Kind of nuts. How do you manage to adjust? This must be a lot of change. With great difficulty, I assure you. Yard was the first to show me kindness. She took me in, clothed me, and taught me the ways of this new world. Were it not for her, I might have been lost entirely. For reasons I cannot explain, I feel as though I was meant to be here. Perhaps fate has a purpose for me still. That's one way to think about it. You're strong, you know that. Stronger than me. I wish I could go with the flow that easily. I am a knight, Cable. Adaptation and perseverance, or as you put it, going with the flow, are the very essence of survival. I have pledged my service to you not only out of duty, but because in this unfamiliar land you have given me purpose, and for that I am grateful. Why do you think you are not strong, Cable? I see no reason to doubt yourself, sir. Strength is not measured solely by the swing of a blade or the weight of one's armor. It lies in the choices we make, the burdens we carry, and the resolve to continue forward when the path is uncertain. Time-traveling knight into like a century part, not a century, like multiple centuries in the future, versus I got bored being in the city too long. So when did you become a knight, Lucille? I was 7 when I was sent to the local lord's castle to begin my training. So that's so young. I'm 66 now. I feel like I've done nothing with my life. I fear that I would choose wrong. So much time has passed me by. I've seen friends start families, get married, climb the career ladder. But I'm still the same as I was 8 years ago. Is that why you chose to go to Willowmist? If I like something I could do, a choice I could make. So I guess so. When I began my training as a squire, a trainer once said to me that there is no shame in fear, only surrendering to it. Surrendering to it. Bala. Your path forward may be unclear at times, Cable, but it is there all the same. Time spent on the journey is no waste. Do I want Yuri in this? Do I want to go forward with the Yuri plotline? I think I do. Thanks, Lucille. You really know how to charm someone, you know that. Charm. You honor me with your words. I merely speak from the heart. If it brings you some degree of comfort, then it is all well. See, you're still doing it. The way you speak is so romantic. Romantic? I'm not sure how to explain it. You're just so effortlessly charming. I fear I've never thought of myself as charming. From a young age, my instructors consider me too harsh of tongue. There's no way talking about the same with Lucille. I only strive to be honest and sincere in my words and actions. Therefore, my manner of speaking pleases you, and I consider it a gift I am glad to share. Man! If I was with you and even someone with a stone heart would fall in love. Fall of me? Surely you jest! I am merely a knight, unaccustomed to such notions of romance. My duty is to protect and serve, not to inspire affection. Well, consider me inspired. You watched as Lucille blinked a few times in surprise, her usual steady composure faltering for just a moment. Frog blink! Frog blink now, woman! Your words are most gracious, Cable. You have my thanks. I fear I've spoken too much and nearly forgot the purpose of our excursion. This way, allow me to introduce you to the finest establishments of Willowmist. The two of you side by side continued on with food the town centre. As he passed a brightly lit building, Lucille gestured towards it. Behold, the farmer's market. It is most curious. It is found indoors. In my day, one would venture to an open square at dawn, yet here the bounty of the land is neatly contained beneath a roof. I must admit, it lacks the charm of market stores, but the convenience is notable. It is open nearly no matter the hour. A grocery store. Yes, I believe that is what Lady Sylvia referred to it as. Further along, Lucille slowed her steps in front of a small clothing store. Its mannequins posed in stylish outfits, many of which were winter coats. It would start to get cold soon, wouldn't it? And here we have the local tailor. Their wares may lack the intricate embroidery of royal finery, but they seem practical and well made. If you have need of garments for the winter, I'd advise you to pay a visit. Maybe we could take a look together sometime. I would be honoured, Cable. Sliding onward, pausing briefly outside a plain brick building with a glowing green cross above its entrance. An apothecary. Although I have yet to have need of their services, the potions they provide are most potent in this age, all the modern tools at their disposal. Not sure they use potions exactly, the medicine has probably come a long way. Can you imagine? I bet we do not have to find out anytime soon. Now I try to stay healthy for the next few months at least, right? You have my word. Ah, across the way. Lucille nodded to a squat building with darkened windows. The local woodwright's workshop is just over yonder. His craftsmanship is impressive, worthy of a noble commission even, but it is nothing in particular. The master crafter simply gives me a certain sense of unease I cannot place. I don't doubt his skill, but there's certainly something about him that seems unnatural. However, in this town, that is not such a strange thing. I'll keep that in mind, if we ever run into each other. You are me by taking heed of my words. My thanks. Now, Sir Quinn's dining establishment is just ahead. I love this. The fucking. I know we saw this earlier in the day, but this is absolutely great art. The whoever the artist for this is, and it's not a crow. There's no crows. God damn it, Casper hasn't been here. I don't believe that's mentioned in the comic either. For A Day with Death, tragically. You know, Two and a Half Studios do a really good job of doing like nighttime art like this. It's genuinely so cozy, which is the entire vibe they're going with, and I love that. Genuinely. For a long time I was away from visual novels, but this game and Yet Another Killing Game are two games that have really inspired me to get back into visual novels. So, Yet Another Killing Game mentioned, go play that as well, because these are both great. This one's a new demo, that one's out, been out for for near enough a year now, I believe. Go play them both. The atmosphere of the night seemed to change as you stepped into the Silver Oak. You were surprised to find it mostly outdoors, but that surprise was certainly not disappointment. Strings of twinkling lights crisscrossed overhead, casting a soft golden glow that danced off wooden tables and the cheerful faces gathered around them. The air was rich with the mouth-watering aroma of sizzling meats, freshly baked bread, and the faint sweetness of roasted vegetables. Every now and then, the scent of herbs and wood smoke wafted past, carried on the gentle evening breeze. Plates of food and frothy pints of beer made their way to tables, the clinking of glasses mingling with bursts of laughter and lively chatter. Someone at a table in the corner strummed a guitar. Who came? Why am I making this guy Spanish? Of course, I could have done the best chef in town. I brought a friend. Hope that's alright. The more the merrier when it comes to food, eh? Please, I reserved a table just for you. Sit, sit. Before you could even place a hand on your chair to pull it out, Lucille had already done it. Allow me to do that for you. Shit, I'm merging their voices because I've got like similar vibes for them. Ah, you are so well mannered, Lucille. The world would be a better place if we had more people like you. I only help where I can, Sir Quinn. And so humble too. Please sit and enjoy the atmosphere. Deliciousness awaits. You sat down and Lucille adjusted your chair for you, before crossing over to sit on the opposite side of the table. Harmer made a slight scraping sound, but you were impressed at how silent it was overall. Your aunt really did well picking that out. Where'd she manage to get armor like that anyway? I swear, there's so much I don't know about her. Maybe I'll get to ask when she comes back home. It's only 3 months away after all. The main twist is going to be that Sylvie is dying in 3 months. I can see that a mile away. Or for whatever reason, she's losing control of the property. Oh. I was not expecting this to convert to a CG. I'm glad of it, but still. Sorry, that just took me for a loop. I was drinking my tea and then suddenly I see that. You seem deep in thought, Cable. Oh, my bad. I was just thinking about my aunt. A fair topic to consider. Your aunt is a wonderful woman. I'm always jealous of you and Florian, you know. Jealous? You don't honestly know better than I do. All we know each other from is letters. Even now I haven't seen her in, 21 years? That is indeed a long time to go without seeing one's own family. Yet you cannot deny the bond you shared through your letters. A connection nurtured by words alone is no less meaningful. Yeah, but it's different, isn't it? I know as my quirky aunt from the countryside who likes herbs and crystals. You, this town, really know her. Everyone I've spoken to seems to look up to her. She is the best of Willowmist. I do not think it's an exaggeration to say that this town would not flourish as it does without her. shoes to fill. You needn't fill her shoes. Only bring your own. Lucille leaned back in her chair, her eyes flicking away from you. Nevertheless, I understand the weight of time lost. Ah! Probably better than anyone. Sorry. There's no need to apologize. Time that may slip through our fingers grants us the moments we have now. And it is what we choose to do with those moments that truly matters. Wise woman. Jesus. Though I need not remind you, Lady Sylvie did not ask Florian or I to attend to her most prized possession while she was absent. She asked you. And truly is part of the reason I've so quickly trusted in you. Lady Sylvie herself believes in you. She could have at least left me some instructions if she believes in me so much. Good talking about me. Anyway, I'm more interested in knowing about your knightness. Do you truly find it so interesting? I do. Why did the music stop? Thank you. I do. Oh, that sword. Real. The blade I carry, indeed, is the same one I used in the battles of my youth. Youth hardly sounds like the right word. You look so young. Your words are most gracious. Though I assure you my youth is long since past. Were it up to my mother and I had not chosen the path of a knight, I would have married many years ago. She reminded me that a sword makes a poor companion, though I suspect she underestimated how loyal a blade could be. It's nice to know that despite the year, mothers are just like that. Your mother also wishes for you to marry? Probably. I think that's more to do with wanting to drown children than wanting me to get married. But anyway, about that sword. Very easy, like, use it. I assure you, my training has not gone to waste. This blade has seen me through many trials, and though I pray it will not be necessary in this time, I am prepared to wield it should the need arise. Okay, I don't think I'll need you to stab anyone, but I do appreciate the offer. I will never not to stab anyone in your presence. Maybe just not at all? I'd actually cracked a smile. I carry a sword not as an act of aggression, but a promise of protection. I would never harm another who was not deserving of it. I could hardly be called a knight otherwise. You make me want to see you swing that thing. I bet it'd be really cool. Perhaps one day, should the need arise, I shall demonstrate. Until then, rest assured that my skill remains sharp. Is that heavy? It seems like a lot to walk around in at all hours of the day. One not accustomed to such a weight, perhaps, but I have borne this weight since my youth. It feels as natural to me as the air I breathe. She glanced out at her polished armor, her expression thoughtful. Truthfully, this set is quite light compared to the one I wore when I first arrived in Willowmist. That armor was forged for battle, with heavy plating and chainmail beneath. It carried far more than its own weight. Every dent and scratch had a memory of the field of my training. This will be like casual wear to you, huh? In a sense, yes. Kind of reassuring in a way. Wearing it reminds you of who I am, no matter how strange this time may seem. I don't think I could even stand upright in something like that, let alone move around so gracefully. Grace comes with time and practice, my friend. Though I suspect you would carry it well, should you ever wish to try. Lucille, bestie! Anyway. So, knights are allowed to get married? I'm sorry, but I've got to ask. Knights can get married? Indeed, though there are some limitations. We may not marry commoners, nor people of higher status unless arranged by our lords. I guess I just thought I would have to, stay single like monks or something. But I don't know, while some knights do choose to forgo marriage and fail their duties, it's not a requirement. We are permitted to wed, provided the union aligns with the expectations of our station. So, what happens if you fall for someone who doesn't meet the rules? You can almost choose between desire or duty. It's not an easy decision, but knights' honor lies in loyalty to their vows. Not complicated. I thought modern dating was difficult. Such is the life of a knight, but I would not trade it for anything. Honor and duty are the cornerstones of my existence. And to stray from them would be to betray myself. So, does that mean you've never, fallen for someone? Sure, that's what you meant. Lucille's composure faltered for the briefest moment, her cheeks colouring faintly beneath her confident demeanour. No, I have always prioritised my duties above such matters. There's all time to entertain the notion of romance. When the full game releases, I'm going to do a male character. I'm going to probably do a bunch of playthroughs to romance the other characters. I don't know if you can you romance multiple characters at once in this? I imagine it'd be tied to a different route, but I won't check. I'm going in this as blind as I can be, and I love it. Well, what about now? Now? You said it yourself. This is a totally foreign time to you, right? No one's caught your fancy around town? Quite fancy. I must admit I have not yet considered such a matter. My focus has been on adapting to this time and fulfilling my duties. Matters of the heart seem secondary to ensure I can serve and protect those who place their trust in me. That's a very knightly response. I am a knight after all. Though, Perhaps it would not be unwelcome to find such a connection. I almost can't imagine you with a crush. Neither can I, truthfully. Quinn! Bon appetit! Dinner is served! No, Jesus, I forgot the voice I did for Quinn. I've been focused so much on Lucille. Bon appetit. Dinner is served. Quinn appeared as if from thin air, then placed 2 dishes down, one in front of each of you. What you saw would have been fit for the finest restaurant anywhere. The creamy beets were so red it almost surprised you. If it is delicious, then you will sing my praises for all of Willowmist. If it is not, then simply strike me down, as I could not bear the thought of serving our lovely Sylvie's family anything less than perfect. Well, she brought swords, let's hope it's good. Ah, I am near trembling in my boots. Please, stay. Why am I defaulting this guy to be Spanish? He's just tan. There's gonna be some law that I find out later that'll like demonstrate that he's Italian. Like, I don't know. I think he told us that he's lived here all his life, right? So he wouldn't really have an accent different from the norm, which in mine is just a bit bizarre. It smells delicious. You raise a forkful of the risotto to your mouth. The creamy texture, the tender rice, the velvety sauce. Beyond delicious as you chewed, the earthy flavour of the roasted beets, almost sweet, filled your mouth. Quinn, this is delicious. Magnificent! You don't understand how that warms my heart, so... I had worried for a moment. My prep time was cut short last night. The full moon does things to a person sometimes. You understand. Nevertheless, enjoy! Fine company makes a meal even more delicious, eh? He looked back over towards Lucille, who seemed to be enjoying her meal just as much as you were. Quinn wandered back through the tables, smiling and chatting to each person he passed by. Everyone looked happy to speak to him. He's really nice. Indeed, he's a noble man with a noble heart. We are fortunate to have him in Willowmist. Oh, okay. So the romanceable characters have 10 hearts total. Non-romanceable characters have 5. I see. God, this is a good day. You continued eating, eyes passing over the various people that sat at tables. They all kinds, friends, couples, families. The atmosphere was extremely pleasant, and it was easy to fall into the town's rhythm. Absent-mindedly, you looked past Lucille's shoulder. Your eyes locked on someone sitting a few tails away from you. That guy does know how to cut loose. I guess he just doesn't like me in particular. No loss there, I suppose. Hey, Lucille. Yes, Gabe? Don't turn around too quickly. Do you know him? Just went around incredibly obviously. Sir Emmett, yes, he's often around the store assisting Lady Sylvie. What do you think of him? Lady Sylvie believes him to be a man of his word and extremely talented in his work. So everyone likes him, that's good. It's a bit cold. As far as I'm aware, he's like that with most people. Sir Emmett likes to keep a professional distance from much of the town. I'm gonna make that man my friend if it's the last thing I do. No, I'm not gonna say that. That is inappropriate if I decide to upload this. Sorry. I inserted to him as I read that in my head. I sorely hope that is not the last thing you do, but I will happily support you in your endeavour. Well, indeed, though he does not say it, I can only imagine that keeping such a distance becomes lonely at times. Putting that aside, however, perhaps it is time for us to take our leave. Both of your plates have long since been scraped clean, neither of you daring to leave even a single crumb behind. When I had something to say thanks to Quinn, he didn't have to do all this. You both stood from the table, weaving your way past the other guest. As you passed Emmett, he looked up from his plate and met your gaze, more directly than usual. Oh, Cable. There you are, I was hoping I'd run into you. You were? Yes, I've been meaning to say something. I've been thinking about it for a while. You're doing better than I expected. That's not bad, I mean, that's good. Thank you? The store, the town, it's not easy. You make it look easier than it is. I don't think I've said that before, I should have. Are you feeling okay? I've actually been better, Cable. Maybe a bit warm. Is it warm tonight or something? Are we going into winter? Maybe it's just you. I'm warm? Yeah, you seem warm. This is gonna be sunshine all over again, isn't it? What was I saying? Something about me being warm? Right, that. You should stay. As fun as that sounds, I'm actually out with Lucille tonight. Why? You were having dinner? I should have asked first. Next time, have dinner with me. I would like that. Good, that's Good. Get home safe and don't forget you promised. Straight away to Lucille, waving thanks to Quinn on the way out. Lucille, I fear we may have just witnessed a real-life, bona fide demon possession. Sir Emmett, you mean? He was being uncharacteristically amiable. Shut me down instantly when I suggested hanging out to get outside of work. Perhaps he had a change of heart. You are wonderfully charming, Gable. Thanks, but I don't think so. Seriously, we need to call a priest tonight. This is going to be a Dr. Heckle and... No, Dr. Heckle, Mr. Hyde. Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, rather. This is going to be a Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde situation, I guarantee. Shall I not me though, Lucille? Thanks for carrying on with me. I had a great night. Food really is better with good company. Count my thanks for allowing me to accompany you, Cable. It was truly wondrous to get to know you as a person. Do you live far from here? Want me to walk you home? That will not be necessary. Please allow me to walk you home instead. As you know, it is my sworn duty to ensure your safety. To allow you to escort me instead would be unthinkable. Willowmist seems pretty safe and quiet though. I don't think you need to ensure my safety or anything. It is a quiet town, yes, but even the stillest waters may hide unexpected dangers. As your companion, I cannot allow you to face the night unguarded. Seriously, it's like a 10-minute walk. 10 minutes or 1 hour, it matters not. My role as your protector does not end when the sun sets. Please, allow me to fill my oath. You sighed, but found it more amusing than anything. Alright, you win, Miss Lady Knight. Lead the way. As it should be, my lady. Cable. Lucille's voice softened, the faintest glimmer of a smile touching her lips as she gestured for you to follow. Together, you stepped through the cool night air, the quiet streets of Willowmist stretching before you. I love the way these two characters are written! Oh, as much as I know that... Oh, genuinely, this is just a really well written game. I love this. I'm gushing about this game at every point I get. It's annoying. I'm sure. I actually don't know when the demo ends. I might have to... If I do decide to upload this, I might have to split up into like 3 or 4 videos. Just because it's a really long game, all things considered. Right. Cable. Sorry, I keep like bowing and curtsy, like bowing in my chair whenever I'm speaking, doing the acting for Lucille. It's great. It's a really it's a really, what's it called? She's a really integrable character to voice. I don't know what it is. It's just the way she speaks is very her. Does that make sense? Probably not. There we go. I'm now safely deposited back home. All is well with the world. Now I feel bad letting you walk home alone. Please do not trouble yourself with such thoughts. If anyone even entertained the notion of harming me, I would be able to defend myself. As you say, Willowmist is quite safe. Then you agree you didn't need to walk me back. Safe or not, it is my duty to see you safely home. But I will admit, perhaps my insistence was not entirely selfless. I find that I rather enjoy your company. Her tone softened, a glimmer of warmth in her usually composed demeanour. So while it is my honour to fill my role as your knight, I must confess, it is also my pleasure. Oh, someone's a smooth talker. Isn't it tragedy that I was about to say something very similar? Only an honest talker, Cable. Now that you are safely home, my mission is complete. I bid you good night with the hope that we shall meet again on the morrow. On the morrow? You like, see what I mean? The way her characters are written is so distinct. That's the words I was looking for. And it's very, you know, it's like the Romantics, right, from 1800s. Maybe that'll be the twist for her. Because there's got to be like individual twists for each character. I don't trust that they're as plain as they're suggesting. Because Florian's obviously either a vampire or a fake vampire. Emmett, I think, is his name Emmett? I've completely blanked on his name. Let's find out. Yes, Emmett. Haha, I was right. Emmett has probably got a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde situation going on. Let's see, that's those two. We've then got the Ghost, who, not a clue yet. And Lucille. I don't know what it is. Maybe maybe she's similar to Arthur in Fate's Day Night, where she's not actually a knight, but the expression of memories of that night. Does that make sense? Probably not. She offered a light bow, her golden hair catching a soft glow of the night as she turned and began her journey home, leaving you with a faint smile lingering on your lips. Man, she's really great. I agree. She's such a well-written character. She turned towards your door, digging the old key out of your pocket. It was halfway turned in the keyhole when you heard voices within. A new character! Yippee! I win and Florian loses! Someone owes you $5! What are you even going to do with $5? Push open the door, peering curiously into the room. It's gonna be the ghost. Ah! Jesus Christ, can you stop sneaking around in the middle of the night all the time? Maybe you should spend less time skulking around here in the dark then. Was someone else here? Huh? I thought I was already talking to someone. I drew a comment he rubbed at the back of his neck, looking away. What weirdo would be hanging around here this late? You, for one. I work here. At night, alone, in the dark. Just talking to yourself then? Guess so. Anyway, I'm busy. You're sure looking. How was dinner? It was lovely. Quinn is an amazing chef. You wouldn't have missed out, you know. Yeah, I know. At that, Florian's face dropped. I'll get back to work. Sure, have a nice night. I love... 2.5 series writes really good moody characters. I feel like I've definitely said that before, but it's true! You let out an audible sigh when you finally reached your home away from home. The weight of the day's events had finally begun to settle on your shoulders. Every day seemed to be like that lately. Now dressed in your pyjamas, you've got yourself a nice, cool glass of water and settled down on a chair. Willowmist sure was strange, and boy, you were enjoying it so far. End of the demo? I wonder what's up with Emmett though. He said he'd stop by sometime. Maybe I'll get a chance to ask him. Maybe he really was swayed by my overwhelming charm. A gentle breeze reached you from the open window and you closed your eyes, leaning back, enjoying the feeling. And then you heard rustling. Opening your eyes, you saw a piece of paper of some kind drifting on the wind, before settling on top of the wardrobe. What the... Man, I'll close the windows if trash comes in on a breeze. You stood then and made your way over to the dresser, which you now realise was far too tall for you to reach the top of. Great, I'm going to be stuck with trash forever. That won't annoy me at all. Because I was Florian for a ladder tomorrow, maybe this storeroom or something. At that moment, a soft, gentle green glow began to envelop the piece of paper, and it slowly fell into your outstretched hand. What? Frog blink. Seemed to be a letter, although rather short. It read, So... I might have gone a teensy bit overboard last night. It's supposed to be funny, not, glass smashing, hand slicing funny. I'm really sorry I made you get hurt. I didn't mean for that to happen. Promise. Hope you're feeling better. At the bottom was a hugely elaborate signature that you couldn't quite make heads or tails of. What in the... A teensy bit overboard? Is this Florian pranking me or something? Right, okay, well this has got to be Florian. If it's not Florian, then... Goes around the room, half expecting someone to jump out laughing. But the stillness of the room answered you with silence. Your gaze returned to the letter as a sinking realization began to set on. If it's not Florian, then no one else knew about the glass. Someone was in here. There is a ghost! Hey ghost, once again, I'm really chill. No one answered. Well, I'm going to sleep now. Please don't steal my stole or anything whilst I'm asleep, alright? Promise it won't taste good. Quickly crawled into bed, settling into the soft sheets. No ghosts disturbed you as you fell into yet another deep, restful slumber. Edit the demo? No. How long is this demo? Again, this is the fucking demo. There we go. Now it's actually quiet so I can hear myself think, because the opening is lovely music, but it's very loud. You woke to commotion from downstairs that was slowly becoming commonplace around here. Rising out of bed, you dressed, grabbing an apple on the way down for breakfast. Florian? Oh, I didn't mean to wake you up. You found Florian mopping the floors again, and a toppled-over suit of armour that had previously been leaning against the back wall sprawled out on the ground. Sir Florian, you ought to take heed, though in my dedication to arriving earlier in the day, it is of no use if you cannot perform your duties correctly. It was an accident, okay? What are you doing here so early? Wait, you did go home last night, didn't you? Florian, I was busy, alright? You can get off my back about it. There's really nothing to keep you out that busy here. I would never expect or want you to do that. I haven't been able to sleep anyway. Might as well be doing something useful. Even if you can't sleep, you should be resting. The key to a steadfast body... My apologies. The key to a steadfast body and mind, Sir Florian, is rest. Even the finest knight cannot protect their charge. They are worn down by exhaustion. Lucille stepped forward, then stood up, the full in suit of armour. A lack of sleep dulls the senses, clouds judgment, and weakens resolve. Trust me, I've seen even the strongest falter when they neglect their rest. Yeah, well, good for you, knights. Maybe you guys don't have insomnia. Sleepless nights are not foreign to me, but to push yourself without reprieve only invites disaster. She's right. It's not even about the sleep so much. It's about giving yourself a break. You need it. You deserve it, after a long day's work especially. I don't want a break. I want to keep busy. You can see that. Florian's hand tightened around the mop handle. You're a pull from an empty vessel, Sir Florian. You two are way too nosy. I mean, isn't it kind of my job to be nosy? Get some rest. Don't worry about work today. Fine. If it gets, you'll find back. No promises I'll even be able to sleep, though. We do not ask for perfection, only effort. Finally, he leant them off against the wall, then ran a hand through his mop of hair. You couldn't help but notice the slightly more defined eye bags under his eyes. He then started on his way upstairs. You know what? I can't... It's possible you can do both at once, and if that is the case, I'm going to go for it. So, come on, Florian, let's go. That's awfully forward of you, Florian. What? I know you're tired, but you do have your own bed, don't you? What are you saying? I said I'll show you the attic. The attic! I was just going to show you it before I leave. God. It's nothing to do with your bed. Fine, but after this, go home. Yeah, whatever. Woo! It's so bougie up here. I'm fucking sorry. Stained glass window in the attic. Sylvie, how much are you making? Dust motes danced through the beams of light that filtered in through the stained glass window at the back of the room. It left a splash of colourful patterns across the jumbled, mismatched antiques that filled the attic. Old trunks, boxes overflowing with trinkets, well-loved books. Ta-da! The attic. Like I said, it's always been meaning to clean this crap up to sell anyway. By crap, I mean there's a lot of rubbish here. You might find nothing worth selling. I don't know. So there's a lot of stuff. You can say crap. Fine, there's a lot of crap in here. But I'm sure there's a lot of treasures hidden among the crap. Maybe if you squint hard enough? As you move through the room, your eyes caught something odd. A flash of movement near the shelves. You turn only to find something, or someone, hanging upside down from the edge of a high shelf. Her bright smile and sparkling eyes pointing directly at you. Ta-da! Ah! You stumbled backwards, barely catching yourself before you tripped over your aunt's collection of used phone books. Before you could even process what was happening, the figure slipped, letting out a startled yelp as she tumbled to the floor in a heap. You winced, waiting for the sound of impact, but nothing came. Ow! 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 Wait, that didn't even hurt. Why am I saying ow? Are you okay? The figure popped up immediately, brushing herself off with a sheepish grin. Never better. Another flawless landing by yours truly. You fell. Thank you. I know my graceful performance was one you'll remember forever. Please hold the applause. Then you noticed that she was ever so slightly transparent. She struck a dramatic pose, her hands forming a heart over her chest as she flashed you a dazzling grin. Hello, Cable! It's so exciting to meet you! You're in the presence of future international superstar and idol, Winnie. She twirled in place, but her motion ended with a slight wobble, making you instinctively reach out as though to catch her, but your hands passed right through her. Winnie? Wait a sec, you're the girl who was in my room the other night! You're a beautiful woman with adoring fans all over the world! The only fan you have is that one. Florian pointed to an old dusty electric fan that sat in the corner of the room. Boo, you suck. I have loads of fans. Where are they then? Here and there. You wouldn't know them since all you do is sit around the store every day. That's funny, coming from you. Overwhelmed, you sat down on the wooden floor, staring towards this insane display. Anyway, you can just go away if you're going to be such a spoilsport. I want to talk to Cable. Shoo, Stinky. I'm not Stinky. Hi, hey, what are you sitting on the ground? You're going to get all dusty. She rushed over, then squatted down beside you. I think the dust is the least of my worries right now. Florian, am I going crazy or something? Maybe, but that has nothing to do with her. So she's real. Unfortunately. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Why didn't you tell me? Look, I figured you'd find out eventually. She's hard to miss. I'm the only one keeping things lively around here. If it were up to Florian, the whole place would be a ghost town. No pun intended. Ghost in the store. Sure, why not? We've got a night. Why not a ghost too? Aw, your thinking face is so cute. Maybe you should be the super famous internet idol. That would make one of you. Anyway, I'm really sorry for scaring you. No, you're not. I'm really sorry that scaring you made you get hurt. I really didn't mean for that to happen. I just maybe kind of had a bet with Florian over whether or not I could spook you. Now, Florian owes me $5. I'm going home. Good luck dealing with that one. That one? I have a name. With that, Florian left, heading back downstairs and out of the store. So anyway, now that he's gone, I just want to help. I have something I want you to help me with. You do? Is it like dealing with something you left behind before you... or become the most famous internet idol ever? Oh, right, of course. I should have guessed. And if you help me with it, I'll promote the store. It's a really win for both of us, don't you think? I get all the adoring fans, you get lots of people visiting your store. Come on, what do you say? Pretty please? Pretty please? It'll be loads of fun, I promise. I can try? I don't know much about idols or becoming famous, though. Scratch that, I know nothing about idols or becoming famous. Yay, 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 yay! You're the best ever! Pretty much my manager now. Oh, I don't know about that, but I can try to help you at the very least. Right now? How about later tonight? I'm about to open up the store, but once it closes, I'm free. Yes! Oh, this is gonna be amazing. I'll have to pick outfits, make videos, maybe even do live streams. Ooh, did you do my hair too? Oh, I have so many ideas already. What kind of idol would he be without a theme song? Oh my god. How can I forget a theme song? Can you make music? I played the guitar before. Really? I was 12, but who's asking? Woohoo! So excited! By the way, Winnie, why didn't you introduce yourself sooner? I don't bite well, unless you ask nicely anyway. Oh. Oh. Fair enough. Oh, Florian told me I shouldn't talk to you. Huh? Does he really hate me that much? No, Florian doesn't hate anyone. He's a big sucker to like emo-ish blandness. He's anywhere from out of town and he might not be in the whole, you know, ghost thing. He thought it might be a better idea to wait a little and see what you thought of the town first. What, is the whole town hiding a bunch of ghosts I don't know about? Maybe? I've never met another ghost. Even thinking about meeting a ghost gives me the shivers. You're afraid of ghosts? Well, yeah, who wouldn't be? That doesn't seem at all funny to you. What do you mean? Don't worry about it. You stood up from the ground, then dusted off your clothes. My apologies. You stood up from the ground, then dusted off your clothes. It really was dusty down here. I better get to work, so do you just hang around in here? I go wherever the fun is. That'll be all over the place now that we know each other. Yippee! That sounds dangerous. Okay, I'll let you get to work for now, but tonight, you're mine, okay? Don't forget, we're gonna make magic happen. Got it. Tonight, magic. Sure, I'm all yours. They'll call me Cable the Wizard with all the magic I'm about to make happen. Later, that is. Now, I have to be Cable the Shopkeeper. Are we forgetting a Mr. Emmett? Lady Winona, it's good to see you fine and well. Lucy! Winnie charged forward, then jumped off. Winnie charged forward, then jumped as if to hug Lucille, and went straight through her. Aww. One day it'll work. It's the thought that counts. I'll prepare my stance for the day it does. That's the spirit. Was that pun intended? That's my secret. I'm pleased to see you become acquainted with each other. The store was far too quiet without Lady Winona around. Aw, you're making me blush. I speak only the truth. Well, I think you're trying to make me turn red. You're so charming, Lucy. Honesty is not charm, Lady Winona. It is simply the way of a knight. But I think you're charming and noble and strong and... Are you trying to make Lucille join your idol group or something? I've never heard so many compliments in one breath. Maybe. Just imagine a knight idol. Have you ever heard of something so cute? I fear my talents don't extend to performance arts, and cute I am not. Boo. I think you're plenty cute, don't you think? Oh, my apologies. I think you're plenty cute. Don't you think so, Cable? We love Yuri. We love to see it. We love to see it. I don't like how early they're doing this, because I barely know Winnie. And I know Lucille more. I say they're both cute. That way it's least offensive to most. You're both cute. Honestly, you might end up with a queue of people outside today just see the two of you. A whole line of adoring fans? Yay! Lucille nodded seriously. If that is the case, then I shall remain on high alert. Lucille? With increased popularity comes increased risk. Should a crowd gather around our doors, I will ensure no trouble befalls you or Lady Winona. That's appreciated, but I'm sure not necessary. Oh, Lucille, you should totally be my god guard when I go viral. Every idol needs a super cool knight watching their back. If it is a matter of security, I will, of course, fulfill my duty. Do you mean an actual bodyguard or a part of your act? Well, picture it. The amazing idol Winnie and a gallant guardian, the unbreakable Dame Lucille del Rosario of the Order of the Crown. That title keeps getting longer and longer. Good branding is key, don't you think? With my present sense of credibility to your efforts, I shall assist in what way I can. However, should any real danger arise, I will take my duty most seriously. I will not let harm befall either of you. You smiled, shaking your head as Winnie practically sparkled with joy. Alright, let's focus on opening the store first. If Hold of Admirer shows up, I trust Lucille to keep us all safe. You have my word. Oh, I'll handle the fans. This is so going to be a big break. I'm not sure ghost idols to become... Apologies? I'm not sure ghost idols to be come with our... I'm not sure ghost idols to be come with the fans, but that's alright. Time to get to it. Alright, nap please. Delightful. Man the counter and then sort through storage. Can't you check out the back? I'm really sorry, sir, but we don't stock anything that isn't antique. There's probably a store around town that has... There isn't! This is the last place I've got left to check. You really don't have it? I have an old flip phone or something upstairs, but new phone models? No, I'm afraid not. This is ridiculous! How do you not stock phones? What is this? The Stone Age? This is an antique store. God, what did I do to deserve this? Once again, this is an antique store. We're not a regular store, and we don't carry new products. Typical. These small towns and old people's shops. Can't even get a proper phone in. At that moment, you heard the sound of metal grating against metal, and in the blink of an eye, a silver sword was placed between you and the customer. Good sir, you will respect the master of this establishment, or you will leave. Hey, what were you waving that thing, woman? It's a sword, not a toy! This blade was forged in the fires of war. I'm well aware that it's no toy. Now, you may either apologise or you may leave. Fine, sorry, Jesus. He grumbled and turned on his heel, leaving the shop with all the haste of a man threatened with a real sword. Thanks, Lucille. It's my pleasure. Should you require aid, you need only ask, Cable. She gave a smile and sheathed her sword with ease. I was hoping you'd get the hint. I was hoping he'd get the hint without having a sword pointed at him. Oh well. Some people require a firm hand to understand the importance of manners. Is there usually many customers like that? Nay, the majority are very courteous and polite. Lady Sylvie would say that a great deal of trouble came from passing tourists. However, they are few and far between. Tourists, huh? DTD passing through. Aye. The inhabitants of this town are a good sort and would never speak ill of the store. Everyone likes Aunt Sylvie, huh? Indeed, she is the best of us, and then some. Hey, Lucille, thank you. Really, I know it's your job, but my sword is yours, your enemies are mine. If there's but one thing you can depend on in this life, it is that. Thanks, Lucille. She bowed her head and left to continue her patrol. Oh, we got a skill up. Level up, you're now level 2. Skill point +1. Oh, I haven't emphasized so much the art on this, but it's genuinely great. Now I'm going to keep these at the same price. No reason to change it. You get seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The bells chime and a customer comes inside. Welcome! Not today. Apologies. Not today. My pockets are full of rocks instead of coins. I have to get home to my mum. Bye! See you next time. The customer leaves the store. Ah, lovely day for a bit of shopping, don't you think? Welcome. Even a poet must show restraint, though it pains me so. Until next time, may a day be seasoned with joy. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. You saw 2 customers today, but no one else is coming now. You begin searching for your aunt's collection. What is it, a harp for ants? And find the miniature harp. Rarity common, quality poor, projected worth $4 to $38. Quinn might like that. Actually, I don't know if the other people we know will actually buy stuff, so I'm not going to hold out hope that Winnie has £5 to her name. You stretched, hearing a pop from a joint somewhere you didn't want to think about too much as someone entered through the front door. What are you doing here? Don't tell me how to put you in timeout. Timeout? How old do you think I am? I left something here this morning. I was just coming to pick it up. What do you mean? It's not like I came back because I missed you or anything. Fine, I guess that's sufficient reason for you to be back. You better go home straight away. God, you're worse than my mother. I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Actually, do you live far away? Why? I was just wondering. Not really. 10 minutes or so from here. Checked back and forth and couldn't see Winnie anywhere. You checked back and forth and couldn't see Winnie anywhere in the room. Can we talk? I thought you wanted me to leave. Just for a minute. I guess so, inevitable. Sure. Oh, should we have to... My apologies. Being loud there all of a sudden. You actually have to interact with it. I don't like that way of doing the skill points. Ability to negotiate sweet talk customers. Charm increases the chances of customers paying more during haggling. Buying more than one item and offers you better deals in markets and auctions. A keen eye for value and a sharp mind for history. Art smarts helps you accurately assess an item's worth and spot fakes before they cost you. A knack for being in the right place at the right time. Luck increases the chances of rare items appearing in markets, auctions, and random events, and sometimes you just get lucky. Steady hand and a talent for repairs. Handiwork boosts the quality of restored items and increases the odds of getting the shop sparkling clean. Eye for presentation and flair for arrangement. Style draws more customers to the shop and makes your wares more appealing, raising your chance of making a sale. And what's this? Ooh! Oh, we haven't seen someone yet. So this is someone. Okay, we've got the big three here, plus 2 others. Who would this be? We're missing someone. Because we've got Cable, the aswell who's aware regular human. Lucille, either the time traveler or the personified fictional knight. Emmett, I'm thinking Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. Florian, the vampire. Winnie, the ghost. Vivi, I don't know whether it's like a bait and switch with Vivi here. I don't think she's got anything weird going on, or at least nothing we have evidence for, unless maybe it's a similar boat to Lucille. Maybe Miss Peregrine. Does that make sense? Miss Peregrine's School for Peculiar Children has some overlap with what's going on with Vivi. And then Quinn, probably the werewolf? I know in the last part I realised during the editing that he was talking about a full moon, and let's be honest, they're probably going to make the bear a bear one. Resume, unlock the rank 1. Okay, we still are missing that one character. Let's upgrade luck, I think, because I feel like luck and smart's going to be the 2 big ones I want to upgrade, so I don't like that way of assigning points, though. What is it? There's a real-life ghost living in the store. Lucy claims to be a time traveler, and I believe her for some reason. Yep. Just yep? I know what I say. Yes, Winnie's a ghost, and yes, Lucille's a knight. What's going on here? Did my aunt know? Of course she did. She knows everything that goes on in this town. That's just the kind of woman she is. Really, this whole antique store rubbish is mostly a front. A front for what? You're not going to tell me this is something illegal, are you? I really don't want to go to prison if this is a setup. What? No. Willowmist is full of people who don't fit. People who are running away from something, don't blend into a normal society. Sylvie helps them. Town depends on her. She's a problem solver. I guess she's the only one that makes this town a place where people can exist without having to explain themselves. So the people in town, they're all like Winnie and Lucille. Not all of them, but a lot, yeah. But everybody knows? I guess some of them do, some of them don't. Some don't want to know. Not everyone in Willowmist is like that, but they get it in their own way. I know, it's more like people just don't ask. And you're just okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? It's a lot to take in. You get used to it. You sighed, running a hand through your hair. Apologies, my earphone came out. Or don't. Just let things happen. You're here for what? 3 months? You'll be fine. You exhaled deeply before having a look at Florian. Okay, so what about you? What about me? So a lot of people here don't fit in. What's your deal then? Be of silence. Florian's expression didn't change, but there was something just a little too measured about it now. I just work here. You just work here. Yep. No tragic backstory, no worrying from the past, no big secret. Nope. Florian. Gable. Fine, be mysterious, but I'm on to you. There's nothing to be mysterious. But I'm butchering this day. There's nothing to be mysterious about. I just happened to be born here. Anyway, you told me to leave, so I'm leaving. Wait. I'm meant to do what she does? How do I know? Sylvie doesn't tell me shit. I can hardly help myself, let alone an entire town of people. You don't need to help anyone. Apologies, you don't need to help everyone. That's kind of the whole point though, isn't it? My aunt did. Florian sighed, shifting his weight slightly as he rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, well, you're not her. Wow, thanks. That's not what I meant. For a second he hesitated, his fingers tightening slightly against his sleeve, then in a quieter voice... Apologies? Then in a quieter voice, he spoke again. Look, if you've only helped one person, it's worth it. His tone was uncharacteristically earnest. No sarcasm, no sighing frustration, just something quiet and certain. He blinked at him momentarily and taken aback. That's surprisingly optimistic from you. He shoved his hands into his pockets, glancing in ways embarrassed by his own sincerity. Not everything has to be a grand gesture, not everything has to fix something. Sometimes just being there, just doing one good thing is enough. Sounds like something my aunt would say. Maybe it was. Did you believe her? Maybe. He smiled, exhaling softly before shaking her head. You're a weird guy, Florian. Yeah, well, you work here now, so you're one of us. Now I'm really going. Night. Night, Florian. Let me work you out. It's so obvious. He's obviously a vampire. The two of you found your way downstairs, wood groaning beneath your feet. Ooh, coming out. Oh, bother, I've lost Winnie's voice. Oh, coming out of your room together at night? How scandalous! Shut up, I'm leaving. Have a nice night, Flo Flo. Not my name. Floor plan, close enough. The door shut soundlessly behind him as he left. He's such a spoil sport. But whatever, we've got the whole place ourselves now. Should we throw a party or something? A party in an antique store does sound pretty cool. I'll put you in charge of planning that, eh? Do you think we can get a disco ball in here? We've got helmets, they could work. Hell, my mom probably has one stashed away somewhere, knowing her. Disco balls and pies can come later though. Didn't you want me to help with something? Oh, right. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Come on, come on. She wanted to grab you by the hand, but her fingers went straight through yours. It did leave you with a cold, numb feeling in your hand, though, which you found pretty cool. Let's go! She charged upstairs and you trailed behind, ready for a troublesome night ahead of you. I feel like we're forgetting someone, chat. Where's Emmett? Your place is so cool! Sylvie didn't like me coming up here, you know. This is my first chance to have a proper look around. Why not? What did you do? What? Who said I did anything? Well, did you? I think it's because I stand at the end of her bed in the middle of the night. Kind of spooked her a little. Okay, I can now see why she wouldn't like that. I was just messing around. I won't do that to you, though. I promise. I picked a promise, but, you know. She wiggled her semi-translucent pinky finger in front of your face. Anyway, do you have a computer? I do. I brought my laptop with me. Luckily, I don't know what I'd do without it. Yes, finally! You sat down at your desk, swinging around the chair to log in. You sat down at your desk, swinging around in your chair to log in. What's step one of becoming an idol then? Getting famous, I guess? Selling out a giant arena for my concert? Okay, I don't know much about idols, but I think there's some steps before that. Do you decide on a name at least? You had a few ideas earlier, but... Well, I have been thinking about it. Winnie, the super cool idol? Denied. What? I thought that was a good one. How about something more like... something that highlights your draw? Ghost Winnie. Star. With a star in the middle. That might be cute. Ooh, mysterious, intriguing, cute. And accurate to boot. Hopefully people don't question the fact you're slightly transparent too much. That could cause us some trouble. Okay. How about this? She went to position, arms wide, a huge grin on her face. Hello, my little Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here. She pulled another pose, making a star symbol with her hands out in front of her. How do you even... Wait. Am I stupid? Don't answer that. How do you make a star shape out of your hands? Unless, like, it's I feel like I'm gonna have to Google something. Is that how you do it? Because you got... Okay, I can get a decent chunk of it, but I can only do that with my fingers. I don't know how you do it with your hands as a whole. I have not a clue. Impressive though, Winnie. How is that? Do I want to romance everyone? I may as well. Worst case, I can hop out later. Wow, you make a fan out of me if you keep that up. Winnie gasped dramatically, placing both hands over her chest as she just received the most shocking revelation of her afterlife. Oh no! Don't tell me I'm stealing your heart away already, Cable. Well, if you are. Imagine the scandal, a famous idol and her first ever fan, who is also her manager. Oh, no, that just won't do! My fans must adore me from afar. Wow, shot down instantly. I must keep my heart open to all my fans. You understand, don't you? How selfless of you. It's my duty, but don't worry, Cable. I'll always make a little extra time for my favourite fan. I better get their VIP treatment. Of course! Okay, Ghost Winnie, we've got a name down. I suppose the next thing to do is make social media accounts so you actually have somewhere to be an idol. Twitter, Instagram, YouTube and Twitch too. Do you want to make videos? Imagine wanting to make videos in the year of our Lord 2025. That would be weird. Of course! I got it. I'll start setting those up. Do you have an email address already? Maybe? We should probably just make a new one. Maybe have an email? I can't really remember. Alright, new email too. Time to go on a keyboard, getting to work. Better be a mechanical keyboard. Wait for a laptop, that's never going to happen. Tragedy. So, Winnie, can I ask you something? I'm an open book? Well, you're a ghost. That's not a question, silly. Wasn't done yet. Are you dead? Ooh, I'm a scary dead person. I don't know, to be honest. I don't have any memories in my life. Probably. Ghosts are usually dead, right? You lost your memories? I guess so. Maybe didn't have any in the first place? Who knows? She's very nonchalant about it. And that doesn't bother you. Why would it? I'm all for the here and now. Because that's a good way to live, or... You know what I mean. Was this suicidal idol thing then? I thought it was some kind of unfulfilled dream of yours. Maybe it was? Honestly, I just felt like the store was so boring sometimes, you know? So I was brainstorming ways I could help liven the place up, and BAM! I saw this old magazine with a super cool idol on the front cover. Sylvie Wilvie thought it'd be a good idea for you to pursue, but she doesn't have a computer. I'm so glad you're here now! It's original at the very least, can't say I know many antique store ghost idols. I'll have the market cornered before you know it. But really? One magazine cover is all it took. Inspiration strikes quickly, you know? But maybe I was looking for my thing. I understand that. I think I'm still looking. Oh, Lord knows. Isn't selling antiques your thing? Maybe it will be. We'll see. So, the idol thing is only recent? I've had the idea for a couple of weeks now. I've been brainstorming all kinds of things while waiting for you. Waiting for me? Sylvie said you were Sylvie said you were coming. Sylvie said you were coming. She said you'd be able to help. So she signed me up for this ahead of time. Well, I don't really mind. Anyway, I was born to be a star. I think I was probably a pop sensation in my past life, or maybe a famous actor, or both! You chuckled, shaking your head as you turned away from your laptop. Alright, well, your social media is ready. You're officially one step closer to world domination. This is so exciting! What's next? Maybe a perfect picture I can take a photo for you. Wait, do you come up in photos? Of course I do! I'm not a vampire, silly. Hang on, imagine trying to figure out how to mark an invisible person online. You lifted your phone up, angling it towards Winnie, who instantly struck a dramatic pose, tilting her head to the side with an exaggerated wink. Cheese! He snapped the photo, checking the screen. Sure enough, she was there, only ever so slightly transparent. If you didn't know she was a ghost, you likely wouldn't have guessed from the picture. Let me see! Let me see! You turned the phone screen around her, and she practically bounced up and down in place. So cute! Cable, you're such a good photographer! Well, I think anyone could do this much, but I'm not one to turn down praise. Stop being so obvious. Come on, have a spine, have some dignity. Find Quinn's. It's all thanks to the subject, really. What can I say? Pretty girl will take pretty photos. Oh, is that so? You think I'm pretty? If I didn't know any better, I'd think you were flirting with me, Cable. And if I was? You're confessing so boldly. What will my fans say? I suppose I'll have to start fearing for my life soon. I know what idol fans are like. It'll be our little secret then. What, imposing a secret manager-idol relationship? What? No, I meant your secret, like your secret little crush on me, obviously. Woody flailed dramatically, floating backwards as if she needed physical space to recover from your words. Her expression was somewhere between flustered and delighted. Now you're making me all flustered. God! I'm just messing with you. Think of it as payback for making me drop my glass the other night. Right, of course. I knew you were kidding. Not a bad prank, but I can totally do better. Hey, we even now. For now, let's upload your new profile picture. Apologies. For now, let's upload your new profile picture. There. Looking good, Winnie. Now we just need content. You said you want to do videos? Yup. I should probably, figure out what kind of idol I am. Am I the cool, mysterious type, or the super high-energy, cheerful kind? I mean, that seems pretty obvious to me, but more importantly, who do you want to be? Winnie paused for a second at that. It was brief. So brief that you might have missed it if you weren't paying attention. That's a good question, huh? Because I should find out along the way. That's what makes it fun. Well, you quite literally have all the time in the world to work it out. There's no rush. Take some time thinking about what you want your first post to be, too. Right, I should do some brainstorming. I got it! You brainstorm for like 3 seconds, if that. What can I say? I'm obviously just a natural. So here's the idea. I'll pretend like I'm putting on a show and you can pretend to be in the crowd recording. Right here in the store. If we post that online, it'll totally go viral. Oh, like a fan cam. Yeah, I like that. You don't know what a fan cam is, do you? Maybe it's lost with the rest of my memory. It's just a fan recording of a performance. They're pretty popular online. Right, I can do that. I'm actually going to, do, though. It's a surprise. Are you excited? I don't think I can get any more excited if I try. Come on, let's do it then. Isn't it a little dark for something like this? Because they're usually dark, I think. Don't worry, it's good out to the atmosphere. Just use your phone torch or something. With that, she stepped up onto the counter, not paying any mind to any of the items there. Which is fine, really, considering she just passed right through them. Ready? I'll start recording. Mic check, mic check. You don't even have a mic. I'm practicing. Hello, Willowmist. I am Winnie. No, that's not right. Start again. Hello, my little ghostlings. Ghost Winnie is here, your favorite spirit from beyond the grave. Ooh. Winnie turned around, throwing her arms out like she was greeting an arena of adoring fans. Woo! Winnie, we love you! Today I'll be singing my debut single, Fall Right Into Place. You piece, you! You just want an excuse to get that really good song to be played consistently, don't you, you little monsters? Winnie took a deep breath, then just like that, her usual energy faded, the playful grin softened into something more thoughtful, more wistful. Then she began to sing. Oh, this one should definitely have voice acting. I'm not a good singer. I'm not going to bother singing it because I will just butcher the scene, but I will read it out as if just said, because that's probably the best I can manage. From the songbirds of the treetops to the valleys down below, every living creature has beauty to show. She sang with all the passion of a girl with no place to call home. Her voice was light, sweet, airy. There was a depth beneath it, a kind of yearning woven between the notes. The creaking of the floorboards to play a timeless melody. I wonder about the future that is waiting for me. I might, no I won't, because there's the singer for Four Into Place is not this vibe of character, sadly. Good singer, but not quite her. She held one hand out, apologies. She held one hand out as if she were reaching for something, or someone just out of grasp. Her voice carried through the still air, filling the empty space. Cheer on. Woo! Really? You're amazing! You got this! Sparkle's surprise lit Winnie's face before shifting into pure radiant delight. Thank you! Is this verse? Oh, apologies. Thank you! I dedicate this next verse to my #1 fan. I can't shake off this feeling of sweet mystery. Like all the snowy mountaintops were made alive for me. Every bone of my being is begging to stay, like all my broken puzzle pieces fall right into place. As she hit her final notes, Winnie's eyes fluttered shut as she let the sand settle into the stillness of the room. Then she cracked one eye open, grinning. They should really do what they did for one of the... I don't know what visual novel it was, but there was a visual novel ages ago that had this sort of scene, and to solve the fact that whoever's reading it doesn't... It probably isn't a great singer, let's be honest. They had a voice actor come in, or a singer come in to do it for them. Issue there of, sort of like taking out people who are voice acting it, but it is better because it then gives you something to ground yourself on in regards to the actual voice, but also it justifies, like, sort of, it makes it much more immersive, I suppose is the word I'm looking for, which is so good. So, how was it? You quickly stopped the recording. Hopefully I got all. I kind of got halfway through, that's why we're doing this. That was beautiful, Winnie. Yay! Yippee! Where did that song come from? My mouth. Okay, comedian, I know that much. Did you write it? I think so? I hope so. It's when I first got here, it was in my head. Maybe it's a memory, I'm not sure. But it's pretty, right? It's gorgeous, you're an amazing singer, unlike the narrator. Oh, you should have. Well, I wouldn't be a very good idol if I couldn't sing. That's true, I just didn't realise you were that good. Then back against the counter, arms crossed as Winnie descended to stand beside you. Another element of that is if we're trying to do a thing of her being really good at singing, having a voice actor or a singer there is a really good idea. Memory, huh? Music is a pretty powerful thing. What if it means something? They've always been destined to be famous? Maybe? Ruby's with a video game where that's the opening theme. It's kind of funny, huh? What is? They have no clue I was, but I remember a song. Well, maybe it's important to you, something you held on to, even after everything else faded away, like a little keepsake. Winnie hummed, rocking back and forth on her heels, or, well, floating in place as if she had heels to rock on. For once, she didn't immediately follow up with a joke. She just thought about it. Hands clasped behind her back. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, anything's possible, right? It's a little bit sweet. No, it's all sweet. Don't worry about sad stuff, Kayla. I don't care if I remember or not. All that matters is now I'm going to be a superstar. How did the recording turn out? Oh, I think it's good. I'll have to clean it up a little before it's ready to post, so I can add some special effects too. Strobe lights, fireworks, a backing track? Okay, temper your expectations a little bit. I'm no professional. Heh. Winnie grinned nearly from ear to ear, and you were sure it was contagious as you found yourself smiling back. Or yawn escaped your lips inadvertently. Tired? All this fame stuff really wears you out, huh? It's been a long day. You must be more exhausted than me. Not at all. I could sing all night. You might need to come up with some more songs first, so you don't get tired. Nope, I can't even remember what sleep feels like. Man, that would be helpful. It's pretty cool, huh? Another pug be a ghost. Doesn't it get lonely? Huh? Oh, sorry, kind of slipped out. I just mean, while everyone else is sleeping, it must be very quiet around the store. Maybe it's just super boring. Luckily, Florian is usually around, but not tonight, huh? Boo. Keep me company if I don't need to be up first thing in the morning. It's okay, Cable. I'll keep practicing for my big debut. I won't be bored tonight. As a client slash business partner slash soon to be worldwide idol slash friend, I officially declare that your shift is over. Why, thank you, my esteemed Winnie. Oh, I like how that sounds. If we're not careful, the idol thing will turn into a cult thing, which honestly I'm down for, but maybe we hold off for now. I'll get some sleep then. Good night, superstar. Night, Cable. Rest up. Let me know when you finish editing my debut recording too, alright? You got it. Oh, by the way, thanks for helping me get your letter down for the top of my dresser last night. Huh? What do you... I mean, sure. Night, Cable. Do we have that? What do we have? We wouldn't have some basic telekinesis though, would we? To be fair, there is one person we don't know yet, so maybe it's just them. Just like that, Winnie floated up and through the ceiling. The idol agenda complete. Winnie event number 1. Delightful. Ghost idol, what a weird life I'm living. Well, at least I won't get bored out here. With that, you headed back upstairs. You settled into your room, then promptly flopped down on the couch, exhaustion overtaking you. What a day. So dealing with customers, meeting and helping Winnie with her idol stuff and everything with Florin, you're left with little energy for yourself. Let your head come to rest on the back of the chair and close your eyes. Just a moment you told yourself you just wanted to rest your eyes. Just a minute, then I'll get dinner and go to bed. Just like that, you fell into a light sleep. Is that the end of the day? Woo! Okay, I think I know what's happening here. It's probably Emmett, because I believe that was booked for the day. Or it's going to be that secret 5th character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6th character, rather. Says, wake up. Follow rustling leaves, destiny. Find it. Your eyes shoot open as soft, insistent whispers rippled through your mind. The first thing you noticed was a cool draft brushing against your skin. And in the dim light of your room, you saw something strange. A scattering of autumn leaves swirling in a gentle motion around and around, as if the world's gentlest tornado was inside your room, and you were in the center of it. What the hell? Winnie, is that you? No reply came. You felt an inexplicable pull, like a magnetic draw urging you to stand. You got to your feet and the swirling leaves followed you as if you were commanding them, which you won as far as you were aware. You looked out the window, but the wind didn't seem to be coming from there. Winnie, is this some kind of practical joke? If it is you, you got me. That pull continued, almost as if dragging you to the door. Swallowing hard, you followed it out of your door and upstairs. That pull continued, almost as if dragging you to the door. Swallowing hard, you followed it out of your door and upstairs. You would expect to see Winnie when you entered the room. But you found the attic empty. The pull continued, dragging you further into the room. Relentlessly, dust motes danced in the beam of moonlight that streamed in through the stained glass window as you made your way to one of the dressers, pushing aside boxes in your path. The closer you got, the more the temperature seemed to drop, and the leaves twirling around you began to glow. Cautiously, you reached out and brushed your finger against the smooth wood of the dresser, your heart pounding. It was icy to the touch, much colder than you would have expected. With a deep breath, you pulled open the drawer, and found a book. It looked old, leather-bound, with no writing on the front or spine that you could see. Carefully, steadily, you reached in and took it from its place in the drawer, blowing a layer of dust off the surface. As soon as you made contact with it, the leaves swirling around you exploded into gold dust, shimmering through the air before coming to rest on the wooden floor. The temperature of the room returned to normal, and you were left once again exhausted. Strange book in hand, you made your way back to your bedroom. You set down the book on the small dining table in the kitchen and changed into your pajamas. Whatever strange thing was going on right now, we can certainly wait until morning. I'm sorry? No, it can't. If being woken up by whispers, that's either a sign to go see a psychiatrist, or, if ghosts are real, which has been confirmed now, to start panicking. You crawled into bed, heart still racing, and closed your eyes. Despite the adrenaline running in your veins, weariness overtook you. Soon enough, you fell back into a much deeper sleep. There we go. We've got 3 days left. The sing-songy chirping of a group of small bluebirds on your windowsill woke you from your sleep. You sat up and yawned, stretching out your shoulders with a pop. I'm sure that's not meant to pop. Rubbing your bleary eyes, memories of last night suddenly resurfaced. Filled with alarm, you searched out the book you'd found and noticed that there was nothing on your table anymore. Was that all a dream? God, I need to stop watching TV or something. Abruptly, a book fell into your lap as if someone had dropped it. A very familiar, leather-bound book. How the... Does this place have a second ghost or something? Absent-mindedly, you began... Absent-mindedly... Ugh, you cannot say that word. Absent-mindedly... Absent-mindedly, you began to flick through the pages. But instead of being greeted with a journal like you expected, you found strange, intricate drawings, almost like sigils. Intricate drawings, almost like sigils. It looked old, but incredibly well kept, and you couldn't read a word of it. How the... You flicked to the front, and in the bottom corner of the page was a single word, or in this case, a name. Marigold. Huh. Is this Aunt Sylvie's? There's lots going on around here. Ghosts and knights, sure, but... around here are different. Does that mean she was too? It did make sense to you, kind of. Your aunt was all strange in a curious way. Okay, Mr. Book, I'm going to leave you here, but I'll come back to you later tonight, I promise. There's no need to follow me around the store, right? I've got work to do, but trust me, you and I have a date tonight, alright? Don't go anywhere. You set the leather-bound book carefully on your desk, taking note of exactly where you left it. All you wanted to do at that moment was find answers, but instead you turned to your door. There was work to be done, inventory needed sorting, bills to be paid, and customers waited to come spend their hard-earned money. And talk to you, apparently, since that's what your aunt did. Help people. Okay, we've already sorted through storage yesterday, and we do need to clean today, so we'll man the counter, then we'll clean the store. I don't know what the best aim for the cleanliness is, but I'm assuming 2/3. You're sitting behind the counter when the door opens and a short figure steps in, framed by the sun. Hi, I'm glad your store is still here. It wouldn't have been concerning. It would have been concerning if it wasn't. Yes, exactly. I'm very happy. Did your mum like her birthday present? She smiled all day and night, and she's a good smiler. I'm so glad to hear it. Can I help you with anything else today? You're back so soon. I didn't realize kids your age were so into antiques. The shop smells like fun, so I wanted to come back. Maybe I'll find something else to make Mum smile. Day is always good when she smiles. Sorry, I thought I saw someone outside with a bit of a weird backpack. Which is a really weird thing to say. But hey, I guess I'm observant. Sorry, because I need to establish, I am right by the window on the bottom floor of a house across a main street. You probably heard that in the background, much to my own chagrin. So, yeah, it's nice to look out. Sorry, just like, say that now, because it's a fun little factoid. She tiptoed across the floor with that same light, careful gait, as if she barely needed to step on the ground to move. It was strange, but interesting. Her path curved toward a large and tall antique mirror leaning against a shelf. The glass was a little fogged at the edges, silvery where the silver ring had flaked. It's a pretty mirror, isn't it? But unfortunately it's off sale. I might be able to find you something similar, though. When you look at yourself, how do you know it's really you? That's a pretty big question for an otherwise quiet day. I like big questions. They fit more wonder inside. You stepped closer. In the mirror, your reflections lined up side by side. For a heartbeat, something flickered. Vivi's mixed-matched eyes swapped left to right. And then the glass looked perfectly normal. You blinked once, twice, confused. Well... Huh, ooh! Oh, that's not a good question. I suppose I know it's me because I remember being me. I've had this face forever. How could I be anyone but me? The history is heavy and memories can change. Do you think they could ever take a person away from their reflection? Sometimes I feel like I don't deserve my reflection. Like I'm wearing something very beautiful that belongs to someone else. If I breathe too loud, then you might notice and ask for it back. But I want to keep it. She pressed her fingertip almost, but not quite, against the glass, then dropped her hands abruptly and turned back to you. Maybe you can share your reflection then, that's not so bad. Sharing is nice. Thank you for answering. Of course. Can I stay a while longer? Just a little, until my mum is done shopping. Sure, take as much time as you need. By the way, shouldn't you be at school? Not today. I only go to school on the days I can remember to. Doesn't your mum mind? Mum likes it more when we're together. I think you'd like her. She's a very good mum. Vivi wandered around, away from the mirror, her hands hovering over shelves until she paused at a display of small broken trinkets waiting in a discount bin. There was a cracked porcelain doll head, a chipped teacup, and a wind-up toy missing its faceplate. Can I touch these? Then I guess they're too down to sell anyway. If you find anything you like, you can just take it. She crouched down and gently lifted the doll head, tilting it this way and that. Then she picked up the broken toy and studied the round space where its face upon its beam. Mismatched eyes lit up with some curious idea. With surprising deftness, she set the porcelain doll head against the toy's body, pressing the edges until they fit with a strange, uncanny snugness. The toy stared back at you with wide, painted doll eyes, its small key clicking faintly when Vivi gave it a turn. The toy stared back at you with wide, painted doll eyes, its small key clicking faintly when Vivi gave it a twist. That sounded like a slur. The figure lurched forward with a stuttering hop, the borrowed face bobbing as if it belonged there all along. See? Now they're both happier. The doll gets to move again, and the toy isn't faceless anymore. It's better when broken things share their parts. Then no one has to be alone. That's creative. I don't think I would have thought that. They're both happier now, even if one is gone and the other is a bit wrong. I'm impressed, Vivi. I just hired you to fix all our broken stuff. I could help, but Mum is done shopping, so I have to go. I'll go back later if that's okay. Unlike that, have a nice day, Vivi. I tell your Mum I said hello. I will. She'll like you, I think. Both smell like home. Oh, that's a new one. She gave a small wave, then left the store. You stared down at the strange mismatched doll and wondered what it could possibly mean. Yay, we're besties! Oh, that's lovely. We're still missing a single character and I don't know who it could possibly be. Okay, let's see. So we'll have that. And that's about, I'm going to say, 15 for you. Actually, no, I should probably also reduce these prices. Let's reduce this one to 30. Good. No, 30. Nope, I said 30, thank you. We're going to change this to 8. Actually, no, we're going to change this to 5. And this one to... let's do 25. She gave a small way. You got seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The bells chime and a customer comes inside. You are taking over the store wonderfully in my lovely Sylvie's absence, Cable. Welcome! Christmas bells brooch. It stirs the heart like a forgotten ballad. Wonderful. I shall buy it. Inspiration already stirs within me. Wearing this, you can Christmas all year round. Sold the Christmas bells brooch. Sold the Christmas bells brooch for $5. Adieu for now, but not for long. I promise you that. See you next time. The customer leaves the store. You saw one customer today, but no one else is coming now. Loads of money. Okay. You had just stepped away from the counter to grab lunch when the door opened and Florian came waltzing in, covered. You had just stepped away from the counter to grab lunch when the door opened. Florian came waltzing in, covered once again with his sunglasses and bucket hat. Florian! Hey. How are you feeling? Did you get some sleep? Deep-set bags under his eyes didn't look very promising. I'm fine enough to work. Well, if you say so, but you should think about going to see a doctor or something if it continues. Did I tell you to stop worrying about me? Yeah, but no one said I had to listen. Good day, Sir Florian. Good day, Sir Florian. Pray forgive my intrusion. Might I inquire about this peculiar contraption you have hanging from your pocket? I've never seen its like before. Lucille stepped over from the side of the store, helmet under arm. She gestured towards a pair of headphones connected to Florian's phone, which was half hanging out of his pocket. It's a pair of headphones. Headphones, a peculiar name. I've heard of a phone owing to Lady Silver, but not these headphones. They're tiny mini phones that you put into your ears, and they put the screen in your brain. Winnie popped up from out of nowhere, grinning at Lucille. Is that so? What? No, she's bullshitting you. They're just little speakers. You have to be careful, or the tiny phones will invade your ears and take over your mind. That is quite terrifying, Lady Winona. I believe I'll keep my distance from these headphones. I'm telling you, she's lying. Look, you listen to music through them. Florian held the headphones out to Lucille, who raised her hand. My warmest thanks, but I believe it best to let my ears remain free of such intrusions. Why do you never listen to me? She's playing a trick on you. I do not believe Lady Winona would lead me astray. And I would. Winnie's messing with you. Really, they just want to listen to music. You might like them. Thank you, Cable, but if that's truly the case, there's plenty of music to hear without using technology I do not understand. The singing of birds, the rustling of leaves. I believe I'll make do for now. Man, I'm too tired of this shit. Perhaps a caffeinated beverage could be of assistance to Florian. I should go fetch you one, Cable? Coffee! Could you give me a coffee? That'll be no problem. Lady Winona, I apologise that I cannot offer you. That'll be no problem, Lady Winona. I apologise that I cannot offer you a beverage too. It's okay, Lucy. I'll just do it from afar. You really don't need to. I shall be back post-haste. At that, Lucille left out the front door, a spring and a step. I'm gonna keep practicing. Bye-bye, lazy bones. Winnie floated back up and through the ceiling. You aren't sure you'd ever got used to... Winnie floated back up and through the ceiling. You aren't sure you'd ever get used to that. Seriously, are you doing alright? It's just some personal shit. It's nothing to do with work. Right, but don't overwork yourself too much, yeah? Actually, I've got a second later. I wanted to talk to you. Why? I guess you're kind of the person I know best in town. Why? I'm not the kind of person that people confide in. I disagree. You're really easy to talk to. What is it? I found something. Congratulations, would you prefer a ribbon or a medal? Is both an option? No. Damn, you got me all excited for no reason. But seriously, I woke up in the middle of the night and there was a tornado in my room. Right, I had a tornado in your room. You're not taking me seriously right now? No shit. You're telling me there was a tornado in your room. Okay, listen. Not a tornado exactly, but a lot of wind and leaves, and they were swirling around me. Uh-huh. And they led me to a book I can't read, but that doesn't matter right now. As soon as I touched it, it all disappeared. What's going on here? Are you an idiot or something? But where's that coming from? And yeah, probably. I told you, this town's full of all kinds of people. That includes your aunt. There's probably a reason she wanted you to come take over. She always has a reason, she just never actually tells anyone about them. I think she gets off on leaving people confused. It's just... A week ago, if you told me that ghosts and time-travelling knights and magic books existed, I would call you crazy. Now I'm just meant to accept all of that? I don't know. You're doing a pretty good job of it. Am I? Do you like Winnie and Lucille? Of course, they're both great. So who cares if they're a little different? And what about me? Maybe a little different too. Does it matter? Well, no, but it's just kind of tossing everything I thought I knew to the wind. Yeah, well, that's life. One day you're a normal person doing normal shit, and the next everything's turned upside down without your permission. Speaking from experience there? I don't know what you're talking about. If you say so. Anyway, thanks, Florian. I guess I just have to be open-minded. I mean, I can't just not believe any of it's true, seeing as the evidence is right in front of my eyes. Can't watch away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. Can't watch away fighting off a bedroom in your tornado. Can't watch away fighting off a tornado in your bedroom. It wasn't like that. My apologies for the wait, my friends. Wait, what? You were gone on for all of 5 minutes? A midday jog helps me clear my mind. Please enjoy. She placed down a small tray on the counter with 3 drinks carefully tucked into it. You quickly took yours, glad for it, and Lucille picked up something floral smelling. What have you got there? The shopkeep called it a white berry forest tea. I will admit I have not yet tried such a thing, but I tend to keep away from coffee. I said you didn't have to get me anything. It would be unbecoming of a knight to offer a drink to Cable and not you, Sir Florian. Please. I'm not thirsty. Truly? Then I apologise. I don't mean to make you uncomfortable. I mean, it's not... With a grumble, Florian picked up his drink. It's not like strong, dark, rich coffee. There, are you happy now? I've got work to do. With that, he took off, coffee in hand. Is he always so pleasant? If by pleasant you mean acts as if some neighbour devoured his morning gruel, then yes. Sir Florian has been rather somber from the moment we met some months ago now. Well, I guess even Grumpy is charming in his own way. I'm sure he has his reasons. That is true. If I were to speak my mind, I would say he holds little belief in himself. Unfortunately, though, I do not know the circumstances that led him to think like that. Regardless, under his solemn exterior, he is full of kindness. Honestly, everybody is great. Yeah, he is. So are you. And Woody, Vivi, and Quinn too. He must have been really nice to me ever since I got here. Even Emma, kinda. Now that is enough idle rest. I must take my watch and secure the perimeter of this establishment. Wait, you've barely had a break. You were running an errand? Though my respite was brief, the call of duty is constant. I will not delay in safeguarding you in this store. Lucille bowed low to you before leaving out the front door once again. Well, back to work, I guess. Dropped the full bucket of steaming soapy water onto the wooden floor, sighing as the weight left her shoulders. Phew, I wonder when the last time this floor gold mop was. I always see Florian sweeping, but... You dragged the heavy mop across the floor, making long, leaping motions. Cable, you wield that map with all the grace and the power of a master swordsman. However, if I may offer a suggestion... Please, I'm all ears. Lucille smiled and walked behind you, gently reaching around as if she was going to embrace you, but instead she took hold of the mop, her arms looped around your body. Delightful. Like this. With a gentle, graceful motion, she swirled the mop across the floor. The secret is not to swing, but to caress. The secret is not to swing, but to caress. The water should glide across the floor as effortlessly as the wind through the leaves. Their rise mopping was a part of being a knight. A knight must be able to wield any tool with grace. Long before I was allowed to hold a sword, I was instructed to hold a broom. So you're saying that once I've mastered the mop, you'll teach me how to swing a sword? It would be my greatest honour. I suppose that means you'll have to stop hugging me then. That's a bummer. At that, she pulled back suddenly and sharply, retracting her arms and standing upright. My apologies, Cable. That was not my intention. Please forgive my impropriety. No, it's fine. It's not every day a beautiful woman holds me close. I should be thanking you. Oh! Cable. That's me. Aw, Cable in this. You got that all riz. Oh, Jesus. That was a terrible joke. Lucille turned and cleared her throat. There was a slight pinkness to her cheeks. Inwardly laughed. It was such a delight to fluster Lucille, who took them up back in hand and tried to apply a technique. Oh, you're taking the piss. Handiwork check, DC 10, your bonus is +1. That is... Okay, no, that's fine. Okay, I thought that was Snake Eyes for a second there. We're so back. That's really bad, actually. Every one on the floor is left glistening, the sunlight glinting off the wooden floor. Lucille really knew what she was talking about. We got a level up from that. Well, let's do that now. And I'm thinking... Smarts. Store cleanliness increased by double. It's a little past 5 PM when you're sweeping a few stray leaves from the floor when the door is pushed open once again. Emmett, and then 5 more leaves join you, awaiting their inevitable sweeping. Greetings, Sir Emmett. You arrived at a most fortuitous time. Sir Florian and I were just debating over whether Cable would neglect to pay the bills or not this week. You're not supposed to tell anyone that. It's just between us. Do I look that forgetful? Do you want me to answer that honestly? Now I'm not sure. Emmett adjusted his glasses, pushing them up from the centre with his fingertips. No bills would go unpaid while I am still contracted. What's that supposed to mean? Everything would fall apart if I fired you? I didn't say that, but you're free to assume that you will. Careful, you're speaking so nicely, people will think you actually enjoy my company. My apologies. We wouldn't want that, would My apologies. We wouldn't want that, would we? Now set up my computer at the counter and we can go through your books together. I did bring my own laptop if that would make things easier. It would stop me having to come and assist you every week, yes. Miss Marigold never did have any interest in technology. Aw, I miss hanging I miss hanging out. Oh, Jesus. Aw, I miss out on hanging with you. Perish the thought. I'd be happy to show you how to digitize your accounting yourself, and then there would be no need for me to come here every week. You'd save money and I would save time. That sounds like a win-win to me. Business owner to business owner. But what about your wonderful company? It can be used on another client, I assure you. Fine, it's upstairs. Should I bring it down? upstairs is adequate. Quite a location might be a good idea. Emmett looked sideways to where Florian and Winnie were currently discussing a new movie that had just been released, and then towards Lucille, who was sharpening her sword. Probably a good idea. The two of you headed upstairs and into your apartment. Oh, that was quick. Home sweet home. Can I get you something to drink? A coffee would be fantastic, thank you. You crash down to look in the back of your aunt's cupboard. There are around a dozen different kinds of tea and beautiful little embossed tins with handwritten labels. Your aunt's handwriting? It sure looked like it. Pushing those aside, you found what looked like a 20-year-old container of instant coffee. Fair warning, I think the coffee is older than I am. Would you expect anything less from the owner of an antique store? Touche, I'm just saying, if you get poisoned, please don't sue me. All I have to pay you with is buttons and pocket lint. Can't say that clients tried to pay me with pocket lint before, but I've been known to accept buttons on occasion. You peered up to him and sat down at your kitchen table at some point, scrutinizing his face. Seriously? No, why would I accept buttons? It was a joke. I was actually kind of impressive how you keep a completely straight face while joking. I thought maybe you worked at a button factory. I do, but they pay me by direct deposit. You do? No, there's no button factories anywhere near Willowmist. Alright, Rise Guy, how am I meant to know when you're joking, huh? You stood up, quickly pouring both Emmett and yourself a cup of the maybe perhaps kinda out-of-date instant coffee. Here's hoping it's still drinkable. You handed him the cup and placed your own down at the spot beside his, then connected your laptop, which was still open to Winnie's idle page. Okay, that was bizarre. A random lovely old lady came by, looking for a place to stay, but sadly, I'm in student accommodation, and as such had no one to give her. Had no room to offer, rather. So, yeah. Anyway, back to a fan of idols. I used to be an idol back in the day. I used to be an idol back in the day. Is that so? Yup, big into singing, dancing, all that. I decided to pack it all up and move to the countryside to sell antiques. Well, spotlight isn't for everyone. I just shine too brightly. It's fortunate you have something to fall back on if this doesn't work out then. Putting aside the non-work talk, please navigate to this website and download the software. I'll give you a license to use it under my business. Emmett pulled out his own laptop, then showed you to the download page for some piece of accounting software, which you promptly downloaded. Have you ever used a program like this before? What if I said I had? It would inquire whether you were lying or not. Okay, I haven't. Really, I'm new to all of this. Any guidance you can give me is appreciated. Not Row is rather beginner-friendly, and your aunt's business is quite simple. It's all cash in and cash out. I suggest continuing to use the book downstairs for keeping track of sales, as Miss Marigold will find it more comfortable when she returns. Once a week, you can copy the numbers in here. He leaned over slightly, pointing towards the screen. Miss Marigold chooses to pay off her bills weekly. I'd suggest monthly or every 2 weeks, but she was adamant about it. These bills will cover water, power, the usual. Payment for your employees is already paid directly out of your aunt's account, so there's no need to worry about that. That saves me a bit of effort. Just make sure to put some time aside every weekend for paying bills. Got it. My weekends are about to go crazy. So I just click here to find my bills? No, over here. He leaned over again and you couldn't help but notice the scent of his cologne. It was almost floral. In fact, you had to pinpoint the way it smelled. Maybe sparkly? Distracted, your hand brushed against his, and for a split second, time seemed to pause. Emmett quickly pulled his hand back and cleared his throat before continuing on like nothing happened. Yes, just here. Just there. Click on this tab and it will show you an overview of your pending payments for the week. Ah, right, I got it. Thanks, Emmett. From here on, it should be straightforward. However, since it's your first time, I'll stick around and assist you with filling in some sales data from the book downstairs. Really? That's awfully kind of you. At that, he let out a rare laugh. I paid by the hour, Cable. I wouldn't call it kindness. Oh, I see. Look to fill up your bank account, huh? That's the point of running your business, yes? Appreciate the help nonetheless, even if it comes from a selfish place. Want to have a coffee before we start? Numbers boy? Numbers boy? You like numbers, don't you? Yes, I suppose so, and no, one of those coffees was enough to last me a lifetime, thank you. If I never have to drink another, it'll still be too soon. Grab the book then, feel free to make yourself comfortable. You headed back downstairs and spent the next several hours going through the handwritten records your aunt left, plus your recent additions. Fortunately, just as Emmett said, it was a rather simple task, just very time-consuming. Tedium. And done. Well, that was fun. It was, yes. Okay, now I'm the one who was joking. I think I'll leave all the numbers to you. That much is obvious. I had to stop you from entering the right amount at least a dozen times. Hey, I'm learning. Does that mean if this doesn't work out, I won't be getting an apprenticeship at your accounting firm? Spend a few more years studying and then maybe I'll have a chance. At an interview. Wow, what's the point of knowing anyone if you can't even get a job from nepotism? I believe that a friendship is required for nepotism to work. Are you saying that you don't want to be my friend, even though I'm so effortlessly charming, witty, and funny? I don't have time for friendships, Miss Marigold, so I apologise, but a nepotistic position at my company is not likely. That's not how it seemed when I bumped into you the other night. When you... What do you mean? At the Silver Oak? You were there? Am I that forgettable? Sitting a few tables away from me, Lucy and I were leaving when you told me I was doing a great job with the store and you wanted to see me again. Then you asked me out to dinner. I believe you're confusing me with someone else. No, but it was definitely you. It's also you too. So that's a no to hang out? It's late. I believe that our time's up. I'll bill Miss Marigold directly for our session. He stood hastily, and the sound of wood scraping against wood echoed through the small room as he threw back his chair and began quickly putting all of his papers and laptops back in his briefcase. Then maybe we could... I should really be on my way. Good night, Cable. Don't forget to brush your teeth tonight. Brush tight. In a hurry, Emmett rushed out the door and down the stairs, leaving you staring at the empty spot where he'd been just a moment ago. Don't forget to brush your teeth. What is he, my mother? Wait, what's that? A folded piece of paper remained on the table. You unfolded it to see a letter addressed to Emmett. Resisting the urge to snoop, you instead folded it back up, then found your hands covered in sparkles. What the? Brushed them off on your shirt, then touched the paper again. Once again covered in sparkles, despite the paper looking crisp and white. Emmett will probably want this. Taking the letter in hand, you dashed downstairs. Where did he go? Let's go for a luck check. Let's just run around. Hey. Easy dub. You can't have gone far, trusting yourself, Cable. Yourself on foot, walking through the darkened town. It was a clear night, and the sky was full of more stars than you could count. It was certainly different to back home. You were walking like this in search of Emma, but slightly distracted by the sight above when you heard a meow? Then another, and another. Where's that coming from? Following the noise, you turned into a side street and saw a group of kittens huddled together and surrounding a certain man. Don't worry, my boy food says no need to get violent. There, eat. Emmett was crouched low to the ground, holding out a small white plate bordered with yellow ducks for the group of tiny cats. As kittens meowed and he ate, he stroked them gently, smiling. His normally serious face has been replaced by a softer expression. I was expected to find my favourite numbers boy feeding strays. Ah! What are you doing here? As he spoke, his face cracked and the kittens scattered, leaving the two of you alone in the dim moonlight. Really enjoyed your company so much I didn't want it to end yet? You what? Is that so unlikely? You've known me for a handful of days and all we've done is talk business. You know, just like listening to you talk. He looked at you incredulously, as if trying to gauge if you were joking or not. Okay, I do like you, Emmett, but I found you for a reason. You left something at the store and I wanted to return it. Really? Yeah, sorry for speaking to you. He held the letter out to him and he finally stood up from his crouched position, dusting the dirt off his pants. He reached out and took the letter, carefully as if not to tear it. Did you read it? And not as nosy as I look. No, I didn't read it, I promise. Well... Emmett cleared his throat and adjusted his tie before tucking the letter away inside his jacket. I apologise for my prior rudeness. This was highly unprofessional of me. I'm expecting you to be professional outside your work hours. In fact, I think you could probably loosen up that tie a little even during business. Do you like cats? I suppose you could say that. That's not a yes or a no. They are small, cute. Do you like cats small and cute too? Are you a cat? Do I need to be a cat? I can meow if you'd like. You have no sense of... Sorry, that threw me for a loop. You have no sense of humour, do you? I'm joking, Emmett. You don't have to take everything so seriously. He let outside and shook his head. You're an overwhelming person, you know that? We hardly know each other, now you're trying to meow at me in an alleyway. Okay, when you put it like that, I sound like a weirdo. If the shoe fits, then what can I say? Maybe you just need someone to help you let loose a little. That could be me if you like. What exactly do you want from me? I just want to get to know you. I can't do that if you're always wanting already. Overwhelming and persistent. It's part of my charm. Thank you for returning my letter, Miss Marigold, but it's late and I should really be getting home now. You should too. Then how about me walking you home? There's no need for that. It is hardly a 10-minute walk from here. I know there's probably no need, but can I do it anyway? They sighed and his shoulders drooped. Fine. If it makes you happy, that doesn't mean I consider us friends. The two of you started walking through the dark streets. There was a cool breeze and you pulled your clothes tighter around yourself. How about close acquaintances? We can start there. Great, you won't get it. You smiled brightly and Emmett looked at you out of the corner of his eye. So, my close acquaintance, am I allowed to ask you something? If I ask you not to talk to me, you wouldn't do it, would you? I don't talk that much, do I? Emmett remained silent. Well, ouch. Okay, I can't tell if you're joking or not. That's kind of terrifying. Okay, going back to the topic at hand. What was with you the other night? Seriously, I don't think I'm going crazy. I definitely saw you there. I was afraid you'd ask that. Fine, I'll tell you. This will stay between us. My lips are sealed. I have a low alcohol tolerance. Huh? The normal, non-supernatural answer stunned you at first, and then you were surprised by your own reaction. Why do you expect it to be something different? Wait, that's really it? Why would I lie to you about that? It's embarrassing enough to admit. I guess it's just so mundane, like compared to a ghost or a time-traveling knight. What does that have to do with anything? Oh, don't worry about it. So, you really were just drunk the other night? Quinn offered me some of his homemade cider and I felt embarrassed to turn it down. It's only one drink, but that's all it takes. Apologise that you had to see me that way. It's actually kind of adorable seeing you act so nice, sweet, talkative. Adorable. A 31-year-old man is hardly adorable. And yet here you are. How strange. This is why I try to avoid alcohol. How much does it take to get you drunk except like one sip? Please do not test that. You can't tell me all that and then not follow up with a number, Emmett. Where's the fun in that? God, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it with me. God, I've already told you too much. Yes, even one sip will do it to me. It's not something I'm proud of. If it helps, I'm not much of a drinker either. That's what the early 20s are for. Now I'm old enough and my bones are creaking. You can't be more than 25. Ooh, are you complimenting me, my dear accountant? Trying to get on my good side? Hardly. I'm 26 actually, but you were close. Oh, this is great. What are you doing out here in the middle of nowhere at 26? What's this I hear? Someone wants to get to know me? It's only simple curiosity. To tell you the truth, then I have no clue. You have no clue? I was getting a little burnt down working part-time jobs and thought maybe some time away from the city would be good for me. Running a store was just a lucky opportunity. I haven't even seen my aunt since I was a kid. It'd be like Miss Marigold and a stranger in charge of a business. I don't think she had much of a choice. My grandparents passed away and my mum, well, they don't talk for some reason. What about you? You can't weasel out my invasive questions this time. You asked first. I moved to town a few years ago. With your business? That came after I arrived in this town with only the clothes on my back. Don't tell me. You're on the run for tax fraud. Please give me a little more credit than that. I'm just saying, someone who knows the system would have an easier time using it to their advantage. If I wanted to commit tax fraud, I wouldn't be caught. So you considered it? Funny I'd say it's hard. No, I have not considered committing tax fraud. There, are you happy? Ecstatic. Why do you move here then? It's complicated. I needed a new start, I didn't have much else. The sound just seemed quiet. Had to agree with that. My previous job was quite intensive. I lived within the same building I worked and rarely had a day off. Didn't really have a life beyond that. When the opportunity presented itself, I took it to leave. Was it accounting related? Kind of. Thank you, that's very specific. Emmett suddenly stopped us outside a small, 2-story high apartment building. There looked to be a sign hanging out the front. Finch Advisory. What are you, some kind of workaholic? Yes, but I live by my practice. Yes, but I live by my practice. It's just easier. Even if it was greatly unnecessary, thank you for seeing me home. You really didn't have to. Seriously, you didn't. I know I didn't, I just wanted to. You're incredibly strange. Thank you. I did not intend it as a compliment. Well, I'll take it that way. Unsurprising. Thank you for returning my letter and the walk. Good night, Miss Marigold. He gave you a curt nod and then walked towards the building before stopping in his doorway and suddenly fishing around in his briefcase. Just as you were about to turn around and head back to the store, Emmett cleared his throat, then walked back over to you before shoving something in your hand. A small card. You did already give me your business card, but now I have a spare. Thanks. I wrote my number on that one. Oh? For emergencies only. Emmett pushed his glasses up before turning around and finally entering the building, leaving you to stand alone in the dark streets, the door closed behind him. From with the card in your hands, you could see both a mobile number and a personal email address scrawled in messy, loose handwriting. Does it mean we're friends now? A click sounded through the empty street as a window was pulled open ever so slightly. No. And then it was shut again. Based. We love you, Emmett. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back. With a smile, you pocketed the card and started on your way back to the store. Terms and conditions. I love this. I love this game so much. I feel like that's already been said, but whilst it's not impervious to fault, it is really fucking good. The shop floor was quiet when you entered, and all the lights had been turned off, and only the faint glow from the moon illuminated the store. Florian didn't look to be around. Maybe he was cleaning in the storeroom, or maybe he'd finally accepted he was sick and needs rest. Likely the former. Straight across the store, ready to head up the stairs. Cable, you have returned. Ah! Jesus, Lucille, what are you doing hiding in the dark? Hiding? A knight does not hide. I was merely keeping guard while waiting for your return. It's late, you should be home. In truth, I did attempt to head home earlier, but the town was too quiet. I feared leaving the store unguarded, so I intended to come check on you. Sir Florian informed me that you had gone out and not returned, and I grew concerned. Ah, right. Emmett left something here, so I had to turn down. Thanks for coming back to check on me, Lucille, but really it's way outside your pay grade to have to guard me after hours. This is nothing about pay, Cable. I need no reward, only the knowledge that you are safe and well. Thanks, Lucille. I'm totally fine. In fact, we were talking and I walked down at home. I'm not sure how happy. I'm not sure how happy it was about the whole thing, but, you know, maybe it's the thought that counts. A noble deed, no matter how small, is never wasted. Yeah, I guess that's true. It was kind of fun too. Lucille placed her helmet on her head, then brushed herself off. Well, if everything is in order, I'll take my leave. Do not worry, I'll not allow myself to be late tomorrow morn. She bowed low, then started towards the door. Wait, can I walk you home too? Lucille paused for a moment, then turned and walked back over to you, placing a hand on your shoulder. I'll allow you to see yourself home alone after? Nay, I would not. She shook her head. I mean to protect myself. Should brigands set upon me? You do not. It would not be fitting. Don't worry, I'll be well. It's not your duty to escort me to and fro. Something, I need no reward, I need knowledge that you are safe and well. Leave the protection to me, Cable. While I live and breathe, I will never allow a hair on your head to be harmed. Fine, but one day I'm going to force you to let me look after you too. That's the deal. She nodded. You are a stubborn one. Very well. A deal is... You are a stubborn one. Very well. A deal it is. Until next time, then. She gave you another nod before heading out the front door and disappearing into the night. The sound of the bells chiming faded as the door closed, and once again the store was plunged into silence. You waited for a minute or two until you heard the sound of her footsteps. Oh, very professional. Waited for a minute or two until you heard the sound of her footsteps growing distant, then locked the front door and started back up the stairs. Your room was much as you left it, cluttered by decades and decades of use. It wasn't quite home yet, but it was a nice change from the dingy apartment you'd called your own for the last few years. You walked over to the kitchen table and closed your laptop. With all the rush of chasing after Emmett, you had forgotten you still had cleaning up to do. With a sigh, you packed up the Ferris papers that still scattered the surface before placing your laptop back on your desk. Wait a second. Where'd the book go? You quickly started searching around your desk, then under it, but it was nowhere in sight. Hey, book, where'd you go? I know I didn't imagine you. No response. With a grumble, you began turning the room upside down in search of it, under your bed, in the wardrobe, and every cupboard and drawer, but no matter how hard you searched, it seemed to be missing. Finally, exhausted, you sat down at your desk, found it sitting on the surface as if it had never gone missing in the first place. You're messing with me, aren't you? Still no response, though that would have been more surprising, would have been getting a response, really. Alright then, book. Play difficult, see if I care. You picked it up and flicked through the pages. It was same as before, page after page after page of sigils of writing in a script you couldn't read. One page at a time, you painstakingly searched from high to low for anything you could read. An hour later, you slammed the book down onto your desk, frustrated. Nothing. You want me to find you, didn't you? Why are you being so difficult now? At that moment, a cloud drifted lazily by in the star-filled sky outside, and the moon shone through your window, casting a beam of light onto the desk. The light shone on the open book, and as if a switch had been flipped, the entire book began to glow. The brightness burned your eyes, and you covered them, turning away and squeezing your eyelids shut. After a few moments, the glow faded, and when you looked again, the book was still there, still on the desk, but something had changed. Where before you saw plain, used leather, now you saw beautifully gilded. Where before you saw plain, used leather, now you saw beautiful gilded edges and intricate embossing. It looked like a piece of art more than a book. But suddenly it snapped closed. As if caught in a strong breeze. Oh, well, I never! A voice echoed from the book and slowly began to float off the table, hovering just a few inches in the air. First you ignored me for an entire day, as though I was some common dime a dozen grimoire, and now you have the gall to pour through my pages with all the delicacy of an ogre cracking walnuts. Appalling! Simply appalling! An hour-long suffering sigh. I was created by the finest scribes imbued with the wisdom of archmages, long since reduced to dust, and this is how I am treated, handled like some sordid cookbook filled with peasant recipes for root stew and boiled turnips. If a book could glare, you were sure the book was glaring at you at that moment. Well, have you anything to say for yourself, you crude, toe-mangling barbarian? Those lead... You're... a book. A book! A book! What, you wretched, foul-mannered... Whoa, don't need to get worked up. God, what am I saying to a book? How are you talking to me? I am far from a book. I am an archive of the ages, a collection of arcane lore, a repository of incantations. So, a book. All the sheer depths of your ignorance astound me. One would think even a mind as tragically mundane as yours could grasp such rudimentary concepts. You must be a so-called wizard or a witch or whatever tawdry moniker you humans are calling yourselves these days, yes? No, I'm just... And I will draw upon my pages and mutter incantations with all the grace of a toad gargling mud. What a joy! Suppose there is a positive side to this. Soon you will likely turn yourself... I suppose there is a positive side to this. Soon you will likely turn yourself into a particularly stupid-looking bill beetle, and I will no longer have to deal with your ignorance. Though, truth be told, I doubt anyone would notice the difference. What's going on here? What is going on here is that you are an imbecile and an inconsiderate lout! I've been here patiently awaiting a proper spellcaster for years, only to find myself stuck with some dim-witted oaf who doesn't have the common sense not to handle my pages with their sweaty, sticky hands. How... Are you... So, the peasant finally decides to address me as something other than a measly book. Congratulations, truly, on the progress. I am Barnabas, the magnificent, eternal chronicler of magic, most high and patron saint of arcane perfection, linguistic superiority, and the grossly underappreciated art of proper book handling. Something you sorely lack. You were talking spellbook? Oh, certainly, if we should admit my grandeur to the mere status of a talking book, then by all means, swallow in your simplistic understanding of the arcane. How someone like you would speak to my master, I'll never understand. The fates truly must despise me. I'm your master? That is how this works. I, the glorious and sublime Barnabas, was created by a powerful magician to assist her in the mastery of her craft. However, when she died, she bound me to her bloodline. Long have I been passed down from generation to generation, waiting to find a master worthy of my knowledge, and somehow, despite all odds, I have ended up in the possession of a clueless dunderhead. I think you're getting confused. I'm not a witch or a wizard or whatever crazy fancy you've got on that head pages of yours. Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner. Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner could open my pages, even if that magic practitioner is the Preposterous! Only a magic practitioner could open my pages, even if that magic practitioner is the least adept one ever to have lived. You know what? I think I'm going to put you away in a drawer. Put me away? As though I was a mere object. Oh, the audacity! Well, be my guest! At that you stood, walked across your room, and threw open the top drawer of your dresser. You stuffed it in there with your underwear and slammed it shut. How dare you! This is affronted the very notion of my being! I say, let me out! Let me out immediately! You're a really cool book, aren't you? Just teleport out. Teleport? I'm not a mere parlor trick. I'm an object of arcane beauty, a masterpiece of craftsmanship, and... Yeah, you're a really cool talking book. Fine, have it your way. Will you... Fine. Have it your way. While you languish in your mundaneness, never to know the truth of your potential, I'll begin reciting the first 5,000 volumes of the great Encyclopedia Arcana. Barnabas began to loudly, obnoxiously recite the contents of a series of books you've never heard of, despite your attempts to cover your ears. Finally, unable to take it any longer, you ripped open the drawer, pulled the book out, and placed it back on your desk. Instantly, Barnabas stopped. Alright, enough already. Look, I'm sorry, okay, just... You're a book, a talking book. It's a little overwhelming. A little overwhelming. Try having someone lick their fingers before flicking through your pages. Ah, my bad. The book sighed. Yes, it's very much your bad. Now listen here. Whether you and I like it or not, we are stuck together. I am yours, and you are my master. Barnabas floated up into the air. It is now your duty to continue the line of Marigold spellcasters and use the powers I have to offer you to become the most powerful being this town has ever seen. I'm sure I want to become some magical overlord. And why not? I was created by a mighty sorceress, and now she's dead. It is your destiny to continue her legacy. Look, I run an antique store. That's kind of what takes up all my time at the moment. Unless you have some spells in there that'll make me super successful and rich. Right, I keep the Give Me Fast Fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. Right, I keep the Give Me Fast Fortune spell right next to the one for turning people into beetles. You're really sarcastic for a book, you know. I have to be, considering my current circumstances. And as you're my new master, I'm afraid the sarcasm is likely here to stay. Oh, goody. God, what's happening in my life right now? I'll have you know, I was flipping burgers a week ago. A burger flipper? Oh, no wonder you handled me so roughly. I spent years and years in the care of some of the most talented wizards and witches in history, and I'm handed over to a grease-stained fry cook. Oh, the shame. It's not like I chose you. That makes two of us, then. It's not like I chose you, either. Look, Barnabas, we're not getting anywhere here. Why don't you tell me a little more about yourself? If we get to know each other, maybe we can get along better. Oh, so now you wish to know about me. Excellent social grace, master. The book cleared his throat. As I told you before, I am the great and magnificent Barnabas, Codex the one magnificent... As I told you before, I am the great and magnificent Barnabas, Codex the once magnificent Marigold line. Why did my aunt never tell me about you? How should I know? She was always a rather distant woman and left me to grow dusty on the shelves, a true crime. And you've always been a book? Of course! I'm the sum of all the magic ever recorded by the Marigold family. Every spell, every enchantment, every bit of knowledge is all kept right here. A dim-witted oaf like you would have no type of home. A dim-witted oaf like you would have no hope of handling all that magic, so I'm limited in the knowledge I can give to you. If you wish to learn every spell in my repertoire, then you will need to prove to me through practice and training that you are a worthy recipient. I know how much time I'll have for training in between keeping the store afloat and dealing with the locals' problems. It's no fault of mine. Perhaps you should have been born with the aptitude to become a magician instead of a menial. Come here. What? Not allow you to manhandle me again? Absolutely not. Come on, Barnabas. How am I supposed to practice if I'm not allowed to look at you? Ugh, fine, but do not... Ugh, fine. But do not dog-ear my play. Dog-ear, that's the word. Should be a hyphen there. Ugh, fine, but do not dog-ear my pages, else I'll make good on my promise to turn you into a beetle. With a huff, Barnabas floated towards you, hovering in the air. He lifted a hand and carefully took the cover, before flipping through his pages. With a huff, Barnabas floated towards you, hovering in the air. He lifted a hand and carefully took the cover, before flipping through his pages. Delightful. While many of the pages were still written in a way you couldn't understand, some pages at the front seemed to be subtle. While many of the pages were still written in a way that you couldn't understand, some pages at the front seemed to subtly be legible. Do not think that you have gained my trust by any means. If I had hands, it would be on my hips and I would be giving you the sternest of looks. I'm allowing you to peruse my pages only because there's a small chance that somewhere within a pea-sized brain there's a shred of talent. Yeah, you don't trust me, I get it. How do I start? Firstly, as you have no experience with the arts whatsoever, I suppose it would be best if you pick one spell to practice. No, actually, I should, because let's be frank, your judgment is clearly poor and unreliable. Because my better judgment, I shall alter the contents of my pages to provide a use in your mundane life as much as it pains me. Barnabas flipped his pages, then, seemingly of his own accord, started glowing with a bright golden light. With this, I have modified the spell Revelatio Obscura. Now, open successively. With this, I have modified the spell Revelatio Obscura. Now, upon successfully casting such a spell, your eyes will have an easier time spotting things that are hidden. If the spell fails, it is because you are in fact a worthless and talentless excuse for human, and nothing to do with my modifications. So it helps to find things. I can think of a few times that would be useful. Yes, well, if that is all, please put me away somewhere, preferably not near where you keep your filthy undergarments. Oh wait, you have to teach me how to cast the spell first. Must I? Isn't that your whole point of existence? My point is to hold information, not to hold your hand. Figure it out yourself. Fine, but if I accidentally set the store on fire, it's on you. Pulled out the chair at your desk, sat down, and then reached down and grabbed Barnabas. Please, don't allow my page to be burnt, it would be terribly inconvenient. I'll try, but no promises. Ignoring him, you started studying the page. It detailed how to cast a spell with various diagrams, drawings, and words. As you read, the letters and images seemed to float off the page and into your mind, until finally everything sunk in. You pulled out your notebook and began scribbling sigils left, right, and centre. This was what magic was like. It was going to be a lot easier than you thought. Once satisfied, you put partners back down on the table and pushed the chair back. Type a little field test in. Place the notebook down on the ground in front of you, stuck out your hand, and... Revelatio Obscura! Nothing happened. Revelatio Obscura! Nothing. Vicaroni tried one more time, waving arms about wildly. Revelatio Obscura! Utterly hopeless. Shut up, I have this. You are far from having this. Your pronunciation is that of an illiterate stale-boy. Try again. Slowly this time, if you please. Took a deep breath and, feeling the way, your lungs full of air, and focus on the spell. Revelatio Obscura. A lamp at the corner of the room began to flicker on and off, and the hanging plants near the window swayed gently, despite no wind that night. Congratulations, Master. You are truly a master of the craft. The world shall tremble before your might. Hey, it worked. Look at that. I did it. Yes, congratulations on making a lamp flicker. That does mean it worked, right? Yes, this store sits on a magical ley line. There are often side effects of spells cast here. What spell can I learn next? Ha! What spell? The fledgling asks, if the entire process was so easy. Please, continue to amuse me. What? I cast it, right? You must practice. Even simple spells are fiendishly difficult, and I'll not stand idly by while you butcher them with your lack of skill. When you have more experience, perhaps then I will teach you another. Perhaps. Okay, jeez. I'll keep practicing whenever I need to find something then, alright? It would be the smartest thing you've ever done. No, it would be the smartest thing you've done since I met you. For now, though, I'll suddenly feel wiped. Yes, well, casting a spell will drain your magical reserves, and until you are more proficient, even the simplest spells require significant focus. Well, I'm too tired for this. I'm going to bed. What should I do with you? I am perfectly capable of looking after myself. Capable of yapping less while I try to sleep, or do you need to go back in the drawer? Do not even suggest such a thing. Good night, Barney. Barnabas! Barnabas! Not Barney! Close enough. You slipped into bed and shut your eyes, waves and waves of tiredness washing over you. As you drifted off, the last thing you heard was the sound of a disgruntled book complaining. You have learned a new spell. Searching the attic now has a high chance of finding items. And that is day 5. That is so good. I only got 2 days, 1 and a bit days left. Delightful. Okay, we're gonna hang off there, I think. Now, with that being done, oh bother. You had hoped to awaken to the gentle chirping of birds or the sound of a breeze rustling leaves in the world outside your window. Instead, to the my apologies, I have to turn this down for myself because it's really loud. There we go. Instead, he woke to the sound of a very grumpy, pompous book opening, then shutting his cover, repeatedly, as loud as possible. Good morning, Master. Oh, I apologise. Did I wake you? It's probably about time for me to get up anyway. Good, it would be a tragedy to waste your morning on a slumber. Up, let's get a move on. With a grumble, you pushed the covers aside and swung your legs out of your bed. You made your way over to your dresser, picked up a change of clothes, then turned back to look at Barnabas, who was sitting on your desk across the room. Do you mind? I'm changing. It's not as if I have eyes, Master. I see the world differently from a base creature like you. Cool, but I'd rather you didn't see me getting changed anyway. If it pleases you, Master, I will turn around. Does that satisfy? You quickly trade. That would not satisfy me. Go in the closet or something, I don't know. You quickly changed, then grabbed a piece of fruit, noting that your food stock really was near empty now. Hard to find a grocery store later. Now, as much as I enjoy your presence, Barney, I've got work to do. Did you want to come with, or...? No, thank you. The thought of being paraded around in front of the general populace, subject to the gazes of those who cannot appreciate my glory, fills me with despair. I will stay right here, thank you. I'll turn the TV on for you, just in case you get bored. Your consideration is touching, Master, truly. See ya. With that, you made your way down the stairs and stepped into the store proper. You were halfway down the stairs when you heard voices talking back and forth. That was beginning to feel like a normal thing around the store, but you didn't recognise one of the two You were halfway down the stairs when you heard voices talking back and forth. That was beginning to feel like a normal thing around the store, but you didn't recognise one of the two voices. Are we finally getting the fourth love interest, rather? Oh, Yowie hands. I feel that's Yowie hands, chat. I'm afraid that is not possible. Cable requires their due rest, and besides, it is my duty to protect them. Ah, Lucille, come on. It's not that big of a deal. I just want to see her with a little bedhead. I will not budge on this matter. Sleep is more important than your senseless whims. Is there a pie I didn't get invited to going on? This seems to happen a lot. You make a person feel left out if you're not careful. You winked towards Lucille, who instantly straightened up, then turned your eyes towards the other person. Your eyes met another, a man with red hair you didn't Your eyes met another's, a man with red hair you didn't recognize. He smiled up at you lopsidedly before brushing a lock of hair behind his ear. Well, if it isn't the most mesmerizing face I've seen all week, you must be the infamous new owner of the store. You can call me Handsome. Or Eden will do. Sure, fuck it. Well, hello, Handsome. It's nice to meet you. I'm Cable, right? I've heard a lot about you, but it looks like the rumours were selling you short. Rumours? Well, colour me curious. Eden took a few steps up the staircase, his gloved hand trailing over the railing as he approached you. When he got close enough, he leaned in towards you and whispered. He wasn't quite touching you, but it was close enough that it felt like an intimate gesture. Funny story. I'd heard that the new owner already had a fan club because of their overwhelming beauty and charisma. Before I'd seen, I have to agree. Eden pulled back and smiled. Well, the rumours say a lot more than that, but let's leave some of the secrets of mystery for you now, shall we? You have to be a little mysterious to be interesting, after all. At that, Eden turned around and walked back down the stairs, the sound of wood creaking with every step. If there's something you need, Sir Eden, I suggest you speak now. Why rush our first meeting? Are we telling everyone about it at our wedding? He winked up at you, then turned his attention to Lucille. I do not like your behaviour, Eden. Really, you don't need to be so defensive. I don't bite. Unless you ask me nicely. Is this guy a doppelganger? Because the protagonist said that same thing as well. I have no interest in anything. My apologies. I have no interest in anything of the sort from you. If you have no business here, please take your leave. We're running on an establishment here. Lucille moved her hand towards the hilt of her sword, but didn't draw it. Ian raised his hands and backed up a step. Alright. I'm going to note that down for next time. Lucille isn't a fan of jokes. My deepest apologies, my lady knight. Eden gave a half bow to Lucille, while she just shifted to stand a little straighter. I just wanted to introduce myself to our lovely new shopkeep. Believe it or not, I'm actually Willowmist's most famous carpenter. I believe you are Willowmist's only carpenter. Ouch. That may be true, but the point stands. A carpenter? He looks more like a model. I was expecting someone who looks more like Quinn. I happen to be acquainted with your aunt. We work together on occasion, so I'd like to extend the same offer to you. If I remember correctly, Sir Eden, Lady Sylvie would also refer to you as a flirt and a liar. Jeez, I've completely lost Lucille's voice. That's the cost of having not done this in a while. What can I say? There's no so much beauty in the world, should I not celebrate it? Lady Sylvie would say that you are incapable of taking anything seriously. That I can accept. You're such an honest person, Lucille, it almost makes me jealous. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. I'd love the chance to get to know you properly, Cable. How about dinner and drinks on me tomorrow night? Tomorrow night? Well, maybe I'll be able to shift around my incredibly full schedule, if you ask nicely. Oh, is that how it's going to be? Well then, pretty please, may I treat you to a night of fine dining and wine? That's actually pretty good. I'm impressed. I'm an actor at heart. Then I shall accompany you as bodyguard. I think that's... Actually, you know what? Why don't we just invite everyone? It could be like a housewarming party. Here I thought I'd manage to snag a date. What a shame. Still, that sounds like fun. I'll leave it to you to invite whoever you'd like. You seem like you have good taste. Bell by the door chimed as the doors to the store opened, and the familiar face of Emmett poked his head through. Good morning. Shit! Good morning. I'm here for... He pauses, his eyes locked with Eden's. He then turned and walked straight back out the door. Based! Based! Oh, I'm going to be right back after these short messages because I need to get myself some water because I am clearly butchering these voices. BRB? Okay, back to a regularly scheduled program. I actually don't know what's up with my voice today. Usually it's pretty good, but I guess maybe I've done something different today. But yeah, no, Emmett, we love you, babes. You're completely based. Emmett? How cute. He's being all shy. I'll go get him. Don't you worry your pretty little head. Oh, I do not like you anymore. You're coming on too strong. We were like Emmett or... Not even Florian's not even coming on. He's just a nice guy. Eden strode past you, then exited. Eden strode past you, then exited the store. A few moments later... Sorry, a bunch of children are staring at me. I'm scared. They're going to come back and break my legs. A few moments later, they both came back in, with Eden's arm around Emmett's shoulder. Where are you off to so quickly, my friend? Don't tell me you're trying to avoid me. I'd prefer it, yes. Everyone, so what is this morning? How refreshing. Is that what brings you here today, Emmett? My job, which you're currently preventing me from doing. There's always more time. There's always more time for work later. There's always friends later. That would be true, yes. But you're all acquaintances at most. Hey, you're meant to think stuff like that, not say it to our faces. You're such a stick in the mud. And you're a thorn in my side. Unhand me. You'll run away. I might just have to hold on to you tighter. I might, yes, and please don't. You two are friends then? We absolutely are. We absolutely are not. It's more like I happen to bump into him no matter where I go, and he takes it upon himself to bother me non-stop. You're too stubborn for your own good. One day I'll get you to agree we're best friends. Hell will freeze over before that day comes. So cold. I thought we had such a beautiful relationship. Okay, I think there's an issue. I think it's intentional, but Eden and the protagonist are really similar. I think Eden and the protagonist have said the exact same thing at different times. But I think that it's like Eden is sort of copying us a bit excessively, and I don't know why that is. I don't know whether that's like just the way that that character is written, and I'm just coinciding with the choices I made of being a massive flirt, or whether that's gotta be what it is. Because I don't know what Emmett is. I think I got the idea that he might be a fae, or like under a fae's curse or something like that. Specifically because of the sparkling envelope, and also his insistence on using your surname instead of your forename. It would also explain his separation from a lot of people, and not referring to them as friends, maybe. Eden, Florian, vampire. Actually, there's a... Wait, where's... You're breaking my heart over here, Emmett. Emmett, the famous heartbreaker. I like the sound of that. Don't encourage him, he'll never stop. Please encourage me more. I'm like a puppy. I thrive on attention. Yes, exactly. Just like a puppy. Desperately in need of discipline. Yowie! Oh, I was wondering when Yowie would start showing up. Oh, those two. Don't let them be together, please, because... Emmett, you're too good for that man. Florian might get along with Eden, though. I haven't seen them interact yet, but... They have, like, a similar vibe going on, so I'm hoping It's weird. This is a relationship game where I'm envisioning a lot of, the only one I don't really see Where's the... Oh, there it is. That's how you access it. I'll come back to that in a second. But... stats, there we go. Because... Okay, we haven't met everyone. But yeah, no. Because I see... Winnie and Lucille could be an interesting couple, but they're not great. Florian and Eden work fairly well, I think, but I haven't seen them together yet, so maybe that'll change. Yeah. like, Lucille and the protagonist, they're meant for each other, chat. I know who I ship, and I might do that in more depth later, but yeah. Sorry, I'm yapping, and that's apparently been 14 minutes of this recording session already, so ooh. Since you're here, Emmett, I was wondering if you'd like to come out for our dinner with us tomorrow night? No, thank you. Scared that Eden will bite? He's going? Yeah, so far it's me, Eden, and Lucille. I'd like to ask Florian and Winnie too. I'd really like you to come if that makes a difference. Fine, I'll make a spoil my otherwise packed schedule. I hope you appreciate the effort. What a gentleman. I mean, how very unlike you change your mind. Maybe you have a soft spot for Cable. Eh? I have nothing of the sort. I'm merely agreeing so that someone responsible could be on hand to keep things under control. Emmett shrugged out of Eden's grasp and then brushed himself off. Now, if that's all, I need to speak with Cable. In private. Well, when you put it like that, I can't help but wonder about your relationship. Do tell me what happens. Nothing is going to happen. It is a simple discussion and nothing more. Is that a blush I see on your cheeks? Maybe you're the one who needs glasses here. Stop making things up. Allow me to escort you out, Sir Eden, so that Sir Emmett and Cable may talk in peace for the moment. What a noble way of throwing me out. Well, it was nice to meet you, Cable. I hope to see you around town. Definitely. It's been a pleasure. No, it hasn't. Eden's been coming on too strong. Eden's a bit too... He's too puppy-coded, I think. Which, when my character does it, it's fine. When he does it, it's bad. I'll let you know more about my services later, but drinks first. I'm a very hands-on worker. I'd like to get to know my business partners before we work together. Sounds great. See you tomorrow, Eden. Lucille put her hand on Eden's back and saw him to the door, where he finally exited the store, the bell tinkling as he did. Pardon the intrusion. As I said, we need to talk. Sure thing. What's up? Did you miss me so bad you had to come see me first thing? Don't be absurd. Did you give my business card to anyone? No, of course not. Why would I? I'm keeping your number all to myself. Thank you. Damn it. If you're responsible, then that's even more concerning. How did they find me and get a hold of my number? Who? What's going on? It's my previous employer. What they want? Wait, Wait, did you do accounting for a criminal organization or something? I worry about the fantasy stuff going on in that head of yours. Forget it. I'll deal with it myself. You're kind of making me worry here. You're a client. There's no need to worry about me. No, because Kratos now. I think that means I'm legally allowed to worry about you. I'm no solicitor, but I'm certain that's not how this works. It is, actually. So trying to argue that me worrying about you is illegal. What? No, stop talking nonsense. I can't believe you'd call me nonsensical, Mr. Accountant for a crime syndicate. That's not... Oh, forget it, you're impossible. Emmett pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, almost like he was in pain. There's nothing like that, nothing illegal at the very least. I should say, I terminated my contract early and they aren't happy about it. It is the Fae! I knew it! Got you, chat. But they can't force you to go back, can they? I'd like to say no, but they're so obsessed with their rules and regulations, they might have some obscure way to try and make me work for them again. It is the Fae! I'm a genius, chat. And that would be a bad thing, right? I worked for a reason. Oh, what a terrible start to an otherwise good morning. At least got to see me. As I said, thank you for your concern, Cable. It's not necessary, but, well, thank you anyway. What you guys whispering about? Is it secrets? Ooh, I love secrets. Come on, tell me. I won't tell anyone, I swear. Oh, Winnie, good morning. Have you and Emmett met before? Does watching him from the corner of the room count? I don't think so. Then nope, my name is Winnie. Nice to meet ya. So, what's happening? None of your business, Miss Winona. Just Winnie is fine. Fine, Miss Just Winnie. No, I mean, I'm just Winnie. As I said, Miss Just Winnie. Fine, I'll be Miss Just Winnie, but you have to be Mr. Tall and Serious. Mr. Finch will suffice. Mr. always looks like he's got to stick up his butt. I feel like that one might be a little bit long. Thank you for noticing. It takes a lot of effort to maintain. I like you. You're funny. Funny isn't the word I'd use, but if you prefer it, then be my guess. Now, if that's all I have, other things to attend to. They're besties, Yora. They're besties. Hey, Emmett. Yes? This all could have been a text, you know? And? I'm just saying, I feel like you stopped by just to see me. You would be incorrect, as I gave you my number, but you never gave me yours. Good day, Miss Marigold. Miss Just Winnie. At that, Emmett turned on his heel and walked out the door, the bell jingling as he did. Winnie turned and waved her hand, watching as he left. So, what is that about? A romantic tryst? A secret rendezvous? The beginnings of forbidden love? Do you read a lot of romance novels or something, Winnie? But it does get boring around here sometimes. No! Oh god, I do prefer Emmett. I'm sorry, Winnie. Maybe it was a secret rendezvous, but Emmett doesn't realise it yet. I knew it! Oh! Emmett and Cable sitting in a tree. When's the wedding? I could text him now and spring on him. Yeah. Do it! He might kill me or worse, block my number on the spot. Anyway, no, it really wasn't anything like that, just boring work stuff. Oh, by the way, Winnie, I wanted to ask you something. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? Dinner? With you? Ooh, are you inviting me on a date? Sure, a date with me, Emmett, Lucille, Eden, and hopefully Florian. We're all going to be one big happy family. Okay, so this is not a one-on-one thing. Boo. Did you want it to be one-on-one? Well, of course, I want to get to know you better. Well, a bigger group doesn't have to stop that, does it? Plus, we can always hang out here. I want to get to know you better too, Winnie. Yeah, that sounds fun. Winnie shifted and fiddled with her hands. Can I think about it and let you know later? Oh, sure, it's not until tomorrow anyway, so there's no rush. If you don't want to, you don't have to either. Oh no, I still want to, I'll let you know. Is she bound to this building? Alright, I better get ready to open up anyway. Okie dokie, see you later, alligator! Winnie gave a small wave, then floated up and through the ceiling. God, I've lost a lot of these people's voices. And I'm so sorry about that. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. We've got pay your bills. Oh, I can't pay my bills yet. Let's sort through storage, then man the counter. Then tomorrow we'll pay our bills. While tidying the attic, you tugged a dusty box from behind a stack of hat cases and found something curious inside. A travel vanity filled to the brim with eyeshadows, blushes, lipsticks, and more. What's that I spy? Makeup? Oh, Lucille, come here! Is someone in peril? Look what Cable found! Truly a treasure, the craftsmanship is beautiful. It would suit you, Lady Winona. If only I could actually use it. I know it's all the same, but I could help you use it on someone else. But who would... Lucy! Me? I have never worn such a thing. I don't think it would suit me. Aw, Lucy, you look super pretty. I mean, you always look pretty, but it'd be fun. Only if you want to, though. For all we know, the makeup is cursed. Knowing Lady Sylvie, the chances are high. However, I will admit that I am curious. So... I suppose it would not hurt to try. Yay! I shall place myself at your service, Lady Winona and Cable. That's the spirit. Okay, Cable, brush in your right hand. No, your other right. First of all, maybe some blush? That would bring out her cheekbones and the rest could follow. Just a little though, maybe some eyeshadow to match. Your counsel is deft, Lady Winona. Blush and eyeshadow it is. Here goes nothing. Oh, I'm gonna fail this one, I know it. Well, actually, 7 is the most commonly rolled die on a pair of dice, so... Number on a pair of dice, rather, so... I have faith. I have faith! Yes! Do you know that 7 is the most commonly rolled number on these dice? By the way, have you really never worn makeup before? No. Whilst the women of my village were picking up their first rouge brush, I was already long in training as a squire. The most adornment I was afforded was the armour on my body, not upon my face. Armour still a adornment, just heavier. Your words being true, Cable. I have owned many ceremonial sets of armour in my lifetime, some of which have been passed down for centuries. Perhaps this is not so different. And there we go. What do you think? We held a mirror to Lucille's face. You had a light touch, the makeup wasn't too apparent, but accentuated Lucille's features in a delicate way. Is this truly my face? It is a wonder, truly. You're so pretty, Lucy. Cable, you really worked your magic. All the credit goes to my director. A joint effort. Thank you both. It's not often I indulge in such things. I must say, it has left me wondering if I missed out on a great deal in my younger years. There's plenty of time left to make up for it, if you'd like. You are too kind, Cable. Truly, you have my thanks. With that, you packed away the makeup and continued your searching. I didn't find anything, that's not great. You began searching for your aunt's collection. A little dusty but solidly bound, a leather-bound encyclopedia. Rarity rare, quality normal, predicted worth 75 to 255. Oh, that's great. We are so back, chat. You're leaning against the counter, eating the last of your food supplies when Florian comes in through the front door, nearly dragging his bag behind him. You thought it'd be impossible, but somehow he looked even more tired than usual. Hi, Florian. Long night? He pulled off his usual disguise. Good morning, night, afternoon, fuck, whatever it is. Brilliant start to your shift. Can I get you a coffee, Summer? Yes. Wait. No. Seriously, are you okay? I'm fine. God, you're so nosy. It's been a long few days. Florian dragged his bag over to the counter and sat down with a sigh. I can tell you're looking worse every day. Gee, thanks. Florian's voice was a flat monotone, as if all the energy had been sucked out of him. Should always take a few days off. I'm sure we could manage. I'll have to take double shift on sweeping, but hey, I could use the art workout. I do more than sweeping, you know. So I don't want to. I'm not sick, just... It's fine. Stop worrying about me and worry about something more productive. Give me an example then, and I'll consider it. Running the store? I think I've kind of got it down by now. Something else. Fuck, I don't know. All this supernatural stuff you're struggling with. Yeah, actually, about that. What? I think I might be a witch or a wizard or something along those lines. God, what changed overnight? To make a long story short, a magic book with the worst personality ever pretty much hit me in the face with the revelation. I'm fine, you know that? Sure, magic books. Great. Really? That's all? What do you want me to say? You're a witch. Hooray, let's celebrate. Kinda thought you'd have a bit more to say than that. Do you know if my aunt was like this? Well, there was certainly something wrong with her. Hey! I mean, look, she's eccentric and she lives here. There was always going to be something up with her. So you didn't know she was a witch? No, she tends to keep things to herself. It's kind of her thing. And you're fine with that? Look, she pays me. I don't care if she's a witch or an alien or whatever else, just as long as my bills get paid. I'm sure you have sick leave. You know you ought to use it. Sorry, I'm sure you have sick leave. You know, you ought to use it. I'm not sick. Leave it. Jeez, alright, I'll drop it. Florian let out a breath. Sorry, I've just had a shit few days. If you're a witch or whatever, maybe you have some spell to give me my energy back. He laughed weakly and rested his head on the counter. I'd give anything to sleep right now. Use my bed if you like. I can't think of anything weirder than sleeping in Sylvie's room. I think the bed smells more like me than her, if that helps. It does not. It's off a lack of trying anyway. Thanks for the offer, though. He reached down and gave him a pat on his head. His hair was actually very soft. What are you doing? Sorry, really, it was kind of forced a habit. You remind me of my mum's dog. Your mum's dog? Yeah, when she's grumpy, she puts her head down like that, too. My bad. Hey, it makes you feel a little better. You're pretty much softer than her. Whatever, I have work to do. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. He practically flew away from the counter, cheeks turning bright red. Sorry, Florian. With that, you finish up your lunch break and go back to work. God, how am I going to price these properly? That should probably be a bit cheaper then. I'm going to reduce this down to 20. In a similar vein, I'm going to reduce this down to 25. And this is going to... I'm going to start it at 80. You guys seated behind the counter, ready for today's customers. The bell's chiming. A customer came The bells chime and a customer comes inside. Good day. I had a gap between clients and thought I'd check in. Welcome! Nature harbors a certain symmetry I appreciate. Interesting. Reasonable enough. I'll take it off your hands. Yes! Sold the miniature harp for $20. I'll check in again soon. See you next time! The customer leaves the store. We saw one customer today, but no one else is coming now. Ooh. It was a little past 5 PM when he flipped over the sign on the door to closed and let out a drowsy sigh. I need to get my money up. That's the main thing at the moment. And we just finished our sales for day 6, so hopefully I'll be able to do a bit better tomorrow. Sadly, I've been trying to keep prices too high up on the stuff I've got out, so tragically I haven't managed to make the amount I need for the bills yet. It was a little past 5 PM when It was a little past 5 PM when he flipped over the sign on the door to close and let out a drowsy sigh. What a day. You say that every day, you know, like a broken record. Well, every day is exhausting. In a good way, though. How can anything be exhausting in a good way? Have you ever finished something and been tired but really proud of your work? Nope. I usually finish shit then wish I'd never started in the first place. You're kind of a pessimist. The world isn't sunshine and rainbows. That's true, but well, bad things will always happen, but life goes on. Isn't that kind of cool? Not really. Maybe if you don't frown so much, you'd be more positive. I don't think it works like that. It actually does. Fun fact for you there. If you frown, I don't know what the exact term, what it exactly releases, but it releases sad drug. In comparison, if you smile, it releases happy drug. So, as patronizing as it sounds, smile a bit more. Genuinely, it helps you feel better. It's sort of like doing reverse self-deprecation, doing self-aggrandizing humor rather than self-deprecating humor. Because if you do a lot of self-deprecating humor, you'll start to believe your jokes. So, you know, if your go-to joke is, God, I'm so stupid, you'll start believing that even if you don't currently, which will mean you have lower self-esteem in the long term. And especially if, like me, you have mood swings, you'll end up in a situation where you have really bad opinions of yourself at specific parts of the day or specific parts of the year, which can be really bad. So yeah, do self-aggrandizing jokes, smile more. It genuinely helps, even if it seems a bit silly. And worst case is, you laugh at yourself for doing it, which is also good. Give it a try. See? Just go on my face. It's really easy. Just relax your muscles and... No, still frowning, I see. It's not a frown, it's just my face. That's unfortunate for you. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing at all. Noisy must run in your family or something. Noisy, annoying, and a complete pain in my ass. You've got gorgeous, charming, and funny. No, trust me, I didn't. You grinned and Florian turned away from you. Looking around the store, it looked as it always did. A mess of knickknacks and clutter, but a clean one. Florian did a good job, even if he always tried to deny it. Hey Florian, I was wondering something. You're always wondering something or another. You never stop asking questions. It's good to have an inquisitive brain, you know. It keeps you young, or something like that anyway. Is it? It seems like a lot of effort, especially when you could just keep your mouth shut and think of yourself instead. Anyways, as I was saying, I know that you grew up in town, but not much else. You haven't always worked here, right? What did you do before? Is it important? That depends how important you think getting to know each other is. Not important, then. I think you default to being mean when you feel shy. Look, I used to be in college, but that didn't work out and I dropped out. There's a college here? That's surprising. I didn't know the population of Willowmist could support it. No, it was in the city. Did you say you've always lived here? It's only gone a few months, it hardly counts. But why did you drop out? Got bored of your major? Why is this so important to you? You've got a magic book upstairs, right? Why don't you go bug it in instead? I don't know if Barnabas would like that. He has a name. Hey, I didn't pick it. He came pre-named, though to be fair, Barnabas is kind of a rocking name. You're changing the subject. Barnabas has nothing to do with this. I'm interested in you. Health complications. Alright. I couldn't stay, but I also can come back when... look, fine. If you're so desperate to know, I'll tell you. But can we sit it down? My head is killing me. Of course, we can use my room upstairs if that's alright with you. Florian looked to the side, a dusting of red appearing on his cheeks. Now, who's trying to get who into bed? I never mentioned anything about my bed. You're the one thinking about that. I never... No, did I? You literally just brought it up. Look, you're cute, but I think that's jumping ahead a little, don't you? I'm not... You don't... Ugh. With that, Florian turned around and stomped upstairs, huffing the entire way up. He still went upstairs, so... Welcome to my humble abode, Sir Florian. God, shut up, you sound like Lucille. Is that a bad thing? I know you two are pretty different, but I hope that's not a problem. One Lucille is enough, that's all. It's not like I hate her, she's just... a lot. Alright, I'll keep the chivalry to a minimum, my fair liege. He flopped down on your couch, sinking into the cushions. Florian followed, though much more cautiously, perching himself on the opposite end. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering on a photo frame. It had been there when you'd arrived. A picture of a much younger Aunt Sylvie holding a baby. It must have been you. It isn't. It isn't. This place is weirdly empty. You think? It's packed with all kinds of stuff in here. Sometimes I wonder where my aunt got it all. No, I mean, Sylvia has a big personality. She kind of filled any space she was in. I'm trying my best over here. I guess it's alright with you here too. Hey, I'll take a second best to her. She's amazing. Anyway, what were we talking about? You dropped me out of college? Right. Florian blinked a few times as if his eyes were trying to stay open. Are you feeling okay? Stop asking me that. I'm fine. Kenny rubbed his temples, then shook his head. Just a headache. It's no big deal. Anyway, college. Just had some health shit and I left it, but... Look, I won't sugarcoat it. I'm not asking for your pity. My dad ran off after my little sister was born, and Mum struggled to raise both of us. I quit high school to have a couple of part-time jobs to help her. Oh, Florian, I'm sorry. You do what you have to do to survive, it's fine. But she, my mum, she secretly saved up to send me to college. For years without telling me, then she just sent me off. She wanted the best for you. Yeah, but why should that best not include them? But fine, whatever. I went, and I couldn't face them when I dropped out. They think I'm still in the city, living my life, getting my degree, and I can't bring myself to tell them otherwise. So wait, they live in Willowmist, but have no clue you're here too? Why? They'd probably love to see you. I can't face them. She gave up everything for me, and I just let her down completely. What am I meant to say? Hey mom, turns out I'm a fuck up and can't even make it through a semester of college. Surprise! She'd be happy just seeing you and knowing you're safe. That's what parents do, especially if it's health related. I can't, not like this, I'm... Florian's head sank down onto his hands and his shoulders trembling. I'm not who I was when I left. I can't. I'm not a perfect little son anymore. Give him a hug! Without thinking, you leaned forward and pulled Florian into a hug. He stiffened, his breath catching and his hands hovered over your back. What are you... I'm sorry, Florian. Really. Sorry though, his arms wrapped around you and squeezed you tight. Oh, I love my moody boy. As I always say, 2.5 Studios are great at making moody characters. It's great. It's not like it's your fault. There's no reason to be sorry. I just want to go home and I feel like things are normal again. Can't you? I truly want to believe that your mum would just be happy to see you. It's not just that. I don't deserve it anymore. I can't trust myself around her or my sister. Trust yourself? Even you should be keeping your distance. God, you're so fucking naive. Everything's up for you too. Everything I touch just falls apart. I think that's true. I'm right here and I haven't fallen apart yet. The store hasn't fallen down around us. You're not destroying anything. Yet. I don't want to share any of this shit, you know that? It's embarrassing. There's no shame in feeling emotions. Isn't that just proof we're human? I know that's difficult for you, and I can't just magically make it better, but if you need someone to talk to, or anything else, you can rely on me. You're too nice, you know? Could end up getting taken advantage of. By who? You? I don't think you have the energy to take advantage of anyone, even if you wanted to. Thanks? I guess. Florian pulled back and wiped his eyes with his sleeve. Seriously though, don't say anything about this to anyone. Our secret. I'm pretty good at secrets, you know. Hardly. You've known me for less than 24 hours, and you've already broadcast my existence to the entirety of this quaint little establishment. At this rate, I expect you'll be handing out pamphlets by week's end. Truly, your discretion is legendary. What the... There he is, my favourite talking book in the whole world. Not a lot of competition there, but don't let that hurt your feelings. To be fair, I haven't told anyone yet, only Florian. Everyone yet, only Florian. Oh, Florian. You Barnabas, Florian. It literally talks. Did you think I was making it up? No, I didn't expect. My reputation precedes me, as always. Hello, Florian. It's a pleasure to meet a friend of my esteemed master, or some such drivel. Barnabas isn't very nice if you hadn't noticed. Oh shit. You'll have to excuse me as I was rudely interrupted in the middle of my rest. Your rest? What does a book have to be so tired about anyway? Plenty of things, you impudent creature. The effort it takes to communicate with my new master, for example, is truly a Herculean task. And that Barnabas floated across the room and landed on the desk. It just flies? God, I'm too tired for this shit. Now I embarrass myself in front of two people. Great. Fortunately for you, I have the displeasure of being in service only to my pitiful master, and as such I have no one to share your shame with. Just ignore him. I'll put him in the drawer if he keeps it up. The audacity! Fine, science people, mark my words, you will soon regret it. This must all be a lot for you too. Just a little bit. I like to think I'm pretty good at running with things, but sometimes I don't even really know where to start. But I've got all the time in the world to work it out anyway. Are you going home in 3 months? Okay. I've got 3 months to work it out. Thanks, Florian. Sorry, I wasn't trying to make it worse. I'm just kidding. Really, I'm having fun. I'll be fine. Wish I had dropped your optimism. Change fucking sucks. Yeah, but sometimes it can be really great too. I've only been here a week and it feels like I've made a whole bunch of friends. It's really, really great. Yeah, well, you're easy to like. Am I now? For some people, not me. You don't like me at all? Aww. Damn, I've already planned out our wedding and everything. What? Our 3 kids, Alexis, Jasmine and Michael, a white picket fence and a dog named Bobo, and you just throw it all away? Throw it away? It doesn't exist. You're delusional. So that's a no to my proposal. No. So it's a yes? No, I mean, it's... Oh God, you're so frustrating. I love you too. Don't say stuff like that. Seriously, Bobo, what kind of name is that? What do you suggest then? Toaster. Toaster? It's a good name for a dog. It's not better than Bobo. I disagree. At Florian's more than serious tone, you couldn't help but grin. Fine, Toaster it will be. Hey, that's not... I feel like I've just been scammed into a marriage. You have. This is all legally binding. I can confirm. God, please tell me you're joking. I am, but I do like you, Florian. As much as you try to be unlikable, I'm not saying we need to be best friends, but I do hope that we can get along. Yeah, fine. I wouldn't mind being friends with you, and you're not terrible to work with. We're getting somewhere now. Hey, what's your sister like? I can imagine you as a super doting older brother, now that I think about it. I mean, yeah, I guess I was. She's still a bossy and a pain in the ass, but... Well, she's my sister. How old is she? 10, probably 11 now, actually. Do you have any photos? You scooted a little closer to Florian on the couch. Yeah, I think so. Florian reached into his pocket and took out his phone, flipping through his photo album. You couldn't help but lean in to see what was on his screen. You could see pictures of a little girl, a woman who must be his mother, and Florian himself, though a few years younger. It was hard not to notice how much brighter Florian looked. He lacked his signature eye bags and he had a wide smile on his face. It was the kind of smile you'd never seen from him. That's her. You still look so similar. You could be twins. Sure, if I wasn't 13 years older than her. Mum had me young. She's adorable, Florian. Your mum looks really nice too. In response, you pulled out your own phone, scrolling through until you found a picture of you standing next to your mum back when you moved into your first apartment, which was also the apartment you just moved out of. This is my mum a few years ago. Wow, your genes are strong. Wow. Your genes are strong, huh? Yep, my aunt and her look pretty similar, don't you think? This was back when I moved out of home. I lived in this little apartment right in the middle of the city. Sounds noisy. Yeah, I didn't sleep a lot. Let out a soft laugh before locking your phone and placing it back down on the table. That part was so weird. Did you know the elevator fell like a dozen times? There was an earthquake localized to just the building and a crane rammed in the first floor, all in a single year. A date with death happened in that apartment. It's a connected universe, I knew it! That probably means that bird that we saw was probably a glamour. Don't know who'd be a glamour too, unless it was to Quinn. Seriously? Yeah, but not a single person got hurt. I swear to God, someone in that building upset a Grim Reaper or something. For the first time since you met him, Florian smiled, and his hand coming up to his mouth as he tried to muffle a laugh. Maybe you're cursed or something. With everything else going on, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. got a nice smile, you know? Oh my god, that happens! Oh, please tell me there's going to be an update to A Date with Death to feature Sprout. Oh, I'd love that. That'd be great. Even if it's just like a passing mention. Oh, I wasn't expecting that reference, but I'm so glad it was there. Florian blinked as his cheeks slowly turned red. What? I said you have a pretty nice smile. That's all. I didn't really mean anything by it. It's just nice to see. You come out with the most random things. You meant to just think that kind of shit, not say it. He leaned back, smacking his head gently a few times on the back of the sofa. Oh, my headache is killing me. I've got painkillers in the bathroom cabinet, if you want. They don't really help, but fuck it, I'll try. He hopped off the couch and headed to the bathroom. Jan had left an assortment of pills and medicines in the cupboard. He didn't have a clue what most of them were for. He scooped out the painkillers, then popped back out. Florian was still in the same spot, but his eyes were shut tight and his chest gently rose and fell with each breath. Don't tell me another imbecile is moving into my quarters. Shh, be quiet, he's sleeping. And these aren't your quarters, I'm just letting you stay here with me because I'm nice. Shh, Barnabas, they say. You're interrupting the poor tired man's beauty sleep, they cry. Well, fine, I'll just be silent then if that's what you desire. Carefully, you draped a knitted blanket over Florian's legs and settled in next to him, watching his sleeping face. He looked peaceful, much more peaceful than when he was awake. God, you really were exhausted. You'll take bad care of yourself, you know that? You'll probably hate me for it, but I'll let you rest for a bit, okay? Maybe I'll close my eyes for a bit too, just a little bit. That'd be okay, right? Right, Florian? With the yawn, you drifted off to sleep as well. Is that the end of the day? I don't think it'll be the end of the day, will it? No, it isn't. Good. You woke up to the sound of someone shifted beside you, amongst the otherwise gentle hum of night. Lazily, you opened your eyes, expecting to see Florian at his feet, embarrassed about falling asleep beside you, but instead noticed a shadowed figure hovering above you. Leaning towards you? Oh, that is delightful. Oh, God. Yeah, no, fair enough. You've got to have a CG a day to fill in the quota, I guess. God, I'm really annoyed because I need to fill up my tea again, so I'm going to take this as an opportunity to save, fill in my tea, fill up my tea, and I'll be right back after these short messages. Good, if I had a sponsor, that'd be the perfect time to add it. But alas, I'm Apollo. I had forgotten I'd put that as the CG, because I'm back now with water and tea. You blinked, trying to wake up your sluggish mind, and finally realised it was Florian, who was close to you, and his eyes were half-lidded, his expression distant and unfocused. One hand was down beside you, and the other braced against the couch to the side of your head. A sudden chill ran through your body, despite the warmth still lingering in the air. Florian? No response came from Florian. He remained completely still, staring at you. No, not at you, but at your neck? His head dipped lower. The faintest brush of his nose against your skin sent a jolt through your nerves, and suddenly the sluggish fog in your mind cleared as his mouth was inches from your neck. His breath hot against your skin. Your eyes went to his face, and then you noticed something. A flash of something pointed and sharp between his parted lips. Fangs. Your body tensed, your heart hammered in your chest, and his breath hitched like he could hear it. Florian? No response. It was almost as if he wasn't truly himself. His posture was wrong, like he was acting on instinct alone, and in the dark, with a glint of moonlight reflecting off his eyes, his gaze looked almost empty. But the faintest graze of his teeth against your skin, a breath's distance from sinking in now. A shiver ran down your spine, but you managed to keep a lid on the panic threatening to break through. Barnabas, I understand that realistically speaking, you should be interrupting right now. But also, thanks, babes. He lifted a hand and reached out, cupping Florian's cheek. The movement caused his eyes to open wider and his lips paused. Slowly, and ever so gently, you brushed your thumb across his cheek, expecting the warmth radiating from his skin, but instead finding it as cold as a corpse. Your hand shook slightly and your breath was ragged and shallow. Florian, are you there? At the sound of his name, he blinked a few times and then looked down. When he saw where he was, he recoiled as if burned, falling off the sofa and landing heavily on the floor. His breathing was erratic and his hands were shaking, but he couldn't bring himself to look up. Shit. I didn't mean to. Florian, it's okay, calm down. Push yourself off the couch and crouch next to Florian. Don't come near me! Florian, seriously, it's fine, it's all okay, just take a breath. You tried to put a hand on his shoulder, but he backed up, his face twisted in a pained grimace. Just don't come near me! Fuck, I can't believe... I'm a fucking idiot, I shouldn't be here around people. Fuck. He didn't hurt me. But I wanted to, so badly. But you didn't. You inched forward until you're next to Florian again. He turned his face away from you, but didn't protest. His breath was coming fast and ragged like he couldn't quite catch it. Don't say I'm not a vampire. You could see Florian's body's trembling even in the dark. I have to go. Is that what all this sickness has been about? You're hungry? I can't do this, not again. I can't do this to anyone. As quickly as he could manage, Florian pushed himself up and ran for the door. Florian! He was faster than he should have been, especially given how weak and shaky he had looked. In moments you heard the door downstairs slam shut. You jumped to your feet and rushed downstairs, knowing full well that Florian was long gone, but wanted to try anyway. Damn it. Are you looking for Florian? Oh, Winnie. You turned to see her sitting on the counter, transparent legs hanging over the edge. Yeah, I was hoping he'd still be here, I guess. He ran off really quickly. He looked upset about something. It's complicated, but I think I might have hurt his feelings. You don't happen to know where he lives at his number, do you? No, Florian doesn't really share that kind of stuff. Right. I'll talk to him tomorrow then. Moonlit fact, they were moonlit. I'll give you that. Your eyes went up to the clock. It was around only 7:30 p.m. You hadn't slept for more than an hour or two. It felt like much longer. Your stomach growled and you remembered that you hadn't eaten dinner yet and that you were pretty much out of food. I'll have to find a grocery store, so I guess I'll just keep an eye out for Florian. Not likely to find him at a grocery store if he's really a vampire. You turned towards the door before stopping in your tracks. Is everything alright? Winnie's legs stopped kicking back and forth and she stared towards the ground, biting her lip. She fiddled with her sleeves and kept her eyes away from yours. You asked me about going out for dinner with you, right? Yeah, that's right. I'd love you to come. And I forgot to ask Florian. Well, I want to go. That's great. But I'm really scared. Scared? Haven't even tried to leave the building. Wait, not even once? No, I'm scared that if I try, I'll just disappear. Winnie's shoulders drooped and she sighed. It's dumb, I know it is, but I've been here for so long as I remember, and I don't know if I still exist outside the building. What if the only reason I've lasted this long is because I've stayed here? What if I really am dead? If I leave, I'll pass on. Winnie's eyes went down to her feet, and she swung them back and forth slowly. Hey, it's alright, Winnie, seriously, it's okay. It sounds scary. If you would rather stay here, we can do something else, just the two of us. But I want to go. I want to spend time with everyone and laugh and have fun. I don't care if I can't eat or anything, but I don't want to be alone anymore. I'm too scared. I'm always too scared. You approached the counter and reached out, placing a hand over hers. It didn't feel like anything, and you couldn't truly touch her, but the thought was there. If you want to do it, then do it. Be brave. I'll be right there beside you. You won't have to do it alone. Winnie hesitated for a moment, then pulled her hand back and floated down from the counter. Okay, you're right. I want to go. Thanks, Cable. You're the best. Did you want to try coming out with me now? No. Thanks, but I think I need to build myself up for tomorrow. Right then, it's a date. If you change your mind, just tell me, okay? Okay. I thought you double-checked you had your key before heading out into the growing night. Get the totally not blood. Come on. It's clearly an emergency in that context. Whatever. It's fine. I'm going insane. Okay, let's check my... Oh, as in, inventory of the store, not individual inventory. That makes sense. The air was crisp and cold as you stepped out of the front door, and the wind rustled the trees that lined the street. There didn't seem to be anyone else wandering about, but then, you suppose most people would be sitting down for dinner or tucking into bed for an early night's rest by now. Bundling your clothes close to your body, you started on your way to the main square. The town square was a little more lively than the store, but not by much. It seemed as if a good portion of the shops were closed or closing for the night, and only a few people wandered the streets. It was a far cry from the bustling crowds and bright lights of the city. The streets were clean and quiet, and the houses were well maintained, without any signs of graffiti or broken windows. You could get used to this kind of life. You eyed the various stores around the area: bookshop, coffee shop, a hardware store, a pharmacy. Then you saw it, nestled at the corner of the street, a small grocery store. The same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you'd gone out for dinner together just the other night. The same one Lucille had pointed out to you when you'd gone out for dinner together just the other night. The light inside was on, and a small open sign hung in the window. You walked towards it, keeping an eye out for Florian, but to no success. The inside was what you would expect of a grocery store, though much smaller in scale than the big stores back home. The aisles were narrow and the shelves were cramped, but it seemed like they had pretty much anything you'd need. The lone cashier nodded to you as you passed. No self-checkout here, which didn't surprise you. You won't take over today, computer overlords. You grabbed a basket and began picking out some basics. Milk, eggs, butter, that sort of thing. My mind's still on Florian. Twice in one day. I think that's what they call fate. Turned, hearing a now familiar voice behind you, to see Eden leaning against his shopping cart, red hair tousled. Unless, of course, you just couldn't stay away and decided to search me out, in which case I'm even happier. Eden grinned, and it was a little infectious. Actually, the allure of a full stomach pulled me here. Fate it is, then. So what are you making for dinner? I'm tossing up between a sandwich or a cup of noodles. Oh, you shouldn't break out the frying pan just for me. I feel like his character's going to get better with time. And considering it's the demo, I don't know if the save will carry forward. I think it will. In which case, I'd much rather err on the side of have him as a character I'm romancing for now and hope he gets good. And who said you were invited? Awfully presumptuous of you, don't you think? If I'm good at anything, it's making myself welcome. He winked towards you, the grin still plastered to his face. It's hard not to smile back, honestly. I suppose I'll just have to survive all on my own tonight. It's such a cruel world. You glanced down into his shopping cart, but was surprised to not see any food. You instead noticed an assortment of cleaning products: gloves, string, and duct tape? Suddenly my dinner looks like a 5-star restaurant compared to yours. Not hungry for duct tape? Maybe it's a treat after dinner. You both laughed, and it was like a weight lifted from your chest. The events of earlier that night melted away, if only for this moment. I do a lot of DIY stuff, so I'm stocking up. Really, that doesn't look like woodworking supplies to me. You do look like someone who knows a lot about woodworking. Oh! Sure. I've had wood once or twice in my life, yeah. Oh really? Care to show me sometime? Sure, just tell me where to send the bill for my services. Being a woodworker yourself, you'd probably know all the right techniques, wouldn't you? Well, I've been told I'm pretty good with my hands, yeah, and I'm very open to critique. We'll just have to practice until you're satisfied. Eden smirked and pushed his cart to the side, letting another customer through. Care to join me? Or would you rather stay here in the condiments aisle forever? I can think of worse holes to be stuck in, but I think I'll join you. Two of you started to walk through the aisle, and Eden took your basket and placed it in his cart. Wouldn't want your arms getting tired. So, mysterious shopkeeper, I'm incredibly curious about you. Oh really? You're the talk of the town, after all. Things ought to be really slow right now if I'm the talk of the town. You know how small towns are, they'll find anything to gossip about. He picked up a bottle of olive oil and dropped it into the cart. And yet, despite being the most interesting thing that's happened here in months, no one knows much about you. Most people assume that Sylvie didn't have any relatives. He glanced over at you. As far as I'm aware, she's never left Willowmist either. What could pull her away so suddenly and drop you in her place? If you say please, I might be honest with you. Pretty please. I have no clue. Really, I'm not trying to be evasive, but honestly, I don't know. I have no clue why she decided to leave. She wrote me a letter and asked me to come, and here I am. She's already left when I arrived. So a mystery then. Even more interesting. But that doesn't say much about you. Want to tell me a bit about yourself? Depends what you want to know. If it's the number on my credit card, probably not. Where you grew up, for example. What were your parents like? What's your favourite colour? Eden grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Take your pick. Whatever you're willing to share. Why would... I get bad vibes from Eden, but I don't know what flavour those vibes are yet. Whether that's just like I don't know whether him carrying stuff that's clearly meant for a serial killer is a red herring, which would match his red hair, to be fair, or what. Because I'm confident there's something up with him. The Yowie hands tipped me off, but I don't know what it is yet, and I'm scared. Because, to be fair, now that it's canon that death exists in this universe, or the A Date with Death universe exists here, it's entirely possible that he's just death without his glamour, which would also explain why we haven't seen him until now. What's my DC 10? They wouldn't give me this option unless it did something. I'm not gonna like save scum it or anything, but I am gonna try it. It's not gonna work, but hey, close. Funny story, actually. I was actually raised in a circus. It was great. My parents were clowns. The ringleader had this big beard, and he would make balloon animals. We travelled around the country, and Eden snorted, then burst out laughing. You laughed along with him, and a few heads turned to look at you both. Yeah, and I'm an alien from Mars waiting to abduct you. I see fangs. I don't know whether that's just the way these guys draw mouths for this, or what. I'm going to see if there's like a sneak preview of any. I don't think that is how they draw mouths. So that's going to be something, I don't know what yet. So I've got werewolf for Quinn. It is theoretically possible there's multiple werewolves, I guess, but I don't think it is. And and I'm an alien from Mars waiting to abduct you. Hey, it could be true. I'm sorry, but you're a terrible liar. Your face gives everything away. You'll have to work a little harder if you want to fool me. Eden's lips twisted into a smirk and he leaned towards you, his voice a soft murmur. Not that it matters, I do love a good mystery. I can tell, seeing as you barely shared anything about yourself. What? And lose the mysterious appeal I have surrounding me? Is that what you call it? I thought you just needed a shower. Are you offering to join me? No, but I'm happy to give you the address of the nearest bathhouse. It's a date, then. How about this? I'll be just as honest as you were. Actually, I was raised in a circus too. You and I were childhood friends, but a fall from the trapeze made you lose your memory of me. I'm actually here to bring you home to the circus. I was just waiting for the right moment. He gave you a sly grin and reached out, tucking a loose strand of hair behind your ear. What do you say? Want to run away to the circus with me? I think I have my hands full with the store at the moment, but I'll keep it in mind. My favourite colour is green, by the way. Oh, no! It's not green. It can't be green. That's the worst colour to be your favourite. Well, to be fair, this shade of green is pretty good. I'm sure you're about to enlighten me. I've recently discovered my favourite colour is orange. Aha, and I bet when you meet someone with blue eyes, your favourite colour is blue. Do I really seem that shallow? I think Lucille doesn't dislike people for no reason. Eden glanced around as if to check no one was watching. Don't tell me you brought your guard dog with you grocery shopping. Maybe I did. She'll turn up when you least expect it. I'll promise I'll be on my very best behaviour then. Eden had a few more things to his car, mostly small things and nothing that could be considered a meal alone. A single potato, flour, but no other baking ingredients. A box of gelatin. Amidst the chatting, you found food for dinner too. Instant noodles. Instant noodles it was. You oohed and ahed over the flavour, but decided on an original. It was the original for a reason. The two of you continued circling the store until you'd found everything you came for. Dinner for the night, some fresh fruit, and a few essentials like soap and toothpaste. It wasn't much, but it would do. Eden, however, kept your basket hostage in his car as you continued onwards in no sort of rush. So, have you always been a carpenter? Oh no, I tried my hand at a lot of things actually. A jack of all trades, master of none, that kind of thing. Most recently I was a bartender, but it wasn't for me. Before that, a cook, a painter, a photographer, and a waiter too. Is any of that actually true? At least half of it, probably. Maybe. Really though, I didn't come out into the world expecting to be a carpenter. It just sort of happened. It was a niche that needed filling in a Willowmist. The last carpenter disappeared under mysterious circumstances that had nothing to do with me. Why do I doubt everything you say to me? Maybe you're a good judge of character. He added a couple more things to the car and then began pushing it down another aisle, one he'd already been down twice already. What made you pick carpentry though? That's a pretty specific skill. Like I said, I'm pretty good with my hands. You looked down to his hands, but he was still wearing the same gloves from that morning. There's something satisfying about making something real with your own hands. You start with just an idea, a few scraps of wood, and then suddenly, there it is. Something solid, something that exists because you willed it to. I think that's what I like about it. You take something raw, shape it into what it's supposed to be. Simple, straightforward. A piece of wood doesn't argue with you about what it should be. That's oddly deep coming from you. What can I say? I'm an oddly deep man. I'm sure you'll get to know that about me soon enough. He added a few more items to the cart before continuing onwards. You followed, more amused than anything else. I'm starting to wonder if you're leading me in circles, Eden. You can't blame a man for wanting good company. So it was on purpose. Of course, I wouldn't miss the chance to spend more time with you. But I suppose now the game is up, shall we? He motioned towards the counter where the cashier was still idling away. Grabbing your basket out of his cart, you checked out first, then headed outside. It had gotten much cooler again while you'd been inside. The breeze rustled the leaves overhead, and a few stray leaves spiraled down from the branches and landed in your hair. You reached up and shook them loose. Eden followed close behind, carrying several bags. Thanks for waiting. What, did you think I'd ditch you and run off? Maybe. I don't think I've got a good read on you yet, Cable. You're interesting. I was considering it, but then I imagined you standing all alone in the cold with big, sad puppy dog eyes. Couldn't do it. Big, sad puppy dog eyes, So that's the kind of man I am in your mind? I don't mind playing that part. I was going to say a lost child at the supermarket, but I thought you might take offence. He flashed you a playful grin before glancing across the road. The street lamps cast a soft glow over the little park nearby, the swings swayed gently in the breeze, creaking faintly under their own weight. Now, since you were kind enough not to abandon me, allow me to return the favour. Oh, what favour is that? You're not going to grab my shopping and keep me hostage again, are you? He nodded toward the empty swings, then tilted his head at you expectantly. I happen to know that the swings over there have the best view of the stars in town. Trust me. His grin. My apologies. My voice is being really weird today because I'm not drinking enough. Take care of your throat, kids. It's good for you. His grin widened. Or not, if you don't want to. They're in a park watching the stars. How romantic. Didn't realise that was your style, Eden. Oh, and what did you think my style was? From my first impression of you, I thought you'd be more likely to invite me back to your place for the night. Would you have said yes? No, probably not. Not the second time we met, anyway. And the third time? We'll see. Eden laughed. I'll have to try and impress you next time, then. Eden, somehow with an armful of bags of groceries, linked his free arm with yours and led the way over to the swings. They were, as he said, not too far away and completely deserted. A few small lamps cast the area in a pale yellow glow, and a couple of benches were positioned beneath the trees, their surface covered in leaves. You could see the moon above the treetops. There was something cosy about the place. Pardon me. Secluded and peaceful, but not lonely, just a small hidden space in the middle of the town, a perfect spot for a midnight rendezvous. Or just a place to chat, which was what you were actually doing. Eden sat his groceries down on a bench, then walked over to the swings, taking one of the two. You took the other, and he gently swung back and forth. This is going to be CG, isn't it? God, I'm always astounded by these CGs. I know they're nothing impressive in the sense of, like, you know, their scale or anything, but it's just, like, nice little intimate coziness, I guess. That's a bullshit phrase. It's just nice and cozy, which I like. So, what do you think of Willowmist so far? What I've seen has been beautiful. Kind people, great food, and the night is clear and cool. It's a lot quieter than back home. I could get used to this. And you're staying for 3 months. That's a decently long time, but also no time at all. Yeah, 3 months, and then it's back home again. I never told you that. You sound a little disappointed about that. I don't know if I am or not, really. Things have just been a whirlwind ever since I arrived. Now it's already been a whole week. I'll blink and then I'll be time to leave. Eden chuckled and held a little tighter to the swing's chain, still looking up at the stars. Then why leave? Well, Mother's still back home. Even 3 months without seeing her is a long time. Don't you ever miss your parents all the way out here? I'm sure I would, if I knew them. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be, really. Family's a little meaningless to me. So, not raised by grandparents either? I had a more communal living experience, but forget that. I'm far more interested in you. Why not bring your mum here, too? She and my aunt don't have the best relationship. Not that I know why. I wish I could have gone to her. She'd have loved it. He let out a small sigh and pushed the swing a little harder, trying to get a little more height. A shame. Knowing you and Sylvie, I bet she's incredible. You want to hear my mum now too? I swear everyone in this town is after my family. Why did I do that when you were right here? I can just tell you... Oh, sorry? I could just tell you already like it here. Would have been nice if she could see it through your eyes, don't you think? Yeah, maybe then I'd have some idea why she and my aunt don't get along. I always thought family feuds was supposed to be dramatic, but I don't even know what started it. You'd never ask her? You've never asked her? I have a bunch of times, but every time she changes the subject or tells me to drop it, so eventually I did. Maybe you should ask your aunt. She might not have the same hang-ups. I'd love to if I knew how to contact her. No address or anything? I have literally no clue where she went. Ever the mysterious woman. Anyway, 3 months is a long time to be away from home. No friends you're leaving behind. A job. A lover, maybe? I do have friends back home, but they're busy a lot. We used to see each other a lot more often, but they've been busy with their own things. Growing up stuff they seem to skip. Getting married, having kids, buying a house. We haven't hung out in a long time, and we texted maybe once a week at most. Sounds like a pretty boring life. Yeah, well, not everyone can be the life of the party like you. Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I meant for them. You glanced at him, catching the faintest flicker of something in his expression. Thoughtful, maybe even wistful, though it vanished the moment he turned his gaze back to you. What, because they're doing all the normal stuff? Because they're doing all the normal life stuff? Because they let you go. I wouldn't say they let me go, people just move on, right? That's how life is. Maybe, but it doesn't have to be. Some people just stay the same. What about you? I assume you're the kind of person who never lets people slip away. I assume you're the kind of person who never lets people slip away. I'm not really the kind of person who is anyone to let go of in the first place. You're friends with Emmett, though. To his detriment, I promise. Well, you seem like the kind of person who has more friends than you can count. Ah, so you think you figured me out? Honestly, not even close. Ian smiled and reached his hand out. Before you could react, he'd plucked a single leaf from your hair and held it up. He twirled the leaf between his fingers, watching it for a moment before tucking it behind your ear with a soft, deliberate touch. There. Perfect. You think so? I'm not sure a leaf is the best accessory. You make it work just fine. He leaned back slightly, resting his arm against the swing's chain as he regarded you, a slow, knowing smile on his lips. It's strange, isn't it? Some people spend their whole lives searching for a place to belong, and others, they just fit somewhere, like they've been here all along. Are you talking about me or you? You. I feel like a missing piece finally clicking into place. The quiet between you stretched on for a moment. Before Eden laughed and pushed himself off the string. But enough about that. You should get some sleep before I convince you to stay out all night. You say that like it's a bad thing. I just hate to be responsible for you sleepwalking through your store tomorrow, and I wouldn't want you to miss our date. It's not a date if everyone's going. I'll just have to work extra hard to make sure you only look at me. He scooped up his grocery bags with an easy motion, shifting them over his shoulder. Shooting you a playful glance, he took a few slow steps backward, his silhouette cutting sharp against the lamplight. Don't miss me too much, all right? I think I'll survive, Eden. Good night. Night, Gable. Eden grinned, turning on his heel and sauntering off into the night, leaving only the faint echo of his footsteps on the quiet street. You exhaled, leaning back on the swing, watching the sky stretch vast and endless above you. The town was still, the only movement and the occasional rustling of the trees in the night breeze. Some people spend their whole life searching for a place to belong. With a shake of your head, you pushed yourself up from the swing, then collected your groceries from the bench. Cracks in the finish. You began to trace back the path home that was quickly becoming as familiar to you as the back of your hand. It wasn't long before you were back in the town square, though it was now completely deserted. The streets were empty, save for a cat darting into an alley, and the only sound was the creak of a distant wind chime as it swayed softly. It's kind of a nice feeling, walking at night. I never realised that. It is a great feeling, especially going to a rural area. Absolutely terrible in the city, though, because it's a bit scary. You glanced upward towards the sky. The moon shone bright and clear, illuminating the night and the surrounding houses. There wasn't a cloud in sight. A beautiful night, all for yourself. Or almost all for yourself. A flash of something caught your eye, the form of a tall, lanky figure sitting on a rooftop overlooking the square. He watched for a moment, little more than a shadow before disappearing out of sight. You quickened your steps back to the store. God damn it, Florian. was either Florian or Emmett. You'd hoped to see Florian when you arrived back at the store, but he was still nowhere in sight. I wish I had his number or something. Approaching the counter, you searched for any kind of employee information your aunt might have left, but found nothing. No trace of where Florian nor Lucille lived, or a way to contact them. However, sitting on top of the counter, you found a sealed letter with cable written on it. Setting down your groceries for the moment, you settled down on a stool, then quickly opened the wax seal to see your aunt's graceful handwriting. To my dearest Sprout. I hope this letter finds you well, and that Willowmist is starting to feel a lot less like a place you've arrived at and a little more like a place you could belong. I've no doubt you've been charming the town left and right, whether you've meant to or not. By now you might be noticing that things here aren't always as they seem. Strange little happenings, peculiar folk with peculiar habits. You're sharp, my dear. You always have been. I won't insult you by pretending you haven't begun to put some pieces together. I wish I could have been the one to tell you everything myself, but, well, your mother never would have approved. She wanted you far away from all of this, and though she had her reasons, I always thought you should be able to decide for yourselves. The store, our store, isn't just about antiques, it's about people. It's about community. It's about giving a little help to those who need it. Just enough to let them find their own way forward. Some of them have come a long way to get here. Some of them have nowhere else to go. They all need something. If you listen closely, you'll know exactly how to help them. I hope by now you've stumbled across that grumpy old book, or rather, I hope he's found you. He's a stubborn thing. Don't take it personally if he's being less than welcome in. He was built to be particular about his company after all, but if you listen, really listen, he has more wisdom tucked away in those pages than most people do in a lifetime. I know I left I know I left a lot on your shoulders, and I know it isn't fair, but I also know you can do this. My little Sprout, if anyone can, it's you. I have full belief in you. Take care of the store, take care of its people, take care of yourself. And please tell me you haven't tried to sell the bird vase. I told you it was cursed. With all my love, Aunt Sylvie. P.S. Tell Quinn I'm doing well and that I think of him often. He always did know how to make me laugh. I do hope the two of you have become acquainted. With a smile, you refolded the letter and tucked it away. All right, Aunt Sylvie, I'll do my best. You're still not telling me where you went, huh? Retrieving your groceries, you headed back upstairs to unpack. Your room was much like you left it. The window was still open, your bed was still unmade, and a cushion from the couch was still discarded on the floor from your wake-up call with Florian. A small amount of guilt settled into your stomach as you put away your groceries and made your way to dinner. It wasn't much, but it was food. If it isn't my illustrious master, returned from whatever nocturnal nonsense has stolen her attention this time. Barnabas fluttered into view with a dramatic puff of air as though he'd been holding his breath in indignation. I do hope your day's endeavours have been worth abandoning your faithful servant for hours on end. I imagine whatever inane nonsense kept you away, this was terribly important. Perhaps a riveting chat with one of your incredibly mundane customers. What are you saying? You actually wanted my company? I thought you wanted to be alone. Of course, Master. I let to be ignored, neglected, and left stewing in stagnation while you frolic along with fanged employees and amateur spell work. It brings me immeasurable joy to gather dust alone in your tiny, cramped abode. Something tells me you're being sarcastic right now. You don't say! What a master of deduction! How will I ever escape the clutches of your incredible intellect? I did ask if you wanted to come with me, you know. Which I did not! So, what is it you want exactly then? Not to be alone, but also not to spend any time with me. Precisely! Your wisdom knows no bounds, Master. Let me be candid for a moment. I much prefer your company over the lurking menace you insist on calling an employee. Honestly, a vampire, Master. Did you already know? I can hardly call myself a grimoire if I did not know the scent of a vampire. I didn't think being a book had anything to do with people's... I didn't think being a book had anything to do with smelling people, but alright. Ah, right, I've got that your brain lags behind sometimes. Master, let me spell it out to you quite simply. Magic is in the air, the threads of reality and the auras people leave behind. And vampires? They reek of old blood and death and regret. They are more than simple to pick out. But by all means, continue trusting him. I'm sure nothing could possibly go wrong when employing an emotionally fraught bloodsucker with impulse control issues and a sad backstory. He's not really employed by me, he's employed by my aunt. And either way, Aunt Sylvie trusts him, and this store is a place for people who have nowhere else to belong. I wouldn't ever just throw him out. Barnabas let out a long, drawn-out sigh, as though his entire world had grown tiresome. Very well, then. Continue ignoring my sage advice and do as you please. After all, it is your funeral, not mine. He turned his attention toward your half-eaten dinner and snorted derisively. A meal fit for a king, I see. A truly inspired use of your time and resources, Master. You know, you're pretty judgy for a stack of paper. That's probably why you don't have any friends. Continued eating, waiting for Barnabas's... You continued eating, waiting for Barnabas's almost guaranteed response. A stack of the gall of you! The gall! I do not need nor desire friends. I live to serve, not follow around and have fun, like some. Oh yeah? Then why do you get so huffy every time I leave you alone? Barnabas fluttered indignant. Barnabas fluttered indignantly, his pages puffing outward in an offended ripple. Because, master, leaving me unattended in this drafty little hovel is a waste of rare and precious genius. Not because I'm lonely, heavens forbid, I simply find it offensive to be shelved when I once in a millennium arcane artifact. Totally not lonely. I'm above loneliness. Loneliness for sentimental beings with soft hearts. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. I am made of enchanted ink and intellect. Besides, I had plenty of company today. Lady Seraphina of House Moonrage accused Countess Belladonna of enchanting her husband with a love hex again, and the fallout was positively catastrophic. Wine flung, curses shouted, a hat caught fire. Utterly riveting. Now, I could be going crazy, but I'm pretty sure those are characters from a television show. The Real Sorceress of Silverkeep? In fact, it doesn't surprise me that you know so little about it, but it is a fascinating documentary. A documentary. And you enjoyed watching this documentary. It was purely academic viewing, master. A study of interpersonal dynamics among... It was purely academic viewing, master. A study of interpersonal dynamics among magically inclined nobility. It's research. Did you spend all day watching it? I may have absorbed 8 episodes, but only because Countess Belladonna's familiar betrayed her, and I had to see how that arc resolved for scientific integrity, obviously. Right. Scientific integrity. Honestly, if they simply enchanted their contract bindings properly, none of this would happen. Amateur hour, truly. Also, Seraphina's illusion magic is atrocious. The whole tower is a lie, and no one is talking about it. You do know that's all fictional, right? Obviously, master, but some elements ring true. Magic arts are always based purely in reality. There have been countless Lady Seraphinas and Countess Belladonnas throughout history. Anyone like me in there? Why, yes, there happens to be a talking toad that advises the Countess. I believe the character is called Toadsworth. You share many qualities. Careful there, Barney. Comment me too much and I might accidentally fall for you. You would not be the first human to do so, trust me, nor the last. Wow, ladies' man over here. Finishing your food, you cleaned up, and then you glanced over towards Barnabas, who was still watching you. It's late tonight, but maybe tomorrow we could do some more practicing. I am always prepared to further your knowledge and skills, master, though perhaps you could begin by tidying up this horrendous mess you call a room. Honestly, a pigsty, truly. That was a little unfair. This is all my aunt's stuff, not mine. It's not like I chose to have a room full of clutter. You have lived in it for a week and haven't even bothered to put away your own dirty dishes. Master, I would not deign to call that a good defence. With a groan, you conceded and began to put the room in order. You didn't have the energy for it, but you also didn't have the energy to argue with a book. Oh, by the way, is my whole magic shtick meant to be a secret? Do I seem as if I have the answer to every question, master? You seem like you like to think that, yes. Well, I'm pleased to see you accepting the truth. But to answer your question, yes, in general, revealing one's magical capabilities to the mundane masses is frowned upon, especially when one is a fledgling spellcaster who lacks any kind of control. You far more likely to set your sleeves on fire than impress anyone. Hey, I've already gained down that spell you taught me. As did every toddler taught it in the past. What the level of a toddler? Just below, actually, but don't be discouraged, master. Toddlers are remarkably clever these days. You know, a bit of encouragement wouldn't kill you. No, it might kill you, and I've grown strangely fond of not being shoved into a forgotten drawer late again, so consider my criticism a public service. One day it might even save your life. One day I'm going to be so good at magic that you're going to eat those words. When the day comes, master, I shall serve them with tea, jam, and a commemorative plate. But until then, try not to burn down the house. I wonder how flammable you are. Excuse me? Did you just threaten to ignite me? Me, the illustrious Barnabas the Magnificent? I'll have you know I am ordered against flame, though clearly not against rude commentary from reckless amateurs. Honestly, how flammable are you? Have you no shape, no decorum, no decency? You're so easy to wind up, Barney. Yes, well, enjoy your jests at my expense, master. It's good to have a hobby when one lacks talent. I'm sure you know all about that, going back to the don't tell anyone lest you burst into flames, yada yada yada. Is it okay if I trust someone? That is your decision, master. There have been many famous spellcasters who are quite open about their craft, and others who are inherently secretive. Some are revered as visionaries, others are burned at the stake. It's a bit of a mixed bag, really. Trust is a valuable resource, best spent in small increments and monitored closely. So you're saying I should trust, but be careful? No, I'm saying you should trust me and be wary of everyone else. But since I know you won't listen, yes, be careful, at least try to be. Magic may be your inheritance, master, but secrecy is your shield. You don't yet know what kind of eyes might be watching or what they want. You're being uncharacteristically serious right now. Yes, well, even I am allowed moments of grim sincerity. Now, if you're quite done probing the depths of philosophical trust, please turn on the next episode of the Real Sorceresses of Silverkeep. I need to see if Lady Seraphina finally hexed that two-faced necromancer or just froze another goblet. Yeah, here you go. Little wrote and turned on the television. The screen lit up with images and a loud voiceover. Barnabas fell silent, and you took the opportunity to settle into bed. With a yawn, you glanced towards the open window. and the moon hang high and bright above the treetops. As tired as you were, sleep did not come easily. Thoughts raced through your mind, and the events of the day felt more vivid than ever. Still, after some tossing and turning, you fell into a deep sleep, accompanied by the occasional gasp from Barnabas in the background. And I believe that is going to be the end of day 6, start of day 7, and it's raining. Really loud. I do love it, but it's loud. Okay, good. It doesn't just immediately end. That's a good sign. That's really loud sound effects. Again, it's great sound design, but it's really loud, and I don't know whether that's just because the way I do it or what. You woke to the soft patter of rain against the window pane, gentle as a lullaby, still echoing in the quiet hush of the morning. With bleary eyes, you saw the world outside of your window was tinged in grey, the colours muted. The rain fell in steady sheets, and the air in your room felt cooler, calmer, like the storm had swept away yesterday. Wrapped in the warmth of your blankets, you let yourself sink a little deeper into the mattress, lulled by the rhythm of the rain and the soft creak of the old building. You would not believe this, Master. It's just preposterous. That's way too high. You would not believe this, Master. It's just preposterous. Lady Seraphina has betrayed Countess Belladonna for the 3rd time. And this time there were public hexes thrown about as if they were common insults. You peeked out the covers towards the TV and found Barnabas still on the couch where you left him last night. Light filtered through the rain-speckled window, and the room still held that quiet of early morning. But of course, peace could not survive Barnabas. Now don't even get me started on Lord Thistlewick. He's faked his own banishment! Master, banishment! Who does that? Barley, did you even sleep? I'm a sentient grimoire. The fact I must explain this to you so often, however, does not surprise me, as I believe your brain never fully developed. I transcend such trivial mortal needs like sleep or hunger, but if I were capable of exhaustion, I would say I'm running solely on indignation and disbelief. You watched that show all night? Naturally! I could not possibly pause while Countess Belladonna was teetering on the brink of scandal-fueled exile. I have 2 options. Lay in bed and listen to my book talk about an unpopular TV show, or get up and get to work. Not really a choice, is it? You rose from bed, stretching a little as you did. A glance at your phone told you it was nearly 8 AM. The sun had risen, even if the sky remained cloudy and grey. You dressed, then got together a simple breakfast before heading downstairs. You came down the staircase expecting to see My apologies? You came down the staircase expecting to see Lucille, the same as every morning, standing guard at the door, but she was nowhere in sight. Instead, you noticed Winnie sitting at the front desk. Cable, finally! Were you waiting for me? Not really waiting, exactly, I was just getting lonely. Florian is usually here overnight, but after he ran off yesterday, he hasn't come back. I'm sorry, Winnie, you know I'm just upstairs, right? You can always come hang out if you're feeling lonely. I guess, I just didn't want to make you get hurt again. Were you still thinking about the glass thing? Don't worry about it. It was a similar... What, are you still thinking about the glass thing? Don't worry about that, it was a silly accident. Then we can have a sleepover sometime. I'm sure Barney would love that. Who? Oh, Cable, do you have a secret boyfriend hidden upstairs? Wouldn't that be exciting? Alas, no. He's a stray I picked up. A cat? That's even better than a boyfriend! No. No. What the hell, we're friends, right? Yeah, of course. The bestest friends ever. He's a book. A book? He's called Barnabas. He talks and everything. Got a bit of an attitude problem, though. Would he stared at you blankly? Like a diary? A spellbook? Whoa! Like magic and stuff? Apparently there's some things my aunt didn't tell me about her and myself. Apparently there's some things my aunt didn't tell me about her and myself. Typical, huh? You're a witch? Something like that. Only you and Florian know those, so don't go telling people. My lips are sealed. This is so exciting. Can you turn me into a frog? Oh, actually, when Florian comes back, turn him into a frog. I don't think he'd appreciate that. As long as he's coming back after, you can't complain, right? Come on, it's just a little prank. Unfortunately, I've only learnt the spell for turning someone into a frog, not the one that turns them back. Oh, maybe it's a good thing you don't have the other one. We could get into way too much trouble. Winnie giggled. We? Well, of course. You and I could be... Well, of course. You and I could be partners in crime, just like on those detective shows. The police would never figure it out. I don't know, a string of frog transformations just after I moved to town sounds awfully suspicious. We'll need a cover, obviously. Maybe we could pin it on someone else. Can't really turn anyone into a frog. You know, not yet at least. No! My plans! Barney is a tough teacher. So far, all I can do is be slightly better at looking at things. That doesn't sound like a superpower. It's not, but if there's a pen under the couch, I'll be able to find it. Okay, that's pretty cool, I'll admit it. With a grin, you walked over towards the counter and leaned on it, then looked up towards Winnie. So it's a big day. Are you excited? What do you mean? Don't tell me I've forgotten something important. Do you remember? It's our wedding day. I love how you forget so easily. What do you mean? You and me will head down to you and me will head down to the church and get hitched. Florian will be our flower girl and Lucy will give us away. Eden's making us some wooden rings and Nevin's going to handle our joint finances. Winnie flushed red and she fidgeted, tugging at the cuffs of her sleeves. We can't just... Sure we can. What have you got on the plans today? Come on, Winnie, this is the moment we've been waiting for. She continued stammering, clearly flustered. Her blush grew deeper and she tugged harder on her sleeve. You couldn't help but laugh. I'm just kidding, Winnie. We're going out to dinner, remember? Dinner. Oh yes, of course! Winnie let out a long breath. I almost forgot. And then you went and made a joke like that too. I really thought you were serious. Why, did you actually want to marry me? The scandal would be terrible, you know, an idol and a manager. So that's the only problem then. What if I resign? Winnie's eyes grew wide and she shook her head rapidly. No, don't do that, I need you! Fine. I'll save our scandalous relationship for another time. The sound of thunder in the distance roused you from your conversation, and as the clock struck 9, the rain grew heavier. I wonder where Lucille is. What do you mean? It's Sunday. The store's closed today. It is, isn't it? Oh, I'm such an idiot. With a sheepish laugh, you rubbed the back of your neck, a little embarrassed. I could have sat in some more then. Ah, well, it's probably good not to spend all day lazing around in bed. True. That does sound pretty great, though. You know, I can't remember what it was like to sleep. Winnie leaned forward on the counter, resting her chin in your hand. You'd think I'd learn one day to get water before I started doing this. One moment. Anyway, back to this. Winnie leaned forward on the counter, resting her chin in her hand. To be honest, I can't remember most things, what the world looks like, or what food tastes like. It's so weird, but also normal, I don't know. What kind of stuff do you remember? The sound of floorboards creaking, a sunset, and that song. But there are a lot of things I can't remember. My birthday, for one, isn't that lame? I can't even celebrate. Well, why not today? Huh? It's the 7th of November today. If you don't know when your birthday is, why not choose one for yourself? But isn't a birthday special? Any day can be special, even a random day in November. We're already going out for dinner tonight, why not make it a party? Winnie blinked, then gave a big, beaming smile. You'd do that? For me? I don't like it's some huge inconvenience, of course I would. Thank you, really, thank you. I hope the rain clears up, though, or we'll be having it here instead. I need to find some way to contact Florian. He left yesterday before I could ask him to come. It would be a proper birthday party without our resident grump, would it? No, it wouldn't. We gotta invite him. Except I don't have his number or know where he lives. Do you know if he has any friends around town we could ask? I don't think Florian has many friends, at least none I've ever heard him talk about. I like to keep his private life pretty private. I have a few errands to run today, so maybe I'll have some luck finding, I don't know, his address or number somewhere. You'd think my aunt would have those. The rain outside pounded the roof in a constant, steady rhythm. It was a calming sound, even if it was making leaving the house a little less than ideal. Since it's your birthday and everything, how about we keep each other company too? I'd love to. Let's get to it then. Let's start with... Let's sort through storage first and then pay our bills. If I had to restart this, I'm just going to like cut back and then immediately get back to here with the control function. You begin searching for your aunt's collection. Ooh, fish pendant, an articulated fish pendant. And find the fish pendant. Fish pendant rarity common, quality poor, projected worth $7 to $37. You sat down on your desk, ready to go over the week's bills. Level up. You're now level 4, no new unlocks. Unfortunately, you don't have enough to cover your bills. Sun was beginning to crest over the horizon when the rain ceased and the sun peeked out from behind the clouds, painting the streets and buildings in a wash of colour outside of the store. After a busy day around the closed store with Winnie, you were unsurprised to not find any way to contact Florian. With a sigh, you began to think. Quinn might know, or maybe Emmett? Who can I ask? At that moment, the chimes by the door sounded and the door opened timidly. Sorry, the store was closed to... Standing in the doorway was a familiar short man with dark hair, wearing a slightly oversized jacket and headphones around his neck. He looked towards you almost sheepishly. Can we talk? I'd say we already are. He rubbed at the back of his neck, not meeting your eyes. Yeah, I guess so. I'm, sorry for running away. He glanced towards you, but quickly... Oh, right. He glanced towards you, but quickly away again. I'm sorry for why I tried to hurt you, so... God, this fucking sucks. Apology accepted, but on one condition. Can you tell me what's going on with you? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Where's, Winnie? She's upstairs still. I'm guessing she doesn't know? No, no one knows except Sylvie. I had to tell someone. Look, this is new to me. I'm a vampire, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's not like I chose this, and I hate blood. The smell, the taste, it's disgusting. I try to avoid it, but sometimes I'm not in control. I get so hungry, but all my old favorite foods just don't work anymore. So I try to keep to myself and keep people away from me. Well, it's time it's been hunger then. Yeah. We've eaten now, right? You don't look as bad. You've eaten now, right? You don't look as bad. I guess so. Well, there we go. No harm done. You say that, but no danger to me. I believe that you're just going through some stuff. Florian was silent for a moment before a weak laugh escaped him. God, you're a fucking moron. Why aren't you scared? Because I like you, Florian. I don't think you'd really hurt me. You're an idiot. Oh, I'm well aware. It won't happen again. I won't let myself get into a situation where it could, so just try to keep distance, please. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're scared of yourself. It allows me to be careful, but don't ask me to pretend I don't care about you. I don't deserve that. Too bad, you've got it anyway. Wait, why the fuck are you so nice to me? Why not? You're a good person, Florian. Florian stared at you, blinking. Sorry. Florian stared at you blankly, a confused, almost pained expression on his face, as if the very concept was foreign to him. With a deep breath, he looked away from you, then back. Just don't expect anything from me, alright? I don't want to drag you into my bullshit. Then don't, but I'm going to stick around either way. Now I've got a question for you. How does one go about inviting a vampire to a birthday party? Oh, what? I meant to ask you yesterday, but things got a little hectic. You didn't invite us all out for... I was now realising we're going out for dinner with two people who can't eat. God, am I just that sensitive or what? You're inviting me out? Yeah, of course, I'd love for you to be there, but if you don't want to, I'll go. It's fine. It's more than fine. It wouldn't have been the same without you. Where does the birthday thing come from? Where does the birthday thing come into it? Oh, we decided it's Winnie's birthday today. Is it her birthday today? Likely not, but today is as good a day as any for someone who doesn't remember their birthday. There was another knock at the door. It slowly opened once again as Lucille walked in, though you almost didn't recognise her. For the first time since meeting her, she lacked her characteristic armour and instead wore a much simpler blouse and trousers. Slay! Oh, this is great. I love the use of, I guess the word would be, like, period clothing? And it's functional, too. It even has a bag. Well, that's actually really... I love this character design. If you couldn't tell, Lucille is my favourite character design-wise and character-wise, because I always have a lot of fun voicing her. And her character is, like, intuitive. Good afternoon, Sir Florian Cable. How do you fare on this fine day? How was it fine? It's been pissing it down with rain all day. And now the sun has risen and the rain has departed. It is a blessing indeed. Nice to see you, Lucille. You look beautiful today. Well, you look beautiful every day, but it's nice to see you looking a bit more casual. Lucille blinked, her expression caught somewhere between surprise and flustered. though she quickly straightened, recovering her poise. You honour me with your words, Cable. I merely wish to give my armour a brief rest during our meal, though I did worry it would leave me feeling exposed. It's not like you're naked. Nay, but I wear my armour like a second skin, so it's akin to being bare. Beautiful is a word I am unused to, I must confess, but I'm pleased that you would use it on me. A slight smile curved her lips. Next to you, I feel I may pale. Next to you, I feel I may pale in comparison. You smooth talker, you know, I love voicing these two characters. They are great to voice. But Lucille's character design, it just, I don't know why, but it tickles me in a way that Florian's doesn't. Maybe because Florian is very familiar to, very similar rather to Casper in Date with Death. So maybe that's why. But I've got my grumpy boy fix, I fear. But Lucille is a breath of fresh air, and I'm glad we're seeing a character like this. That came out a bit weird. I'm glad we're seeing a character that's a lot brighter, but in like its own reclusive way. Flatterer. That's what I said. No, I didn't. The truth has always fallen from my lips with ease. God, let me leave if you're just going to stand there flirting, please. Flirting? I would hardly call this flirting, Sir Florian. Cable's intentions are pure. You're seriously going to sit there and pretend this isn't flirting? Commenting one's appearance is simply a gesture of kindness and respect. Right, and I'm the king of Willowmist. I do not believe this town exists under a monarchy, Sir Florian. Florian sighed. It was sarcasm. Ah, my mistake. It is sometimes difficult to discern, though I appreciate your efforts, Sir Florian. Yeah, whatever. Whoa, everyone's here! Not quite everyone, Emma and Eden haven't turned up yet. Winnie hurried down the stairs and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of Florian. Florian! What? You came back? Yeah, I kind of work here. Boo! You know that's not what I meant. I mean after you ran off last night. You fled? During your shift? Sir Florian. It's my fault actually, but we worked it out. It wasn't... Yup, all worked out. I am relieved to hear that. It is good for us all to take an outing like this. Bonding as colleagues is a vital part of the work experience. You nodded sagely. Totally. Do I work here? If you can't get in the way of work, then sure. Hey, that's not nice. Don't make me make Cable turn you into a frog. Into a... What? I'm afraid I must admit ignorance on this topic as well. Ah! I mean, who can turn someone into a frog? Lucille raised an eyebrow and Florian stared flatly at her, then at you. Anyway, Eden and Emma still haven't arrived, huh? I wouldn't be surprised if Emma just doesn't turn up. He's never wanted to get to know us before, why would that change now? We shouldn't think such things, Sir Florian. He will surely arrive. We shouldn't think such things, Sir Florian. He will surely arrive soon. However, if Sir Eden were to find himself lost in a ditch somewhere, then I would not be surprised, nor would I be particularly upset. Oh, I forgot you didn't like him. It is not a simple dislike. There is something uncanny about him. I feel like I got the idea in my head during editing that he might be a puppet of some description. It will explain why his hands are covered. Wouldn't explain the serial killer vibes though, so maybe it's a weird thing there. She paused, considering her words carefully. The world has an energy, a presence. Some people are bright and vibrant, like you, Cable, and others have an energy that's quiet, more subtle. But when I look at Sir Eden, it is as if he has no aura at all. He's dead! Maybe you just don't like him. That's not illegal or anything. I would like to think I'm not so petty, but... He's a shifty guy, that's for sure. I don't know if he's necessarily evil or uncanny or whatever, but he is definitely a shameless flirt. Maybe that's why you don't like him? He's kind of the opposite of all your knightly ideals. He does like honour and virtue, yes, but I think those traits alone are not enough to account for the sense of wrongness about him. Still, I will endeavour not to act out of petty dislike. That would be unbecoming of a knight. The chimes by the door rang once again, and when the door opened, you were surprised to see two silhouettes. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. One taller, standing rigidly, and another that stood with a confident swagger. Mwah. If I can do some really... I'll see if I can figure out some really shitty editing to make the two characters kiss there. Honey, I'm home. I told you not to say that when we got here. And I told you I don't listen. Now, who's ready for a night on the town? It's dinner, not a pub crawl. Emmett, Eden, I'm surprised to see you two arrive together. We haven't to bump into each other. Fate can have such a heavy hand. You were loitering about outside my house all afternoon. I could hardly call that fate, even if such a thing were to exist. Fate works in mysterious ways, my friend. Maybe he's like some version of Frankenstein's monster. I don't know. I understand not wanting to show it. Maybe that's why you wear a turtleneck and gloves, because we don't see his wrist, which is rare for the character design of 2.5 Studios, not showing the wrist. But I feel like they'd make it more obvious if that was the case. I don't know why, but I feel like they would do something that makes the character a bit more obvious. Maybe they've got like something below the waist that you can't really see because they cut it off about mid-thigh. As I said, it is hardly so mysterious, that fate. God save me. Maybe you need to go get a room? Unfortunately, it constantly turns me down. Feel free to submit a formal request and I'll follow it under delusional nonsense. Stone cold, Emmett. Stone cold. Good evening, Sir Emmett, Sir Eden. It was a good evening, yes. And I'm sure it will be still. Don't think I've ever seen the store so full of life. Too much life, if you ask me. Ignore Florian, he's being a sourpuss. A what? A sourpuss? Well, you're not. A sourpuss. Come on, it's my birthday. Cheer me up. Your birthday? Well, no one told me that. Actually, we just decided this morning. How very curious of you. This makes me think you don't know when your birthday really is, perhaps? Well, it might be today. That's a 1 in 365 chance. I don't know about you, but I like those odds. Honestly, I think it's a great idea. We should all get birthday cake whenever we want. That sounds fiscally irresponsible. Cake is never fiscally irresponsible, Emmett. I bet you have a secret sweet tooth hidden under that suit somewhere. Sweet tooth or not, sugar should only be consumed in moderation. So you do like cake? Of course he does. The big guy's a huge softie deep down. I've seen the keyring in your pocket. It holds keys, Eden. There's also an orange cat wearing a bow tie. It was a gift. Ah, I want to see it. That is hardly necessary. Come on, Emma, it's her birthday. It is quite literally not her birthday. You wouldn't want to disappoint the birthday girl, would you? Fine. He reached into his pocket and pulled out his keys. Attached to them was a tiny crocheted kitten, indeed, wearing a bow tie. Oh my god, that's so cute! There's that cable. What? It does not. It definitely does. Look at that fluffy orange hair. A coincidence then. That's all. Never helps you sleep at night, big guy. I have owned this for months. It's hardly related to a person I met in the last week. But it does look like her. Truthfully, it is a remarkable resemblance. A fascinating observation. Now, are we going out for this not birthday, or did I come all this way for nothing? We're going. Come on, I got a reservation at the best place in town. Would that happen to be the Silver Oak? I am unsurprised to see someone with such good taste already knows about Willowmist's best-kept secret. What part of it is a secret? It's like the only restaurant in town open past 6 p.m. Eden here is prone to hyperbole. You should not put stock into anything he says. Then, shall we make our way there, if we are not to be late? Yeah, let's go! The group began to file towards the door, and you held it open for everyone to leave ahead of you, until only one other person remained. How are you feeling? Would you believe me if I said good? Is that the truth, though? Winnie looked up at you and then smiled, the same bright smile as always. I guess I'm a little scared, but I'm excited too. It feels like I've never stood under that big open sky before, even if I'm sure I have. Thanks, Cable. For what? For coming to this town. Well, I should be the one thanking you for giving me such a warm welcome. No, I should be thanking you. If I remember correctly, I think I gave you kind of the opposite of a warm welcome. Let's agree to thank each other then. Deal? Deal. Now, come on, everyone's waiting. Head open the door. Pardon me. Jesus. He opened the door and stepped outside first. If they kill off Winnie this quickly, I'll be very disappointed, because I believe... To be fair, actually, if they do this... They did do that. Then Winnie is a cool love interest, but she's not the core free. So there's a non-zero chance that all the characters below Lucille, Emmett, and Florian will be dead by the end of it. And if I predicted that, first of all, that's cruel 2.5 studios. I'm just glad I don't like Eden, but come on, I like Quinn. He's chill. Outside the shop, the street was quiet. There was no traffic, and the storefronts across the street were dark and lifeless. These roads could not sustain traffic. I guess it could be foot traffic. Never mind. Winnie stepped out after you, slowly at first. Her movements were guided by hesitation and fear, but that quickly gave way to something brighter and bolder. As she left the doorway, she let out a gasp, her eyes fixed upon the stars above. They're beautiful! There was something in her gaze, awe, longing, and something else, but her expression was so filled with light that you couldn't help but smile. The others watched on, a mix of curiosity and knowing across their faces. Florian looked up himself, but the look in his eyes was much more subdued. You are a brave soul, Lady Winona. It takes true courage to face one's fears. This is your first time leaving the store, is it not? Yeah, I guess it is. I can't think of a worse hell than being trapped in a musty old store. It's a wonder you didn't die of boredom. Nothing could be boring with Winnie around. Yeah, well, you got me there. You walked over to Winnie, then offered her your arm. Ready for an adventure? I guess I am. Winnie took a breath, then looped her arm through yours, or at least tried to, though neither of you could touch the other. It was a strangely comforting gesture all the same. Slowly, the group set off, heading up the sidewalk. As he went, Winnie kept glancing around, taking everything in with wide eyes. You couldn't blame her. There was a lot of new experiences waiting, after all. It's so strange. I've been looking out the windows every day, but nothing has ever felt as big as the world looks right now. Gentle wind blew through the street, ruffling clothes and sending leaves skittering across the pavement. Couldn't help but notice the way Winnie's hair and clothes stayed totally still. There was no movement to her except her steps, and she made no noise either. My dearest friends, Cable, it is truly good to see you. Hi, Gwen, how are you? 1,000 times better now that I see you here, and you've brought quite the crew with you. We're having something of a birthday cross-welcoming party today. How very wonderful. My friends, I will give you the finest services humble restaurant has to offer. Thank you, Sir Quinn. We appreciate the hospitality. Lucille, you're looking positively radiant tonight, my dear. Did you do something with your hair? Lucille cracked a smile at that, a little sheepishly, but her eyes seemed to sparkle in mellow light. Perhaps it is the lack of armor that makes me look different. I find it more comfortable than expected. Well, either way, it is a pleasure to have you once again. Please allow me to see you to a table. The group followed Quinn further into the open-air dining area, which was beginning to fill up with customers at this time of night. It was fortunate that Eden had thought ahead and reserved a table. Your group of 6 sat down, and Quinn left you menus and took... My apologies. Your group of 6 sat down, and Quinn left you menus and took drink orders. Oh, they're besties, Your Honor. You could do better, Emmett, but you're besties. Oh, that's a really... You know, they really showed how subtle the transparency here is. I like that, I like that. You got... Oh, now I'm really curious to see... I'll play through this again at some point on my own, just because I do think I should be able to see the male character going through it as well. There we are. I didn't know you were so familiar with the Ionic Cable. What can I say? I have a way with people. How much is obvious? You have all of us wrapped around your pretty little fingers. Speak for yourself. Some of us are just trying to do our jobs. Perhaps that is something you should consider, Eden. Are you trying to tell me that your relationship is entirely business? Entirely, that's how an employment contract works. Yes. Eden let out a laugh at that, shaking his head. He plays so hard to get. Emmett pushed up his glasses, crossed his arms, and looked away from the table. I'm not playing anything, I am simply doing my job. If you were only doing your job, you wouldn't be sitting here right now. I am simply... Look, do you two need a moment, or should I start handing out earplugs? Jesus. Shut up, Florian! This is like seeing a TV drama in real life. No, he's right. We shouldn't try to have all the spotlight, nor when we have the birthday girl and Cable right here. You know, it dawns on me that some of us know each other better than others. Perhaps we should get a bit of a ice-breaking done. Like what exactly? Oh, I know! I saw this game in a magazine. 2 truths, 1 lie. Eden's eyes lit up. Now you're speaking my language. That sounds stupid. I am in agreement. This is a game for children. On the contrary, perhaps such a game would be... On the contrary, perhaps such a game would allow us to get better acquainted, though I am unfamiliar on how it is played. It is simple. You just have to state 3 things, 2 of which are the truth and 1 that is a lie. Usually everyone else has to guess which is which, but I think it would be more fun to leave people wondering. What do you say? Lucille made eye contact with Eden across the table, and a silent, unspoken challenge seemed to pass between them. I agree. This sounds quite interesting indeed. I'm looking forward to getting to know you further, Sir Eden. Careful, beautiful people who know how to swing a sword are my weakness. I'll go first. Do I really have to play? As it is Lady Winona's... My apologies. As it is Lady Winona's birthday, and she wishes it, you must. Oh, fine. Whatever. Winnie beamed. Yeah, okay, Right, 1, I'm a really good singer. 2, sometimes I randomly smell disinfectant when there isn't any. And 3, I love the ocean. What a spread of options. Now all of us will be guessing all night. This is just stupid. You should not judge while you have not spoken your truths and lies, Sir Florian. Fine, but this is so dumb. Florian crossed his arms and leaned back, looking away. 1, I used to be a vegetarian. 2, I'm an only child. 3, someone tried to kill me once. 2 of those are directly related. There, are you all happy? I know I am. Kinda. Well, kinda, as long as someone didn't really try to kill you. Who knows? He just shrugged at that. It seems you're all learning more about you by the moment, Sir Florian. Great, that's just what I want. Allow me to go next. I have prepared 2 truths and a lie, and I trust you will not easily be able to decipher the falsehood among them. Firstly, I was knighted before my 18th birthday. Secondly, the last time I saw my homeland, it was burning. Lastly, I held the crown of a fallen king for 3 days until his people could bury him. You deliver all 3 with such confidence I expect they're all technically true and the lies that are in the semantics. You don't seem like the kind of person that'll lie otherwise. Now you're getting into it. Emmett pushed his glasses up again, then tapped his finger against the table. Emmett pushed his glasses up again, then tapped his fingers against the table, thoughtfully. I suspect you were knighted on your 18th birthday. I think we did hold some crown, but it was for more than 3 days. Oh, at least you're still there after Homeland stopped burning? Look what you've done. We're not even supposed to be guessing. You're quite good at this game, Lucille. Thank you, Sir Eden. Just Eden is fine. No, aren't we friends? Sir Eden. I suppose I'll go next, if I need to get over and done with. The pink in my hair is natural. I grew up a town over from Willowmist, and I've never had a cavity. So it's grew up in a town over... That's the lie. Grew up a town over from Willowmist. Does that suffice? This is more than I've got out of you all week. I told you I have no interest in personal relationships. That one's definitely the lie. It wasn't a part of the game. But it is a lie. I have a sneaking suspicion you might actually like us. Some of us, at least. Not you at the very least. What about Cable? I find Cable tolerable. In a business sense, easy to deal with than Miss Marigold, that's for certain. Tolerable? There, Cable. That's pretty much a marriage proposal coming from him. I'm already regretting coming. There is no need to have regret, Servant. It is in the company of comrades that even the most hardened hearts soften. You're not helping, Lucille. On the contrary, I believe I'm offering a valuable opportunity of introspection. Translation, you're stuck with us, Servant. I think I need a drink. Then rejoice, my friends, for your wish is my command. Quinn set down drinks all around the table, a wide smile on his face, before pulling out a small notepad and taking your orders. You watched as everyone ordered minus Winnie, before it stopped at Florian. I'm not really. Go on, Florian. It's my treat. Actually, we were planning on sharing something, weren't we? Were we? Yeah, remember? Quinn, could we get this pasta for two? Fantastic taste. I'd expect nothing less from my wondrous Sylvie's relative. Ah, she adored my pasta. Oh, how I miss her. She'll be back soon enough. I'm sure she misses you too. Quinn smiled a little wistfully. Your words warm my heart, but come, we should not waste a moment. To the kitchen! Quinn left once more and the chatter slowly resumed. Eden and Emmett started bickering about something or other, while Lucille stood and began showing off some stances and sword swings to Winnie. We didn't get to do two trees of the line. Florian, however, lightly pulled on your sleeve. Hey, thanks. I mean, I appreciate it, I guess. You just had to pass me pasta under the table now. Probably should have picked something you eat with your hands. I could just stop. I could just start filling your pockets with it. Pocket pasta is the best kind. God, you're stupid. But thanks. Cable! Yes, Winnie? You haven't had your turn yet. Thank you, Winnie. Well, if I remember correctly, neither was I. Well, if I remember correctly, neither is Eden. I suppose I should have a turn. How to save the best for last, Let's see. I had a lovely childhood. I was born in the most beautiful garden in the world that you'd never find on any map, and I've read over 10,000 books. Though I couldn't tell you what any of them were called. 10,000 books and no titles to note? That is most peculiar. Well, you don't find gardens on any map in the world. So it's like the most beautiful garden you would never find on any map. So I think it's the second one. Is the lie? Does an average person read like 700 books in their lifetime? I haven't read any. You don't count. Maybe they were boring books? Even boring books have titles. Forgetting every single one is statistically impressive, I suppose. I've always loved being statistically impressive. And what kind of my apologies. And what kind of garden are we talking about? Tulips? Ooh, are you a man-eating tulip person? I could be. What do you think? I don't know, you're so mysterious. I guess I'll have to leave you all wondering then. Far more interested in what our new friend here has to share. It's gonna be the childhood thing, because that's trauma. Who? Little old me. Don't play coy, you've been dodging the spotlight all evening. May I just enjoy listening to all of you? If I had to play the stupid game, so do you. Aswell, you are the one shrouded in the deepest mystery. Am I? I think I've been pretty open with you all. Perhaps too open. Alright, let's see. Pick a truth. Ooh! That's pretty obvious. I was struck by lightning just once. I've been struck by lightning just once. You know what they say, lightning never strikes twice. Wait. You got struck by lightning? That's so cool! Did your hair do the big whoosh thing? Did you get superpowers? Can you still smell burnt toast? Oh, maybe that's why you are so electric. Pick another truth. That's another date with death thing! Oh my god, that's great! I'm gonna do this one. I saw someone talking to a bird out of their window once. In my old apartment, I was hanging out on my balcony. I looked down and bam, bird holding the flowers. What? A bird. It looked like a crow or something. It had all these sunflowers. Oh, that's great! Oh, I keep loving these A Date with Death references. I'm so glad these are in the same world. Please, 2.5 Studios, if you for whatever reason stumble across specifically this video, add an update to A Date with Death to mention at least one of these characters, maybe Florian in passing. Oh, I love this. You know you're meant to make the lies convincing, yes? This was actually the truth. My neighbor even took the flowers. Uh-huh. Pick a lie. And, I was going to engage by accident. What? Yeah, it's true, I thought it was a joke. Apparently it wasn't. Were there not vows exchanged? A dowry discussion? Rather the hills before that happened. Change my number, moved apartments, you know, the drill. No, I don't think we do. Bon appetit. I hope you're all hungry. Quinn placed a large bowl of... My apologies. Quinn placed a large bowl of pasta between you and Florian and everyone else's dishes in front of them. The smell made your stomach growl. You were really starting to miss proper food, with all the snacks and sandwiches you were living off of. Thanks, Quinn. It smells amazing. It is my pleasure, Cable. Please, eat to your heart's content. Oh, I wanted to tell you, my aunt sent me a letter. Ah, the apple of my eye, muse to my culinary creativity, light of my life. How is she? She's doing good, I think. She said to say she thinks of you often. She did? Quinn paused just for a second, long enough for you to catch the flicker of something soft in his expression, like the sun breaking through a cloud. Well, goodness, He cleared his phone and quickly turned back to the table, fussing with a napkin that didn't need adjusting. Be still my beating heart to the thought by such a luminous soul. What a treasure. You must tell her the feeling's mutual, no stronger than mutual squared. I'd love to, but she still hasn't given me any way to contact her. But I'm sure she knows that. She remains as mysterious as ever, but that is my Sylvia. I hadn't realised you two had a relationship like that. How long have you been together? Together? No, you misunderstand. Quinn chuckled a little wistfully, folding his hands over his heart. We are not lovers, my friend. We are not anything so easily named. Sylvia's the kind of woman whose presence alone is enough to change a man. I've loved her in my own way for years, and if all I'm permitted is a place in her story, no matter how small, then I consider myself blessed. So you wouldn't want anything more? What if she wanted more? Quinn's smile faltered just slightly, his gaze turning distant for a moment before he answered. Then it would be the greatest honour of my life. His words were quieter than usual. Then, with a small laugh, he shook himself free of the mood, his usual flamboyance returning like a well-worn coat. But whether such a day comes to pass or not, I am content to cheer from the sidelines, to cook, to fuss, to write odes to her magnificence when the mood strikes me, which is often. You're kind of a hopeless romantic, huh? Hopeless? Never! I remained full of hope, overflowing with it in fact, and now I am passing that hope on to you. Eat, drink, and enjoy your evening amongst friends. Those evenings are the finest ones. Quinn bowed and left, and conversation quickly returned. Oh, I love Quinn. Wow, I can't believe he actually just came out and asked him that. Why not? Love is a subject I'm fascinated by. It's giving Frankenstein's monster, like in a weird abstract way. He's not quite the he's not quite as linguistically Victorian, I guess, as Frankenstein's monster is often depicted as, but that's fine. It doesn't need to be one for one. Like, unless maybe he's an incubus of some description. We'll explain why Lucille feels empty with him. Feels there's no aura here either. But if this is the same universe as Date with Death, we don't really see incubuses. Incubi? Potato potato. He could also just be a succubus, because the distinction between a succubus and an incubus isn't gender or anything, it's role. Based on, I'm not gonna say that. Maybe I'm thinking less that, more. I mean, here's a hopeless flirt, so maybe, but that feels like it might be a bit too stereotypical for it. Yeah, that's my working prediction. Either Frankenstein's monster, or some form of succubus or incubus. I mean, I thought it was pretty well known that he's head over heels for her. It's news to me. Florian picked up a fork of pasta and blew on it, though didn't move it to his mouth. I mean, I think he asked her to marry him like 20 years ago. Wait, what? Seriously? This gets more juicy by the second. Sir Quinn's devotion is most admirable. To love so fiercely, yet ask for nothing in return, is the kind of loyalty spoken of in old songs and battle oaths. Lucille sat straighter, hands resting in her lap as she gazed toward... Lucille sat straight... Pardon me. Lucille sat straighter, hands resting on her lap as she gazed towards Quinn, who was already laughing at another table and setting down drinks. In my homeland, we are taught that devotion is not measured by its reward, but by its endurance. To love without expectation is the purest form of loyalty. We speak vows not to be returned, but upheld. If one's heart is true, it does not waver, even in silence. You're gonna make me cry! Lucy, the way you talk is so beautiful! You really don't have a way with words. You make a good poet, Lucille. It's beautiful, sure, but isn't that a little tragic, too? The group looked toward Eden, who leaned back slightly, fingers loosely resting around the stem of his glass. All that loyalty, all that devotion, what if it was never returned? What's left for someone like that? Did you listen to a word he said? Not everything is about what you get back. Some people love in quiet ways, through action, stability, showing up. There's value in loving someone without expecting something in return. You just don't understand it. What makes you so sure I don't? Because everything you say about love sounds like a transaction. You offer your heart and expect someone to take it. That's not a connection, that's a contract. And what do you know about it, Mr. I don't need anyone? More than you, at the very least. He knows a lot about contracts because he works with the Fae. Or at least worked with the Fae. I don't think he is a part of the Fae. Because he's being very free with names now, so I think he just worked with the Fae at some point. Although to be fair, he has an iron ring then, which I don't really understand how that'll work. Actually, I'm gonna like do a quick rundown based on my predictions because I have some, and I've already said that only one's uncertain at the moment. We've got witch, vampire, time traveling knight. I think there's more to it. I don't know what it would be though. So I'll probably come back to that one later. Sorry, Lucille, I love your bays, but you're giving me vibes of someone who's not just a time-traveling knight. We've got Ghost, we'll come back to you, Fae, and either one of three things. A puppet, in the style of Pinocchio. A Frankenstein's monster, based on this, or zombie if you want to like go in that like sort of broader direction. Or Incubus Succubus. That's my prediction for these guys. Quinn is obviously a werewolf. Vivi, I don't actually know, but I know she's got some characteristic up with her. Wow, okay. I thought we were playing pie games or staring at a courtroom drama about the ethics of love. Cable is correct. We should do well not to pry to Sir Quinn and Lady Sylvie's private matters. Even the purest intentions may bruise where they mean to heal, and I would not like to see Sir Quinn hurt by our words. You're right, of course. My apologies. Still, I enjoyed the conversation, and hearing everyone's views is enlightening. I didn't grow up around people with opinions that were handed to them, so hearing all of you speak so freely, even when we disagree, it's kind of refreshing. Though, if you ever want to have a less existential discussion about love, Cable, I'm always happy to offer my services as a test subject. Oh, in the name of science? Naturally, controlled environment, one-on-one observations, lots of long walks and meaningful classes, all the good stuff. He's also emphasizing scientificity a bit, so I'm leaning more towards Frankenstein's monster at the moment. All very official, wouldn't you say? You are incorrigible. Oh, just shut up, Anita. Already. You're just jealous of our blossoming relationship. What? I'm not gonna let you steal my favourite manager away from me. Yes, take care with your words, Sir Eden, for I am sworn to protect Cable from anything that means harm. This is somehow the best and worst dinner I've ever been to. I can't help but agree. Okay, Eden's starting to win me over a bit. I still get bad vibes, but in like a similar vein to Lucille, rather than just disliking him. So I'm glad I stuck a bit around for that. Oh, it's a Corvid. Maybe it's Casper. Emmett reached out to the glass to the left of his plate, lifting it for a quick sip. Emmett, that's not... Too late. Emmett had already taken a mouthful, pausing as the taste hit him. He slowly set the glass down, blinking once. Your drink. I didn't realise we were close enough to share. I'm honoured, Emmett. You switched the drinks. No one switched anything. You grabbed it yourself. Is Sir Emmett quite alright? He stared down at the glass of betrayal, then turned to you, squinting slightly. You're blurry. Maybe you should just... Wait, Emmett, are you drunk? After just one sip? Didn't realise you had such a cute side. Shut up, Eden. You talk too much and no one likes you. Ah, so you're an honest drunk. You've gained a new charm pointed in my eyes. Please, stop speaking to me. And you, why are you sitting there? He looks towards you now, elbow on the table, face resting in his hand. Why am I sitting here? To eat dinner. That's what you usually do at a restaurant, I think. Why aren't you sitting here? Emmett nodded his head towards Eden's seat. You want to sit next to me or something? Oh man, if I could eat popcorn, I would so be eating popcorn right now. I had not known Sir Emmett held such strong opinions about his heating arrangements. So if I do, is that a crime? The last time I checked. What, you don't want to sit next to me? No. Your personality is exhausting, you flirt with everyone. I don't flirt with everyone. In fact, I think I'll be decidedly unflirty tonight. You flirt with Cable. Emmett, maybe it's time to... Do I? Constantly and poorly, might I add. You seem oddly concerned about where Cable's attention goes with someone who doesn't care about anyone. I don't really care about anyone, I'm just selective. Selective, huh? Yes, very. I only showed up tonight because someone keeps getting dragged into nonsense and I have to keep an eye on them. Who, me? No, the other new antique manager in town. Of course I mean you. Ooh, he's like a clean cat that pretends to hate you but actually loves you and wants to see on your keyboard while you work. That's so specific. I never pegged you for the possessive type. What do you think I'm going to do? Bite her? Knowing you, probably. You need not worry, no one is getting bitten on my watch, Sir Emmett. I'm sorry, Florian. No one's going to bite me. Not unless you say please, at least. Please keep your mouth to yourself so you don't let you lose it. Lose my mouth? Right, alright, I'll be good. I doubt it. Cable usually comes in next to me for your safety. That's a little hard when I'm sharing dinner with Florian, don't you think? You can share mine. Emmett, I don't like you like this, babes. Sober up a bit, get some coffee in ya. That's a kind offer, but really enjoying mine. I don't think Florian could finish it all by himself. Maybe we could share next time. I suppose Florian should consider himself lucky then. What did I do? Ah, he's jealous. I'm not jealous. You do sound a little jealous right now. The shopkeeper is free to eat whatever they want. Hey, Emmett, I had a question. Why do you sit by the store so much these days? He's helping me with... I know, all the boring numbers and stuff, but it's not just that, is it? It's part of my job. I'm ensuring the transition is smooth and that Cable isn't unintentionally ruining the store's finances. Come on, Emmett, just admit it. You're hovering. It is not dishonourable to show concern for one's companions. Are you checking in on me? Of course I am. Cleared his throat, adjusting his glasses. You were suddenly dropped into your role with little warning, and in this town of all places, wanting your adjustment is prudent. Ah, he's worried about you! That's very sweet, Emmett. Thank you. I'll have to remind you of this entire conversation tomorrow. Psst, you owe me $5, Florian. Once again, what does a ghost even need $5 for? Oh, go on. What bet am I expenses do you make this time? I bet that I had a soft spot for you. I mean, he'd never stop by so much when Sylvia was around. Picked up the last of the pasta on your fork, already full to bursting. Apparently eating a pasta for 2 all by herself was difficult work, though fortunately no one else had seemed to notice Florian's lack of eating. Winnie hovered over towards Emmett, poking fun while he attempted to swat her away unsuccessfully. Eden and Lucille were engaged in a lively conversation about something or other, and for a moment, you felt at peace. It was strange, you hadn't known anyone here for longer than a week, and yet, here you all were, talking, laughing, having dinner together, like you'd known each other all of your lives. It was a feeling you never felt before. Not even back home. The closest you'd ever come was the nights you'd stayed up playing video games with friends over voice chat, and even then, there was a distance between you, a separation in place. Here, though, it was different. Even when Emma and Eden were arguing, there was something comforting about the knowledge that they were right beside you, a mere arm's length away. You leaned back, fork resting against your plate. Your stomach was full, your heart a little more so. Okay. New bet. No, I keep losing bets with you. I don't want to do them anymore. This is wrong answer. Okay, here it is. I bet Lucille could out-eat Florian and Emmett and Eden in a pie eating contest if she wanted to. Is there a pie eating contest coming up I haven't heard about? Well, no, but we could always organise one. I'll pass. That is not a wager I would wish to entertain, Lady Winona, but I am flattered by your confidence in my constitution. Okay, could definitely beat Florian. Could probably beat Emmett. Eden I don't know about, but I'd wager some good money that she would beat him out. Lucille gave a quiet laugh and dabbed at the corner of her mouth with a napkin. This evening has been most enjoyable. In my kingdom, feasts are often accompanied by political tension and hidden motives. Here, there is laughter, companionship, and light-hearted debate. I must confess, it is refreshing. I'm glad you think so. Same, I hadn't had this much fun in it forever. I wish every day was like this. You'd get bored of me eventually. Impossible, I could never get bored of you. It's true, you have a natural draw to you that's hard to resist. You think everyone's hard to resist. What can I say? I'm a lover. Ew. Anyway, are we done here? It's probably about time I dragged our favourite accountant home before he regrets the night any more than he already will. Don't worry, tonight's on me. Eden stood and tracked down Quinn, leaving the rest of the table to gather themselves and stand up as well. As you all did, Eden returned, followed by a beaming Quinn, who seemed positively ecstatic at the sight of the empty plates left behind. Did you enjoy your meal, my friends? It was wonderful once again. You'll have to give me some pointers one day. I've never had cooking like yours. For you, absolutely. You know, much of the flavour comes from growing our own produce. Why, we had a beautiful harvest of carrots just the other day. I should drop some by for you to have some time, yes? Oh, Quinn, you don't have to do that. It would be my pleasure. Plus, to be perfectly honest, I have far more than I need. You, my dear, would be doing me a great favour. Well, in that case, I'd love some. Thank you again. Wonderful, wonderful. I'll drop by sometime next week, if I can. Quinn smiled, eyes crinkling. Then, after bidding everyone a good evening, he disappeared back inside the restaurant. With that, it was time to head home. Your group found your way back to the road, said your goodbyes and happy birthdays, and you turned back towards the direction of the antique store before stopping in your tracks. Someone else came up beside you. Hey. Hey, did you miss me already? Hardly. Look, fuck me, how many times I have to say thank you today? I wouldn't complain about it one more time. Are you that desperate for validation? It helps boost my ego. Thanks for earlier, for not just kicking me out for the pasta. The pasta was entirely selfish to me, I was just really hungry. Can you just accept my gratitude? I'm not good at this kind of stuff, talking feelings or whatever. Well, for someone not good at this kind of stuff, you're doing a pretty fine job. This was, pretty terrible overall, but not as terrible as it could have been. That sounds like high praise coming from you. Is my company so bad? No. It's whatever. God, what am I trying to say? Look, I don't really do this whole people thing, even before, but I didn't hate this. I hate being with you or with everyone else. For the first time in a long time, I felt like a normal person. Normal is nice, but I'm here for you. Whether you're feeling normal or strange or like you want to bite me. You shouldn't say that so casually, I'll get the wrong idea. What? That I wouldn't mind? You're insane. Maybe, but you're still talking to me, so what does that make you? Even worse, probably. Just what I need, another problem. I think we make a pretty good match, really. Don't say things like that. Why not? But I'll start to believe you. Didn't look at you as he said it, but his voice was quiet, genuine, like the words had slipped out before he could stop them. I don't know what to do with that. I'm gonna go. See you tomorrow. You better. He hesitated just for a moment before he turned and slipped away into the night. You were searching around in your pocket for your keys when you heard the sound of footsteps against gravel. Barnabas? No, the leaf ears aren't present. One moment, I'll go to real quick. Working late. The key shot out of your hand and fell to the ground as your eyes peered through the darkness to someone leaning against the wall a few feet away from you. His red hair was framed with black tips and his eyes were dark, his expression unreadable under the night sky. Hidden behind his hair was a black tattoo, wrapped itself around its throat. My bad, didn't mean to startle you. A place like this would be closed by now. I can't say I know many stores open this time of night around here. Is there something I can help you with? Maybe, maybe not. I suppose we'll work it out together, This your place? Kind of just looking after it, but it's my aunt actually. Sylvia Marigold, right? She's pretty famous around here. That's an impressive family tree if I've ever seen one. You know her then? He tilted his head, eyes narrowing slightly. I'm passing. Sorry, in passing. It's hard not to, really. She collects attention in a town like this. I hadn't heard she was leaving town. Well, I guess she doesn't owe anyone an explanation. She'll be back soon enough, anyway. No, I suppose she doesn't. It does make me curious, though. Leaving so suddenly does feel a lot like running, don't you think? Maybe she just needed a holiday. Maybe. Either way, you're not what I expected to find. What were you expecting? Hard to say. But I imagine we'll both find out soon enough. Then he smiled. He couldn't tell if it was cold or warm. Well, don't let me keep you. He set aside, gesturing toward the door. Wouldn't want to be the reason you miss curfew. As he bent down to pick up your keys, you felt his eyes on you. Not necessarily threatening, but there nonetheless. Just so you know, I happen to know someone who's very curious about you. Yeah, should I be flattered or concerned? Maybe both. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other around, Cable Marigold. He turns, hands in pockets, already walking away. Hey, what's your name? Kale. Don't forget it, alright? You hurried inside and locked the door behind you. What a normal individual. Well, I say, here I am, a humble spellbook, patiently waiting their master for our promised training session, only to be abandoned, left to wither all day in this dusty room. I'm not surprised, master, just disappointed. Barney, listen, our lesson might need to be put on hold just a little bit longer. I bumped into someone outside. I suggest watching where you're going then, master. It takes a magical prowess, so you should be able to manage that much, I assure you. He knew my name, my aunt's too, said he was just curious, but something fell off. Did he reek of sulphur, speak in cryptic riddles, glow ominously? I do hope he wasn't glowing, master. Strangers who glow are never up to anything good. What? No, nothing like that. He just had red and black hair, dressed kind of cool, I suppose. Black tattoo on his neck. His name was Kale. Kale, you say? Yeah, does that mean something to you? Kale, a tattoo on his neck, stars above. Where have I heard that name before? He cleared his throat very deliberately. Well, I would never jump to conclusions without proper research. That would be terribly unprofessional of me. However, I may need to consult my appendix of suspicious persons, errant entities, and known troublemakers. It's a rather long list, you understand. Well, thank you for that, I think. Of course, it is my pleasure, master. Since our lesson will once again be put on hold, please do try not to suddenly combust, otherwise harm yourself in the meantime. I would hate to be placed back on a shelf waiting for the next terrible spell. I would hate to be placed back on a shelf waiting for the next terrible spellcast to come my way. I'll do my best not to combust. That is bare minimum effort, master, but I suppose I'll take it. You smiled faintly and moved to replace your day clothes with your pajamas. The quiet of the apartment settling around you like a familiar quilt. Barnabas drifted lazily to your desk, muttering something about cross-referencing character flaws. You decided it was best to leave him be of what you knew of him. He sometimes needed time to mutter strangely to himself. You turned toward the window, your reflection soft against the darkened glass. Outside, the town of Willowmist slept, quiet, calm, and just a little strange. And tomorrow you'd open the shop again. Maybe learn a spell, maybe meet someone new. But tonight, for now, you were home. And that is the end of the demo. Thank you very much for coming with me on this journey through the demo. This is genuinely amazing. As always, link is down in the description below so you can play this for yourself if you want to. I'm going to give my thoughts on this because I do feel like it's necessary. First of all, yeah, terrific as always. The environments especially are top-notch. 2.5 Studios has always struggled to find a situation where it can justify making these types of environments, and it's really nice to see that they've taken the opportunity here to make really impressive ones. The CGs are great. Music as well. Listening to the theme song here, absolutely peak. I think it's an original song. I need to look into who made it because they are really talented. Otherwise, I think there's probably some other stuff. The game's back to me. Thank you for playing the demo, the Willowmist Emporium of Antiques and Curiosities. We hope you enjoyed the first week of the game. Please consider wishlisting the game on Steam if you hadn't yet done so too. And I already have. I'm going to real quick go back over here so I can go through my thoughts a bit more. This is great. So, as I said, amazing environments, beautiful. The what's the word I'm looking for? The music, absolutely astounding. Character design, really good. That's nothing new for these guys, but it's great. And the character writing is also easily on par, way better than what they did in Date with Death. Because the character writing is, I would say, on par with Date with Death, but we're going to see if it's better with how long we get, because the main disadvantage of this sort of visual novel format over the chat format of A Date with Death is that you get less attention to individual characters, which means they develop less over the course of about the same amount of time. But yes, absolutely amazing. I cannot wait for the full game to release. I will probably continue this save then as well, and I hope that I'll see you there as well. With all that being said, thank you for watching. I hope you have a lovely day. I shall see you, and ta-ra.